Hello, everybody. Hi. Welcome in. Hello, welcome, welcome. Hola. Hey, Rosie's Fairies, you're here early. Ah, hi. Hi. Playboy's like, oh my gosh, I love that top. Oh, thank you. I love this top too. I don't get to wear it very often because it's kind of uncomfortable and it's like, because it's like really sparkly, it itches my skin. But it looks really great on camera. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm dressing up a bit tonight because what happened was I have a friend who she's training to be a lash technician, and so she said, hey, could I do your lashes and whatnot? So the last 2 days she's been like testing out and doing my lashes. And girl, look at these. Look at those. They look so natural. I've literally I have never gotten my eyelashes done before, so I was a little nervous, especially since she's new too, and she did such a wonderful job. So shout out to Lily. Um, yeah, so it's different. So I said, okay, I gotta look good for her and to like take a couple photos and whatnot and look nice. And yeah. Oh, thank you guys so much. Oh, you guys are so cute. Yeah, my goal is to progressively do better with these live streams. Like I love looking nice. It's just not like an everyday thing because especially like when I'm super in my masculine there's like no sparkles and it's like okay, so it's like I'm learning to find balance where it's like some days it's like okay, he wins, and then other days it's like listen, we're looking good, okay? God gave me some great features, okay? So I'm gonna use it, and yeah. So it's all about finding balance, but today I'm definitely in my femme. Use a sexy chick. Thank you, thank you. Aw, hey Chelsea, hello, hello. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna start adding you guys to this. Oh god, everyone's like, who is that? Who is that? Okay, so Rosie, you're gonna be first, then Playboy. Snacks. That top is giving. Ah. Yes, Chelsea. And then Miss Intricate. Hello, welcome to the live. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, highly recommend getting your lashes done. Like really like get a good set because yeah, I've spoiled myself. This is gonna be hard. It's like normally these sorts of sets are, you know, a couple $100s and whatnot. So I was sitting there go like find your local lash tech friend and help them out. Cause yeah, no, it was such a great experience and she's so amazing. So hi cutie, hello. Hello. Yeah, Chris. Right? Listen, I want to be like a transformer, right? Like one day I want to show up like looking like this, and the next day I'm like, "What's up, bitches?" You know? Thank you, right? Um, yeah, I like being able to do both. You know, I want to be fluid in all my styles. So yeah, I hope you guys are doing great. I don't know, these last 2 days have been really like emotionally releasing. Sparkly. I know. It's like walking up in the club. The only thing is like it's really kind of itchy. So, because it's like all the sequins, but like, oh my gosh, like walking into places and just like boom. You know, I find that I don't have enough occasions to wear something like this because like even going out, like some occasions I'm literally like I attract too much attention. I guess just with like the sparkles and whatnot. Like I'm very like maybe I'm like you can call me out if this is weird, but like I'm very like particular about the outfits I wear for outdoor occasions. So for example, like if I'm going out to a club or to go out dancing or whatever, I might wear this, but I probably most likely will not, depending on the aesthetic and the vibe. So like some places yes, other places not. And so being able to find like a way to just kind of go like, boom, I just want to sparkle today and just do this. I wish there was more social occasions for like really nice dresses too, like ballroom dresses. Like for example, all like those prom dresses, right? I actually bought a prom dress for being in somebody's wedding. I was actually a groomsman, but since I was a lady, I basically wore a dress that was a prom dress, and then I had like a bow tie and all that stuff and matched their outfits and whatnot. So it was kind of fun. But like we need more special occasions where we can just go and dress nice and everybody have a good time and not have it be like a wedding. Because like a wedding, like you're supposed to look nice, but you can't outdo the bride, right? So like other than that, like what are special fancy occasions that we have that we can just go and dress pretty, right? We don't have them. So it's like, I vote we bring back masquerade balls. We need like festivals and things. Black mesh and fishnet. Yep. Okay, I have to tell you guys. So, I may or may not have mentioned my hose. Okay, that's what we call ourselves. It's a group. When we first went to hang out, we did like this big trip, from New Orleans to Florida, and did like we saw our favorite rock band and did a bunch of stuff. And I found these tights with flames that went up my leg, and they are like the coolest thing. And I wore that with like black shorts. Actually, the shorts I'm wearing right now. And it was cool because one of the songs from the band we were watching, it's called Stand in Fire. So I was literally like standing in fire, and I was like, that's so cool. Like there's like, and like lingerie stores in particular, they have so many like interesting things. Like I used to be kind of like afraid because I was like shy and whatnot, or it was like, because like if I'm gonna do that, I'm like, all right, I buy it on Amazon or some other place. But then like actually walking into a lingerie store, there's so many cool things, and I'm like, why is this not in like regular stores? Like there was like some really sparkly like just jewelry that you could put on your body, and I was like, why does this need to be in a lingerie store? Why aren't they selling this at like Walmart or some other shop? You know what I mean? Like, listen, I love fancy lingerie. Just saying, throwing it out there. It's not not to be interpreted a certain kind of way, but like I just love it because it's really pretty. Yeah, it makes me feel like a dark goddess stripper. Yeah, no, I totally get that. And so one thing that happened to me while I was down here in Austin when I first moved down here, I had a very generous friend who, actually two generous friends. There was someone in our local area that was offering free makeovers because she wanted to practice like doing really fast makeup professionally. So she said, hey, you know, anybody who wants a free makeover, you know, come over. So I got one done. And she made it really nice and natural, but it looked so good. And I told my friend about it, and I was like, hey, let's do a photo shoot, because she has like a really nice camera and whatnot. She said, yeah, let's do it. And she used to like photograph like concerts and a bunch of other stuff. So I did a photo shoot in her room with literally just rock music playing, and I did like all kinds of stuff. I had like all these different outfits that she had, and like some of it was kind of like, you know, risque, and then other parts of it I actually used some of the photos she took from that photo shoot in my professional stuff, because she's really, really good. Shout out to her. But that photo shoot changed my life. Primarily because like I've done photo shoots with friends before, but they were always very like formal. Versus this one, I mean, so if anyone knows the band Bad Omens, they're like my new fave right now. I was literally jamming to Bad Omens, and I was just doing all of this like stuff, and you got some raw photos that were both beautiful and very artistic, and I'd never felt so beautiful before. And I realized that when it comes to photo shoots and whatnot, I feel like everybody can be nervous about it, and I feel like everyone's like really kind of judgmental about their bodies and whatnot. But if you get the right photographer that brings out the right angles in you, you have the right makeup and stuff, like it makes 100% of a difference. Like I don't care how you feel about how you look. If you get the right person in the right sort of things, everybody can look great and feel good doing it. And I think that's what I loved about that photo shoot, is because it was me just expressing myself. It wasn't about getting a perfect photo of me, but some of those photos are my absolute like most cherished memories. And if anything, that was kind of like a little awakening for myself, where I was like, yeah, I need to start getting over how I feel I look on camera, because I used to be very judgmental and sitting there being like, oh, well, I'm not very, you know, good at doing makeup and whatever, and it's like, nah, just be yourselves, y'all. You know, y'all are way more attractive than you give yourselves credit for, and, yeah, if you ever want a boost, do a photo shoot with somebody. I'm serious. Like, everybody's so, like, hard on themselves, but if you get the right person that just brings out the joy in you, seeing photos of you, like, you being yourself authentically, I think is such an underrated thing, you know? So, yeah. Anyways, though, welcome to the live. Welcome back, everybody that have been here. My name is Chris, or Christian, whatever you want to call me. And this is Mind Over Mania! Yes. I don't know. I need to come up with, like, an introduction. I was thinking in the shower this morning, I was like, I need to do some kind of, like, a hype thing at the beginning to hype everybody up, to be like, yeah, you know, like, you got this, you know, you guys are amazing, you're beautiful, you know, you're sexy, you're worthy, and go get that bag, you know? Like, I just want to be like, yes, you know, unleash the mania in you. Mania! Ah! I'll represent all our bipolar girlies. Yeah, so, because you never know what you're gonna get on this channel, for sure. But yeah, so anyways, as a reminder to everybody, I start off the live with a 10-minute collective message. Sometimes I may refer back to it during your live stream, or during the live stream at random times. And yeah, I already have a list of people kind of started. Hello has not shown up yet, so I don't know if they're going to be here tonight to moderate. But right now, it's Rosie, Playboy Snacks, Cool Girl, Chelsea, Miss Intricate Cutie Cat, and I think I saw... I'm going to call you Abitha, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to pronounce your first thing. So, Abitha, I'll put you on there next. Alright. Yeah, Bad Omens, they are just... they're fantastic. I've been jamming out to them. You are motivating, yo. Aw, thank you! Yeah, no, motivating people is something I'm passionate about, and I'm hoping to improve my public speaking skills so that way I can, like, take this on the road and be able to go out there and really, like, hype crowds up, because I love being able to empower others, and I've just got so much energy that I don't like standing still. Like, I would love to be on a stage walking around and be like, you, person in the audience, yes, you, the one who looks dazed and confused, you can do it, you can do it. Everybody does not get a free car, but you do get some free love sent to you through these magic fingers, you know? And see, I just said that spontaneously, but yeah, I don't know, I'm working on it. We're getting here. You know, maybe she's coming later. Yeah, I don't know. I just like hyping you guys up because you deserve it. Oh, sorry, I got like some hair stuck on my face. That is the one problem I have with makeup, is like, I'll be sitting there like in the zone, and then halfway through, I'm like, there's like stuff on my face, and like, I had an eyelash fall out already, and I was like, no, all the hard work. But it's okay, I think these last, like, she said 2 weeks, so you're gonna get an extra sexy Christian, or extra sexy Chris for the next 2 weeks, guys. Because I cannot afford to keep this up, so enjoy it while it lasts. Alright, anyways, let's get into this collective message. Oh yeah, that, and then also, I think this is like a general rule for myself when I'm doing you guys reading. You guys aren't affected by that, but I'm gonna limit myself to only doing 4 cards per reading, because I realize I take up a lot of time pulling like 20 cards, and even though, like, for example, if I was doing like a personal reading, I wouldn't limit myself as much on cards. I mean, I do for time's sake, but I'm gonna try to like keep you guys' cards to like 3 cards, so that way I can get all the messages from that. Yeah, Chris the snack. Okay, but for collective, I'm not gonna limit the amount of cards. But yeah, I'm just trying to get a little faster, because I want to make sure that I'm getting to people's readings in a timely manner, you know? Okay, I'm already getting off the bat. Somebody's spying on you guys. Or there's like an energy of spying. So maybe either you're doing the spying, or someone's doing spying on you. But this feels like this feels more so energy of them spying on you. It's like, this could be, for some people it's a parent, for some reason, oh whoa, okay. I was gonna say, for somebody, it was supposed to be a spouse or like somebody's like significant others kind of like watching you to be like, is he cheating on me with her or something like that? Like there's kind of just this energy of somebody else in your energy and space that you kind of, like you don't need to watch out. I don't feel that this is like malicious energy. Like it's not like the other woman or some kind of energy of like it's not negative, but it's definitely spying for sure. So, I don't know. Maybe that's going to be the theme for tonight. Alright, let's go ahead. Flip these cards over and see what's going on. Yeah, okay, so to kind of like, to continue with that thought of someone spying on you, it's almost like, for some people, it's concern. So, for example, like maybe you guys either posted something on social media, or maybe there was a time within your recent, like, past weeks, or maybe the last 2 years, where people were kind of like, I feel like I should check on somebody, or I should check on them. And I feel like this person's kind of coming through. At first, I feel like predominantly the energy is, it's kind of neutral, because for some of you it's family, just kind of casually observing, and then for other people, like I said, it's people that's like affiliated within your group that are kind of just like lurking. And it's almost like, for some of you guys too, some of these people are even maybe channeling you, and that's why they're paying attention, because they're kind of like, all right, maybe they're trying to watch what your moves are, where maybe, say for example, maybe you're going towards something, maybe you're working towards building, you know, a project or a community, or maybe you are just going through a major change. And sometimes these people check in on you to be like, oh, how's this person doing? You know, like watching like, you know, the pick-a-card readings, or going to other tarot readers to be like, oh, how's like, you know, Cool Girl doing, or whatever, like, and you know, it's kind of weird because I was sitting there thinking like Cool Girl or whatever, and I'm not referencing you specifically, Cool Girl, wow, I can't even talk. But yeah, I feel like you guys are starting to like attract attention from people and maybe gain like notoriety that you don't notice. It's almost like you're kind of projecting out this image of yourself that other people are wanting to follow, or people are kind of like looking at you and kind of going like, okay, she changed up her vibe. Her energy's a bit different. And again, this is encompassing within like the last 2 years, so that's kind of like what's grounding that energy. But for some of you, it's even much more recent. And it's almost like guys in general, I think, have also taken notice of this, like specifically for the ladies out there. But and it's not always like stalky behavior or anything negative. I just feel like a lot of these guys are kind of like watching just to wait and see what you do. You know, it's kind of like I'm getting like a little bit of a passive energy of sometimes these people just kind of like, they just keep tabs because they're nosy or because they're bored, or it's like kind of like scrolling through and they're like, oh, okay, I remember talking to her that one time. It's like, for example, like when you go out to the bar and you added somebody on social media and you forgot about them, and that dude's just scrolling through, and then when you come up a couple times, his like interest is piqued and he's like, oh, okay. She's like doing some things. Yeah, that's kind of like the energy I'm getting right now. So that's why you should be careful about what you post, because you are starting to get noticed a little bit more. Say the words, I love you, and I'll come running. Yeah, some of you guys just need to, like, say things out to the universe. It's almost like you're timid with your manifestations. So say, for example, you're, like, in the bathroom every morning, and you're doing your morning routine or whatever, and you're looking at yourself in the mirror, and, you know, maybe you are looking a little bit nicer that day. You're not, like, allowing the thought to kind of come through. It's kind of like you look in the mirror and you're like, oh, I look good. Okay, instead of being like, pause and really kind of internalize that moment to be like, hey, you look beautiful today. And practice saying it to yourself, because some of you guys are so used to not using your authentic voice, or you use your authentic voice only with like a significant other or like someone that's like a spouse-like figure. And that's really inappropriate and shortchanges yourself, because you need to have a better conversation within yourself. Right? Because if you are saving your best energy for a spouse or a partner, you are neglecting yourself, okay? And some of you guys, especially if you weren't told this out loud at home growing up, or maybe you have a insecure sense of self, or you're like still trying to find your voice or knowing how to talk to others, you got to start talking to yourself that way. So for example, maybe you're learning to pick up people, or maybe you want to practice like flirting or something. If you flirt with yourself in the mirror, and I mean, like, at first it's going to be kind of weird because you're like, all right, this is weird. But if you like try it and look at yourself in the mirror and say something and it sounds silly, like, you have to kind of like sit and work with yourself to be like, all right, I'll be honest, like, you know, how do I come across to myself, right? And I think like practicing using your voice authentically at home, at least, or in a private space like a bathroom, is a really great place to start, because then eventually when you start using it in front of other people, it's not going to feel as weird because you've been doing it for days on end. And it'll start attracting your manifestation. So maybe like you're sitting in the bathroom and you're like, hey, you know, I really want, I was about to say like $1 million, which I'm like, I'm not saying that's going to get you $1 million, but if you're saying like, hey, I want to get my ish together, I want to be happy, healthy, and growing and becoming more aware of myself. If you say that all the time, you'll start doing it. I promise, right? Especially like if you're trying to make yourself a little more happy, or maybe you're like, I will be a good partner to somebody in the future, or I am going to take care of myself. Say that over and over, and eventually you're going to find what you're looking for, okay? Like, allow that energy to kind of flow through you, because if you speak it out, you know, that's its own form of spell work. That's its own, like, calling it in and saying, hey, I evoke my own power to claim my power and bring what is for me to me, right? It's just easier too when you say it out loud, because it's like I said, some of you guys, your voice or your vocals have been so trapped inside of you that you're not used to speaking and hearing your own, like, voice, if that makes any sense. There's something about you guys really clearing out your throat chakra too. Okay, let's get back to these cards. We've got, I just want to hold you forever. Aww. Yeah, that feels like family. There's definitely some family love energy coming towards you. You know, maybe some people had a difficult childhood growing up, and maybe you've always been yearning for that sort of loving embrace, you know? Or maybe you've even got, like, I'm feeling it's like a parent or some kind of a maternal figure, or maybe like a father figure that, you know, wants you to kind of stay young forever. They want you to be, you know, mommy or daddy's little girl and not grow up, or little boy. And, you know, you are changing, but this is kind of just like a reminder that, you know, no matter what's going on in your life right now, that sort of energy is still there for you to access, right? You know, being able to just be held, and if there's nobody beside you, you can also hold yourself too, you know? Your sweetness makes me smile. Aww. I think some of you guys too, like, you have a way of like brightening people's day just by like existing. Like, I even saw this in a pick-a-card reading I'd watched kind of recently, where it was talking about how, like, sometimes your energy alone, just by entering a room, can make people feel relaxed. You know what I mean? Just because it's kind of like, if there's, like, one less asshole in the room, or even if it's just like, oh, that person, you know, like, even if, so it's just, okay. And for some reason, I'm stuttering a lot, too. I was like, maybe you guys are just very socially anxious or nervous, too. But, like, specifically, I'm seeing, like, someone who thinks they're, like, really unintelligent or not very bright. And so they come into work and they're like, oh, I'm kind of like a doofus, or I'm like, ha, ha, ha. And they make a mistake, but because you guys own it, or you're a little more authentic and kind of cute with it or something, I don't know, it's just kind of this energy of, like, when people see you at work and, like, you make the mistake, suddenly other people feel better about themselves. Or it's kind of like, okay, hey, you know, so-and-so did this thing at work and they're not upset about it. They're not being judgmental and harsh or whatever. And it's kind of like, it allows other people to relax and come towards you, right? Maybe because it's like, hey, maybe I'm not very good at this sort of task at work. I'm going to go hang out with so-and-so and we can joke about it together. You know, some of you guys are so shy, you kind of like shut off different social interactions that you could have had, simply because you're kind of like, you come off as a little standoffish maybe to some people because you're shy, and they misinterpret that when it's just be like, hey, just own it. You know, if you are a doofus sometimes, just laugh about it, move on. Like, we all do that, right? Lose your sense of control. We've got healing heart, healing from heartbreak, freedom. Yeah, some of you guys are having a hard time being free from a toxic situation or a toxic person. And this is just kind of a confirmation from spirit that, you know, that heartache will be over soon. You know, you just got to keep moving and keep enjoying things around you, right? Because as you enjoy day-to-day life, it gets easier and easier to forget about the heartache, you know? I mean, especially when it's like, you know, for me with my lashes, right? It's like I can be depressed about a lot of things, but having a friend come through and do something nice for you, you can't stay mad when that happens, you know? All right, so we have the Hanged Man. Sorry, like the light's a little bright. And then we have the Four of Swords here. Yeah, and I feel like there's like a situation some of you guys really need to start letting go of, whether it's like a toxic mindset or maybe it's a person. It could be a combination of both. But there's kind of just this lurking energy. And kind of like similar to with that energy of someone watching you. For some of you, they are looking out for you, but for others of you, they're also watching you to see what your next move is gonna be. And it's kind of like, I'd say just be very careful about the toxic mindset of always like looking over your shoulder. One, because you can manifest, you know, toxic things as a result of that because of your fears. But also it's kind of like, who's gonna stop you from being fabulous and amazing, right? You know what I mean? Like, if obviously there's something about you that needs to change, Spirit will put the right obstacles in your path for you to learn that. But specifically, like, there's kind of this energy of, like, you need to stop looking at the past and only look at the forward, right? Because the people that hurt you in the past their situation is done and over with. And if it's not done and over with, get it done and over with so you can move towards what's better for you. Because if you're always looking back there and be like, oh, how did this person act? How did this happen? Or like, I'm almost seeing like some of you guys, maybe you check in on old friend groups and be like, oh, how are they doing? Da, da, da. They haven't changed. All right. And this is kind of the energy of like, if you want to do better, you got to own that being better requires you to release that old energy and that old mindset, because you can't be paranoid when you're shining, right? Because it loses your focus. You should be focused on having fun every day. You should be focused on like being yourself. Some of you guys, it's like, it's so hard to be your true authentic self, and it takes strength to do that. And when you work on that strength and build on it, it'll get so much easier, and then eventually you'll stop caring what other people think about you. And other people's feelings too. And when I say like not caring about other people's feelings, I'm not saying like, oh, you become a jerk, but it's kind of like, you know, if you change your hair one day, if you're in your authentic state and you lose a couple friends over it, then it'll be like, well, why would I want friends who are gonna leave me because I changed my hair? Or a boyfriend, you know, that's gonna leave me over me changing my hair. Like, ugh, that's gross. Leave. Authentic people don't do that because they like you for you and your specific shine, right? And even over time, like as an adult, like friends will come and go, and it has nothing to do with your value. Let me repeat this to some of you guys, okay, especially y'all younger people. Just because people leave you in your life, sometimes it doesn't have to do with you. Even if it does have to do with you, you will always be losing people at some stage in your life. And that is completely okay, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you did something wrong, okay? There is always an ending to a relationship at some point in your life, and, you know, we all wish them to be, like, you know, positive endings, but sometimes, like, people just move forward. Sometimes people change, and it's okay. And it's okay to feel sad and upset about it, too, but don't linger too long in that energy, okay? All right, we've got, like, this tornado here, and then we've got this Viking girl who's all empowered and whatnot. Yeah, I'm seeing like, you know, seize the day, you know, because even though some of you guys got a tornado of chaos going on around here, you know, you're brave enough to withstand it, right? Like, look at that storm clouds in the back, right? Just because you got the storm clouds in the back does not mean you can't overcome this, because guess what? This is a superhero right here. Do you think Captain America is going to go, oh no, there's a war going on outside, da da da? He's Captain America. He's already got what he needs. He's got his shield, he's got his wits, and he's got, you know, his ability to be Captain America. And that's the mindset you gotta do if you want to get through your stuff, because at the end of the day, you're gonna have to get through it some way, so why not do it shining and looking like a badass, right? It's like, it ain't Delulu if it's true Lou. Alright, I tried doing something there. It didn't work. Hello, thank you, Angelus. Absolutely. I will not compromise on this. Yes, please do not compromise on your values, especially on your worth. Because, so back when I was like kind of talking about like, you know, other people and whatnot and connecting to them and, you know, people watching you. Do not compromise who you are just because other people are watching you, other people are saying things, or you're caring about other people's feelings more than about yourself. Don't compromise on that, especially if you set a clear boundary with somebody. Do not go back to someone in your past, right? Yeah, you need to be harsh on this. And some of you guys, it's like, oh, well, I'm being judgmental or whatever. I'm being judged by other people. It's like, good. Judge them. I'm sorry, like, good. This is a message for a specific person. It's not for everybody, but like, if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about, right? Because obviously judging people's not great. But guess what? If someone repeatedly oversteps your boundaries, speaks over you, doesn't allow you to be your authentic self, pushes other people down, pushes you away, and blah, blah, blah. Like, there's a certain point where there's enough constrictions that if you allow that in your life, then you're going to continue to attract other people that are okay with that behavior. And it's not okay for you, okay? Especially y'all, if you're coming back every week, I do not allow that for you guys because I want you guys to have healthy, happy lives of you just being yourself. And I mean, some of you guys are also super sweet, so it's like hard to stand up for yourself, but like, you're not being an asshole by doing this. If anything, people need to see a little bit sharper bite so they understand that it's not okay to treat you that way. And you don't have to be a jerk about it too. Like saying no is not being a jerk. All right? Being a jerk is going around and saying like, oh my gosh, you know, that person over there, they cut me out of their life and, you know, they're blah, blah, blah. I'm throwing all this crap that's not even true. It's like, what was the worst that was going to happen? They didn't invite you to their birthday party. Oh no. Oh no, not the birthday party. Like, listen, after a certain point, we gotta grow up a little bit and understand that other people got lives, and we're not compromising getting treated like crap because of stupid social games that don't benefit anybody. I want to protect you. I will keep you safe. Yes, your spirit guide team is reminding you that it's okay to thrive. It's okay to be yourself because your spirit guide team's protecting you. You guys in particular, you know, you guys are all rock stars, and I want you to understand that just because there's crappy people out there that want to keep you from shining does not mean that you're not safe and protected at this time, right? And safe and protected doesn't mean there's never going to be bad things that happen to you, but it's saying you're safe enough that you will get through it and you will continue to be allowed to shine as long as you don't let anyone take that away from you. Getting an amen here. If he's so smart, why doesn't he have any credentials? Oh my gosh, I love this card. So basically, this card is specifically about the kind of energy where you put somebody on a pedestal and you listen to them and take all of their, like, their intelligence and a lot of things about them, and you put them on a pedestal, and then you find out like weeks later that actually they weren't that smart. They were very charismatic, they were very great at talking, and they sounded very smart, and they seemed educated, and then after you kind of dig the legwork, you were like, no, he's actually kind of dumb, and he just talks really loud, right? And this is kind of a reminder to remind yourself saying, hey, if he's as smart as I think he is, then why isn't he doing XYZ? Right? Some of y'all are crushing on people that you're like, oh my gosh, he's so sophisticated and he's so da-da-da-da-da. And it's because, oh wow, he's really attractive. Well, that doesn't mean anything, guys. I'm calling some of y'all out. Be like, don't give people like the weight of your respect and value just because you're attracted to somebody. Because we can be attracted to people and love them dearly, but that does not mean that they're as smart and capable as we actually believe them to be. We want them to look like that because we like them. But if you took that attraction away, would you be treating him like he's got a PhD when he doesn't? Is he really that smart? Is she really that smart? I don't know. But don't give him the credentials and the what I was thinking, like bowing down and worshiping. Don't give them that kind of credibility if they have not proven to you that they are credible, right? Because we all wanna feel that, but don't let that happen to you. Oh, okay, and then finally we've got a card. It says the enemy with ill intentions, and I'm seeing third party. Yeah, some of you guys, this is back to that watching energy. There's like a third party with ill intentions that you guys just need to start ignoring these people. Like, don't keep doing energy checks on them. Don't keep waiting around to see, oh, what's gonna happen? You know, is this person gonna start talking shit? Like, the more you pay attention to them, their energy grows, your resentment grows, and it doesn't benefit you. You're not gonna get anywhere. It's like, oh no, the toxic person is being toxic. They haven't changed. And they usually don't. Unless God comes in and smacks them upside the head and completely rearranges their life, they ain't changing anytime soon. And your love and your light will not do that. So keep it moving. Anyways, though, that was the collective message. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. The list is now up and ready. I have 6 or 7 people on right now. So I'll gladly continue to add the new people that hopped in. Hello, Samuel. Hi, Jen. Hope you guys are doing great. I think I said hi to Angelus. Hello, Dorella. Is there a list? There absolutely is. These are all 5-minute readings, just to let everybody know. So as the list gets longer, it may take about an hour to get you guys. So yeah, I try to like announce 3 people in, so that way you guys, like, for example, if you have to like walk away and not listen to the live, I kind of give a little bit of a heads up leading up to y'all. Yeah, absolutely. Hello, Jen. Thank you for bringing friends, Sam. I love it. Let's see. I'm looking back to some of these messages. Dude, my supervisor's niece out of state called me just to say I look cute because my supervisor posted a video of me. What? What? Oh my gosh. Oh, thank you, LH. You look great as well. Okay. Man, supervisor's family coming in. I don't know how I'd feel about that. I mean, I hope you have a good enough relationship with your supervisor that it's not creepy. But wow. But that's also a compliment, you know? Like, I'm like 50-50 on how that could go. Hey, Angelus, you wanted a reading, right? I put you on the list just in case. Sam, did you want a reading? Hey, Chris, you got space tonight? I absolutely do. Alright. Oh, thank you, LH. I appreciate you. Yeah, no, that collective message, honestly, I love collective messages because I like being able to refer back to them, so that way your reading that comes with people wants them resonates even more, especially if there's like additional messages. Check out also some of my pick a card readings. Listen, okay, when I was traveling this week, I have to tell you guys, I bitch slapped myself with my own reading, okay? And I might have talked about this on the last live, but literally I was on a trip and I was like thinking about like my career and a couple other stuff, and I was like, and like, I don't know, sometimes my older messages have some really good advice in there, so I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go back and watch them and like kind of like see how I've grown. There was a reading I stopped 3 times because it hit me in a way that I don't know. I just sat there and was like, oh my god, how did I predict my future with these readings in particular? It was like so like spot on, and I was like, oh, I hurt myself. And I suddenly was like, oh no, this is what it feels like to be read by me to filth. And I sat there and I literally like was like, had my head up against the wall, and my dad was like, are you okay? And I was just like, I hurt myself, okay? I'm too aware now. I can't do it. Yeah, I'd like to continue to make, I'd like to continue to make pick-a-card readings. I know in the past they really didn't get a lot of traction, but I still like making them because I'm able to watch them now. And you know, if there's any like particular topics that you guys would love a pick-a-card reading, I'm absolutely down for it. I know I do have a twin flame reading that I wanted to set up as like a private, like special, a special reading that I was gonna solve, but right now I'm still trying to figure out like how I want to build the online aspect of it. So, but yeah, I love doing pick-a-card readings because I use them for myself a lot. Yes, I sassed myself. I had a binge the other night on your readings. Please do more pick cards. You called me out on where I go wrong in love. Oh, thank you. Okay, I absolutely will. And I was actually thinking about doing a reading. Oh, hey, Psyche. Hello. Yeah, I was thinking about doing a pick a card reading about lies. Because like, so one of the things I really love to channel about in particular is like helping people break out their like psyche. I don't think a lot of readers do it, and because of like, so there's a deck that you'll see me use periodically, and I'm using it tonight. They're called interactive cards, but it's based off of the psychological concept of internal family systems. I'll probably post something on my website at some point about it, but it's basically about pieces of your subconscious, and these cards are technically used in therapy. I am not using them as a therapy tool, but I like being able to channel them because I can use the images to help you guys kind of piece stuff together, right? Because a picture's worth 1,000 words. I mean, oh, okay, yeah, I even have my own custom card, right? I hand drew this one, and this was for about Pride. So, but anyways, though, I really like getting into like the deep nitty-gritty stuff about your mind, and because mind over mania. And I like having that influence in my pick-a-card readings. So I'm glad you guys appreciate it. Yeah. And then especially, too, for those healing from, like, abuse and different things like that. Like, I know for myself, like, unpacking gaslighting and working on the shadow work that, you know, sometimes people don't like diving into those areas because they can be triggering and whatnot. I'm very much about, like, hey, you know, let's work through it together, and let's really kind of take a look at things in a balanced way. Oh, okay, great, LH. All right, thank you guys so much for the feedback, you know. I'll have to point Jesse here is he's a Scorpio too. Ooh, okay. Bring in all the Scorpios. Absolutely. Okay, all right. I promise I'm gonna focus you guys. I'm gonna get to your readings. I'm just kind of like, yeah, smash that like button, you know, like and subscribe, all that good stuff. Oh, thank you, Darrell. You guys are like hyping me up, and it's like really cute. I'm like, okay, all right. I'm gonna focus, okay. All right. So I'm gonna throw Jen on there. Getting Olga on there. A butterscotch shot of vodka after work? What? That sounds like a really cool supervisor, cool girl. Heck yeah. Okay, Psyche, I'm assuming you want a reading? Psyche. Oh, mine, and I'm Psyche. We totally vibe. Cool! I'm glad we vibe. I think you'd make a great YouTube reader. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and I will tell you guys, hey, Sarah S., I'll throw you on the list. Yeah, I will tell you, doing tarot reading live streams is intimidating. Smash that like. All right. Oh my god. I used to like laugh at YouTubers and streamers when they did that, but apparently, for those of you that don't know, apparently YouTube's algorithm actually listens to see if you say like and subscribe. That's why everyone says it, because it will boost videos that say like and subscribe and things like that, which I was like, okay, like, glad to see the algorithms listening on to everything I say, but I mean, at least that helps me out. But they specifically do that to boost you. What's your moon and rising again? So my sun and my moon are Scorpio, and my rising's Taurus. So I've got a very packed house full of Scorpio, and there's some earth energy too, but it's just like, I'm a lot. Oh, thank you guys so much for the love tonight. I'm like, don't make me cry. I just got my lashes done, okay? All right. She knew my energy in 2 seconds. Yeah, no, it's fun. Well, and you guys have really great energy too. I love hyping you up. All right, Rosie, you are up. Please post your question in the chat. Playboy Snacks, put your question in the chat, and then Cool Girl. How I'm kind of running this, you guys, is I want to make sure, like, the 3 people that are up, please post your question in there, because what I'm going to do is, for example, if you're not exactly right there when the message is being given, I can go back and find your question, But if I can't find your question, then I'm just going to move on because I want to make sure that I'm moving through promptly. And as I kind of said earlier, I'm going to try limiting everybody's readings to only 4 cards since it's a 5-minute reading. Yeah, because I'm trying to move faster. You don't have channel membership. I should, yeah, so I was considering doing Patreon. I've been trying to figure out, like, what the right modality is. As I kind of said, because it's definitely been a lot of different ways for me to do this. And for a while, I was trying to focus on my tarot reading business in person here in Austin, Texas, because I was doing really well. However, there's just so much going on, and yeah, I just couldn't commit to a decision. So I figured just focus on getting the numbers here, and then yeah, let's go from there. I was also not very consistent with my schedule because of my job, so I was kind of shy about releasing something and then not committing to it. So I figured let's just start with the live streams, keep that up for a couple months, and then start building as time goes on. Because I've got lots of ideas. It's just picking what is the first thing. Because, like, there will be merch, there will be other stuff. There's all kinds of fun goodies for you guys that I can't wait to get started. So yeah, that, and then also I want to figure out, like, what is the best way for you guys to also interact with each other too, because the goal with my channel isn't just doing the tarot readings. I also want you guys to be able to, like, build a community and interact with each other, because I want to attract a certain kind of vibe of friendly people that are wanting to work on themselves, you know, and getting a support system going. Because there's, like I said, I've attracted some really great people, and I want other people to make friends and be able to support each other as well. And support other readers and people that are doing things that I believe in as well. Just keeping the vibes up. And I do have a Discord channel. I'll post the link to the Discord in the chat at some point. I do need to get a bot created so when people want to get the Discord, they can. Cool girl posted. Okay, cool. All right, anyways, we're going to start with Rosie. I'm at about 200 subs now. I think you helped me out. Ooh, awesome. Yeah, I'll have to go subscribe to you, Psyche. Yes, okay, so Rosie, you're here. Oh my gosh. I'm seeing your message in all caps and I'm like, oh my gosh, are you okay? Hey, Angelus. Okay, so been hella stressed about money, had an interview at daycare, fingers crossed. Do you see a job for me soon, like yesterday, broke artist? Oh, I feel that. I feel like, girlfriend. Been hitting the food bank because I can't buy groceries right now, dude. Dude, I totally get that, man. I'm sending you a lot of love. You know, those sorts of situations are super tricky. Let's see what the cards say. All right. How's Rosie's job hunt gonna go? Okay, so what I'm kind of feeling right off the bat with this job, I do feel like you're gonna get it, but I don't think you're gonna stay there long. Because there's something that's gonna kind of hold you back. Ooh, okay, that's a good sign. That's a good sign. All right, so the first card you got was abundance. So look at this girl who's like throwing money around, right? The one thing that I'm hearing to not focus on so much is don't pay attention to the dollars. Pay attention to the energy that's around it and around the abundance, right? Because right now, for example, so for example, as an artist, right, there's a lot of limitations that when it comes to getting like actual financial abundance, right? And so finding other people that are able to interact with you and help you out or support you in certain kind of ways, that also is included with abundance. And I think that is really slept on a lot when we talk about abundance in the spiritual community, because, you know, having people that can support you, like for example, if something, you know, God forbid happens and you have a couch you can sleep on, that's part of abundance. Like being able to achieve and find the resources you need to do and get where you need to go is included all in that. And I think your spirit guide team's kind of reminding you to not sleep on that, especially when it comes to getting a job too, because networking is part of it. And I feel like, Rosie, you have the ability to network so well to a point where I don't think you're aware of it. I think you're kind of one of those people, like I shouldn't say either. You're kind of naturally flirty, but you're also really detail oriented and remembering things about people's lives. And so, like, what's happening is you remember all these details, but then you never reach out and follow back with them to say, hey, do you guys have like any sort of way that you could help me out for a little bit? You know, and maybe you're a little prideful, or sorry, not prideful, that's not the right word, but it's like there's like a little bit of pride about like, oh, I shouldn't ask for this or whatever. But like right now, I think your spirit guide team's saying like, hey, you know, while you're kind of going through that, check out all your resources. Because with this job, so the daycare job, as I said, I think you'll get it, but there's some kind of a growing pattern that you're working into that will solidify, if that makes any sense. Because I still feel like even getting this job, even if you get it, there's something that's going to be it's like very malleable energy. It's very unsteady. Another thing too, so in terms of like looking in the mirror, right? I feel like, you know, you want to make sure that when you're kind of like when I was talking about in the collective message, when you're looking in the mirror, you are part of that manifestation, right? So reminding yourself, like, I am financially abundant. I'm welcoming that energy into my life. I'm bringing that in. Doing things like that will help motivate you, will help call it in. But then also there's something about like when you're looking at yourself in the mirror, there's a little bit of a mindset of, because you're worried, it shows through your energy, and it makes it harder for the abundance and your ability to like see and attract things, if that makes any sense. And it's like usually you're pretty positive about your situation, but there's still enough doubt in there where it's like you have to look in the mirror and see the abundance, if that makes any sense. It's like literally looking at yourself and being like, I am glowing right now, I am receiving everything. And like you'll see how that energy mindset will shift when you start looking for it within yourself, right? Because right now I feel like because you're stressed, because you have a lot of anxiety, like it's kind of clouding your judgment. And like think about it, right? If you're a salesperson and you're going to go in to go make a sale, you're selling yourself, right? And your body is part of that. Whenever you're going into a job interview or even walking on the street, like you never know how you can attract a job. And specifically because you have a nice network, you know, that can kind of pad you and help you. If you're out there shining and receiving, it's more likely to compound on itself, right? So like I'm trying to give you like there's like different energies going on, because I feel like also too, because you're kind of scattered, the manifestations are kind of doing this a little bit. Like I want you to get so confident in yourself to be like, I will get a job soon. I don't care how it happens, I will get a job soon. And feeling it inside you, right? Because you can say it to yourself. The third and final piece of it though is believing it, right? Feeling it inside of you. And I can tell you, you know, some of the ways I've acquired jobs in Austin, like I came down to Austin, Texas with no job lined up, and I managed to basically bullshit my way through the last two years, not because I didn't have like experience and stuff, but literally just by networking and meeting people. I got gigs like that left and right just doing that. And so when I was able to stand in that energy and suddenly realize like, oh shit, like people just like me for me because I was radiating that energy, even if I didn't believe it, it's like, it's hard to be able to see yourself in that kind of energy. But it's like just reminding yourself, and that brings it forward, because it's kind of like standing so closely with spirit and within yourself to understand that I know who and what I am, and what I'm attracting is meant for me. And when you get so confident in that state, you know you're always going to get taken care of. And even if things don't come through the way you expect them to, when you're so confident in that energy, it doesn't matter what goes on, because you know you're going to get taken care of. And like I said, you have a lot of really great supportive friends. I promise you, start using them. All right. You've done so much great work. And, you know, I just want to remind you, allow them to help you right now. You know, don't shortchange on that, because you've done so many wonderful things for them. It's you shouldn't have any embarrassment or shame to say, hey, do you mind stepping in and helping me out for a little bit? That's okay. You know, I'm usually positive. I feel beat down. You're right. Yeah, no, I understand that beat down. And like, here's the thing, all of those feelings are valid, right? And anytime I say any of this manifestation stuff, you guys, like, I'm not saying you won't feel poorly while you're going through these things, right? You will experience that fear. The difference is you're standing in and saying, I will still have hope anyway. I still will stand in my power. I will acknowledge the fear, but I know I'm going to get there anyway, right? And so that's where you're shifting from giver energy to receiving, right? Okay, I'm going to get these next two cards and then move forward. If I'm blinded by love, that's okay. I'll let you lead the way. I won't turn astray, right? You know, this is basically saying trust. All right? There's going to be a lot of trust that's going to be in there. Love me harder, love me loud, love me, only me. Yeah. This is kind of like, again, don't come into these places with the desperation energy. I know it's hard to say, and I know there's a lot of that anxiety, but what I'm saying is, like, work on really manifesting that grounded, successful energy and say, I will not let the world outside of me stop me, and watch how it changes your life. I'm saying this. You never know what's going to happen. Okay? I don't like giving guarantees because, like, you know, obviously, I mean, you guys know what I can do with readings and whatnot, but, like, the problem is with the money and all those other situations is we don't have a lot of control over it. So the best control that you can do in those situations is the control of your own energy. And that alone is so much more of a shield than anything. Aw, hey Tarot Destroyer. You're not even that creative. Hey Froggy Miss, welcome back. Alright, anyways, thank you so much for stopping by, Rosie. Appreciate you hanging out, and good luck on your situation. You know, and I totally get it on feeling beat down. Right now, this economy is crappy. And, you know, I mean, I'm having a hard time finding a job too, just from just different circumstances. But, you know, we got to keep supporting each other because what else can you do, right? It's only up from here. Yeah, trolls be gone. No, that Tarot Destroyer person, you know, I'm just saying they're a fan. That's it. Thank you for giving me attention. Can I get a reading, please? Yes, absolutely. I added you to the list. Yeah. Because, like, with Tarot Destroyer, like, they use the same font and all that stuff, too. I'm just like, bro, like, you can't troll me. I know you. Ooh, Pisces Ed, hello, welcome, welcome. There's always a troll. Yeah, and, like, I used to mess with trolls. Oh my gosh. I've got some lore about trolls, but I need to keep moving the live forward. So, Playboy, I'm gonna go ahead and do your reading next. But, yeah. At some point, I'll take a break and tell you about the story of how me and my sister ended up trolling this Trump guy who was sexually harassing us, and I freaked him out. Alright, how is Marvin feeling about me? Alright. Playboy Bunny. How is Marvin feeling about you? Alright, everybody send Rosie some good juju. Woo! You can do it, Rosie. Yes. Okay, how is Marvin feeling about you, Playboy? Ah! I mean, you probably already know this answer, but we've got the Runner, right? That just made me laugh because I was like, yep, that I believe it. He says, Runner in a codependent relationship, fear of intimacy, listening to ego. We've got Axe, breakup, separation, stop the pattern, silent treatment, abandonment. We've got the Phoenix, new phase, rekindle, renew, transformation, growth, change, mind. And then we also have... Okay, we've got the Queen of Wands. Yeah, I feel like right now... This is kind of weird because I'm getting like some feminine energy. I definitely feel like he's kind of in his feelings right now, but he's kind of like... It's almost like he's kind of like in his feminine energy where he's just kind of like stepping aback and just kind of like, all right, I want to see what comes out, right? He's kind of like focused on like soothing his wounds or something like that. He could also be viewing you this way as well. See, like this card is absolutely gorgeous. Look at her, right? And I feel like it's kind of like with this Phoenix card, the rekindle, right? I feel like he's trying to start things back up, but also at the same time, he's trying to like release it at the same time because he's kind of confused about what to do in this situation. With the Axe, I feel like he's like at a moment's notice, he's like, all right, if I gotta cut my feelings off because she doesn't like me, I'll do it. But specifically, I'm seeing the stop the pattern. I feel like he's trying to heal something within himself. I feel like he's trying to wait, right? And like that axe, it's almost like he's kind of like, he's like holding the axe. He's waiting, he's ready, but also he's like, he's still waiting for a signal from you. And I don't even know, like, I feel like you have sent him signals, but they were like very kind of subtle. And I feel like he's kind of just, I don't know. He doesn't know how he feels. With this runner energy too, it's kind of weird because he feels like he's chasing you, but he's actually running away. It's kind of like a weird back and forth dynamic where he doesn't know what he wants, and so he's kind of like chasing his own tail, if that makes any sense. It's kind of like, yeah, I'm kind of like seeing like a puppy dog a little bit, where it's kind of like, oh, I think she's really attractive, but I'm gonna chase my tail because I don't want to actually succeed with this person because, wow, oh my gosh, like, look at this person over here, right? And I feel like also, too, looking at this energy, this Queen of Wands, I feel like, you know, as you can see, there's other people around. He thinks you have other suitors, and I feel like there's something about your energy where he feels like you're not really paying attention, and so that's why he's kind of like, oh, well, I'm ready to cut my losses. I'm not entirely sure if I should stick around. Should I cut my losses? But I don't know. I feel like he's changing for you, though. Like, not necessarily, like, for you in the sense that, like, he's changing himself and whatnot. But I feel like he's kind of like, okay, like, I need to stop either, like, being addicted to my phone or, like I said, like, there's some kind of, like, like, this rekindle where he's kind of like, oh, maybe I actually should start doing this one thing. You know what I mean? It's like he's kind of got some slow-moving energy as well towards you, where it's kind of like, does he have ADHD or something? Because I do notice he's kind of like, 1 minute he'll be like committed towards something, and then he'll be like, oh, diverted. Oh shoot, I forgot about that. And so I feel like he's kind of like he's a stable partner on the inside, but because his inability to focus or latch on to things, it kind of causes him to, again, do that little looping cycle where he's kind of chasing his tail unwillingly. Yeah, but I'm focused on this axe. I feel like he's also kind of like, I feel like he's also feeling like his head is on like the chopping block where he's like, man, I think I messed up. I don't know if she's just gonna cut me out or what. Like, I feel like he's just like waiting for the block. I just feel like he's just kind of like, okay, she doesn't like me. I made one too many mistakes. But, yeah, that was your reading, Playboy. Hope you enjoyed it. Okay, so next we've got Cool Girl. Then the next 3 people that are up is Chelsea, Miss Intricate, then Cutie Cat. I saw we had a bunch of people hop on to add to the list. So right now it's Cutie Cat, then Abatha, Dorella, Angelus, Jen, Olga, Psyche, Sarah S, Froggy Mist. And I think there was someone else that came in here too. I saw Pisces ED. Let me make sure Pisces gets on the list. Yeah, I'm jobless too. Yeah, I was gonna say unemployed people. Woo! I mean, like, I'm technically kind of employed because I do, I have like a little part-time gig and then obviously doing readings and whatnot, but like, it's definitely not what I would prefer. Alright, let's see. Alright, thank you so much for the like and subscribe. Ooh, hey Miss Bay, let me add you to the list. And then, yeah, hey Cool Girl, do you mind posting your question again? Same with Chelsea. And then Miss Intricate. Oh, thank you guys so much for, I love all the encouraging, like and subscribe, guys, let's do it! It's a team effort, you guys. Is it free? Can I ask a question? Yes, it absolutely is, Bukal. I just appreciate a like and subscribe, because I do these readings every Tuesday and Thursday, and so it takes a minute. Tarot Lesbian. Metalheads chat. Ooh, who's Metalheads? Hey Liam K. I had to catch a train home. No, that's okay, Liam. Thank you so much for stopping by. Sorry, I'm like trying to keep things going. Yeah, I have a feeling Terra Lesbian is just Terra Destroyer. Get this clown out of here. Alright, wow, I was gonna say the chat just really kind of blew up. Okay, how is MC feeling about me? He asked about my tattoo today. Ooh, what kind of tattoo do you have, cool girl? I love how, like, so when I do, like, my tarot readings, like, I know most people shuffle. I intuitively feel what cards need to come out, and so I decided, I was like, listen, I haven't shuffled these cards in a while, so I just did a whole cleansing of my cards and shuffled, and I was just like, man, it doesn't matter. I just feel like also shuffling takes up too much time. Alright, so how is MC feeling about me? I don't know, so, and even like saying MC, I literally feel like I'm like hearing Slim Shady, or I feel like he's just kind of like, he's the real MC. Like, I feel like, did you guys recently have a conversation where he like tells the truth? I feel like he's kind of like, he's kind of one of those guys where he feels like if you hold his, like, if a attractive, cute woman, like, gives him, like, an extended period of time to talk, and he goes out on one of his tangents. Like, I feel like he's one of those tangent guys where he sits there and goes like, all right, so-and-so's music, when it came out back in the 80s, it was not shit compared to today's stuff, and blah, 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 and, like, these bands, and da-da-da-da-da. Like, I feel like he's very, like, articulate and passionate about some very oddly specific topic, and you're sitting there just going like, uh-huh. Uh-huh. And it's kind of cute, I'm not gonna lie. And so I feel like with you, like, you bring out, like, this microphone out of him, right? Like, it's literally kind of like, okay, guys, like, he plays it off cool, right? Where he's like, all right, I feel like I gotta, like, get up on stage, and I'm just gonna, like, drop my latest diss track, or I gotta go sit and rap in front of everybody to show off, and, like, I'm gonna pretend I'm, like, looking at the whole crowd, and I'm like, I feel like I'm a rock star, and then he looks across the room, and, like, there's cool girl standing across the room, and she knows what I'm putting down, but I'm too nervous to make eye contact with her, because then it's gonna make me stutter, so then I'm gonna sit here and whatever. But, like, you kind of, like, bring out this version of him that, like, yeah, I just seem like having this microphone being like, hey, or maybe even, like, maybe he posts stuff on social media, or maybe, like, when he writes music or something, he's literally being like, hey, he wants you to see him just doing his thing. Like, it's not like he's intentionally sending you romantic signals. I don't think he's doing that, because I think he's not that forward, and I feel like he views that as kind of arrogant, if that makes any sense. Like, I feel like he's definitely not going to be direct and straightforward towards you. And usually a lot of guys don't like doing that anyway, because it's kind of cheesy, and they need to know you like them, and he's still absolutely clueless to how you feel. I'm not gonna lie. I think he's very, like, unsure. So right now, what is this? 10. I think this is Temperance. Yeah, I don't know what this is, but this is, like, Temperance in reverse, right? And so I feel like he's definitely kind of, like, out of balance right now. We've also got the Empress upright, so I definitely feel like he's kind of more in his feelings right now. There's definitely, yeah, he's got this energy that's moving towards you, but I feel like he's kind of clearing some stuff out. Let's check out what the romance cards are saying. I love you more than I could ever let myself be. Aww. So that card is all about, basically, you bring out this version of him that is a little more authentic to himself. Like, you make him feel confident about being himself. And that's like a real compliment. Like I said, like, with that whole, like, you know, MC thing, like, with him literally having the microphone, it's kind of like if you weren't around, he would just kind of sort of be like, okay, yeah, I'm doing this gig or whatever. But, like, with you kind of bring out this energy of him like, yeah, okay, I'm feeling it. you know, I'm feeling it, you know, like you have a way of like, I think because you're authentic and you allow him to be kind of authentic, like when he goes on his little tangents or when he's kind of like, you know, passionate about something, you don't shut it down or don't shy away from it. Like sometimes you're kind of like, hey man, like you're a little all over the place or whatever, but you're excited and whatever. You just kind of go like, yeah, you know, I'll clap for you. And like that alone makes him feel like $1,000,000. And I'm glad you're like supporting him. You know, because letting him be himself and not trying to control him, I think is a huge deal to him. Probably more than you know. Because I feel like, again, so like usually like the musician types or whatever, you know, sometimes like, you know, they can really get stuck in their head, or maybe if like they're, you know, hyperactive or something like that, and girls are like, oh my gosh, like, why are you like this and whatever. You know, the fact that you kind of just let him exist as he is, that makes him feel so much more secure and confident. It says, your strength and light give me courage and hope. Okay, yeah, so there we go. I just confirmed what I said. And I think that's like a real gift. You know what I mean? Just letting him kind of exist like that. Looking back at this temperance card, though, I do feel like, so like seeing these heads that are sitting in the pool here, I definitely feel like he feels like he's kind of watched, or he's always kind of like, I feel like he's very sensitive to people complaining about him. Or he's very, like, kind of self-aware or self-conscious, and he's kind of, like, looking over his shoulder, like, oh, is she, like, gonna complain about me, or is she gonna complain about this? So do be careful, because I feel like he does kind of, he puts you a little bit up on a pedestal, and so, like, if you, like, said, like, an offhanded comment, like, about his shirt or something, he would not wear that shirt for years. Okay, even, maybe not if it was his favorite shirt, but if it was his favorite shirt, then he'd feel sad. But literally, he would just, like, I'm gonna go throw this shirt away. Or it's like, I'm just going to keep this shirt off when she's around, or whatever. So, like, just kind of pay attention to that, because he does have that little insecurity going on with you, too. Because you fill him up and light him up, you can also take him down, too. So just be very careful and mindful of that. Okay, thank you so much, cool girl. All right, so next up is Chelsea. Chelsea, please post your question in the chat. And then after Chelsea, it's going to be Miss Intricate and then Cutie Cat. Chelsea. Okay. Alright, so Miss Intricate, I found your question about you want advice from Aphrodite. Metalhead is a cool tarot reader. He modded me because we were born a month apart. Oh, cool! Cool. I have a moon on my back, and I wore a shirt that I show it on purpose. Oh, I see you. He's MC from Doki Doki Literature Club. Oh my gosh. There you go, Liam. I appreciate the reference. Yeah, smash that like button. Who here has heard the Book of Bill? I don't know that one. I bibliomanced a page for you in my fairy book. Ooh, tell me more about this, Psyche. Irish Seawater Guardian. They sail on broken eggshells and enjoy the company of dolphins. Ooh. There's a card I want to show you later at some point. That'd be cool. The name's Bill Cipher. Here's some deer teeth for you, kid. I don't know that reference. Bill Cy the Science Guy. Let's see. Hey, Chelsea, are you here? Because otherwise, I'm going to move on to Miss Intricate, Cutie Cat, and then Abitha. Oh, thank you so much, Froggy Mist. I appreciate your support. It's a new Gravity Falls book. Ah, okay. Yeah. All right, Chelsea, last call on and then Miss Intricate, I'll do you next because you wanted messages from Aphrodite, and then Cutie Cat. I didn't see your question. Please put that in the chat. And then Abitha, if you were here, please put your question in the chat. Yeah, or Abitha, or yeah. I don't know if I'm pronouncing her. Yeah. I'm a terrible mod. Aw. Okay. All right. I see Cutie Cat's question. All right. Cool. So I'm gonna go ahead, and we're gonna skip Chelsea. Yeah, because I'm gonna give people like one shot if you come back and miss it, but there's so many people. I want to make sure that things are moving along. So, what number are you on the list, Miss Bay? Miss Bay, you're gonna be a while. So I'd say come back in about an hour. So Liam, yes, let me get you on there. Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you guys. I love how supportive you guys of each other. See, this is what I'm craving. I need this. Okay, Miss Intricate, what are some messages from Aphrodite? Ooh, okay. I mean, Aphrodite's like definitely like, you know, you're very pretty. And definitely there's something about like specifically Aphrodite. It's like there's a lot of focus on your face, right? I'm definitely seeing like you're very youthful, and there's almost kind of like I'm literally seeing this. Literally, like, I'm seeing, like, a woman just kind of holding your face like this, and, like, you have, specifically, your energy really glows on your cheeks, right? And so, there's kind of an energy of just kind of needing to acknowledge that. You know what I mean? That, remember, your face and how you present your energy is so important to what you're demonstrating to the world, right? And being able to, like, for example, like when you smile, seeing it up here makes a huge difference, because like you can sit there and just like, you know, doing whatever, but when you're like your whole face lifts up. And I know there's a lot of like advice out there about like, you know, you don't want to smile in certain kind of ways because it increases wrinkles and things like that. But specifically Aphrodite is like, but you're so pretty when you smile. Like, you know what I mean? Like literally just sitting there being like, girl, like that glow is what brings out so much energy in you. It's kind of like sitting there being like, all right, I'm going to talk about like this scenario, right? Where it's like that girl in the movie who sits there and I'm like, I'm going to do like the hair thing, right? Wait, wrong side of my head. Yeah. I'm going to just like sit here and just kind of be like, okay, guys, you know, oh, you're on the list, Pisces, Ed. And you're literally just like, okay, you know, I don't know if anyone notices me or whatever. And then, like, you know, obviously she's like the hot actress that everybody's like, you know, lusting over, but like the character she plays is this girl that's like, I'm just like, you know, I'm just an ordinary girl and blah, blah, blah. And then, like, all of a sudden, you know, the protagonist guy is like, oh my gosh, she's so pretty. And then, like, she pans to the camera and then, like, she like smiles and then like the whole like screen lights up because she's so pretty. And so that's you, okay? That's you when you start to light up and glow about something, right? And you don't see it because you don't have a mirror, and also because you look at yourself in the mirror. Of course you're gonna look average to yourself, because when a hot person's staring at a hot person in the mirror all the time, guess what? They're not always gonna notice it, right? And that's what Aphrodite's trying to say, is literally being like, that glow will always come through no matter what age you are, no matter what you look like. And like, don't constrict your body language, your face, the meaning of anything to restrict that glow. Because that glow is your energy. That's your beauty, no matter what anybody else says, right? Because I feel like you've taken some people's like advice to heart and it's harming you, right? It's kind of like sitting there being like, learning how to pose and act in a certain kind of way, and it's like, yeah, of course, like for a photo shoot, but you're not doing that every day, right? A hot librarian is a hot librarian, glasses or not. Exactly, Psyche. So like, you gotta like own it, right? And understand that it's like, you don't have to portray a certain type of person. It's almost like I'm seeing like, well, she's kind of like showing me to show you. There's something about like some mirror magic that you can do where it's like basically like, you know, working with your facial structure in the mirror, where it's kind of like really paying attention to like, as you're seeing yourself in the mirror, looking at what your good angles are, what actually makes that glow natural, not forcing anything, but specifically I'm seeing like to not force yourself into looking into a certain kind of box, right? Because like, let's use the hot librarian scenario, right? The hot librarian is nice because she goes into the library and she's hot being herself. And she's not sitting there constantly trying to whatever, because she's like just focused on her books or whatever. Like, think of like Belle from Beauty and the Beast, right? If Belle was constantly second guessing and looking at trends on Instagram to be like, well, how can I look like Belle on Instagram? Like, Belle's just Belle. That's what makes her pretty, right? And when you try to force a certain type of image on yourself, that's when the magic ends, right? That's when it's ruined, because at the end of the day, like, you can you can wear a mask all you want, but if you're not developing that inner expression of your beauty at that time in your life, then it's going to get so much harder when you get older. And I see this with women a lot too, where it's like, for example, when they're younger, right? They followed a certain specific type of trend. They tried to stay and play the paper doll move, right? Well, then when they needed to be authentic when they were older and as adults, they had such a hard time standing in that, and they became resentful and bitter towards other women because of the standpoint that they weren't working on that authentic beauty, right? And it becomes harder and harder over time when you've only learned to wear a mask. And I'm saying this as someone who I finally just recently been able to really take my mask off and shine and continue to work on that. And I realized how hard it was. And thank you, Aphrodite. I'm like, hey, high five. Let me get into your cards. But like, specifically though, I'm really seeing there's something about like your body image where it's like you have to reinvent it so that way it's actually sustainable and livable. Like you can, in a photo, look a certain kind of way all you want, but it's so much easier when you just naturally say, you know what? I'm hot as myself. I'm going to walk out there and own it. And you will become 100 times sexier. Like, I mean, so here's an example. Like, I don't know if you know about like what's going on with Blake Lively right now. Basically, the internet is like Blake Lively is kind of a little bit of a jerk to her coworkers and whatnot. And like, even though Blake Lively is very attractive and she's promoting and doing all this stuff, her energy is so off-putting, her attractiveness just goes right down, right? Like, and we've all kind of met those people, right? Where you're like, wow, oh my gosh, they're so gorgeous. And even if they like fake nice, there's a certain point when you spend time around those people where you're like, oh, you actually like aren't really nice. You just want like attention, or you just like certain kinds of whatever, right? Like that really drains your energy and puts you down. Versus like if you're just kind of like, you know what? I'm just gonna go out there and kind of like live like a musical where you're just like, I'm gonna like sing songs, I'm gonna do whatever the heck. Like you will always be hot. Like you will always be hot, especially to the right kind of person. Because if at any point in time you gotta have your energy flow off, then it's just not for you. Okay. Anyways, getting into your cards so I can move forward. We got stabbed in the back, heartbreak, pain. Yeah, I feel like she's just kind of watching you to avoid allowing like the backstabbing to get to you. I don't know if you've had other women in your life that kind of put you down, or not even just women. I feel like men too. Like there's like different things. Like I feel like there's like scars on your back that maybe you're kind of like afraid of or ashamed of, and your spirit guides as well as Aphrodite, because I think she's one of your spirit guides too. I feel like she's just kind of like, just relax. All right, nobody sees those scars because they're behind you. Okay, unless you like turn your back around and show them to people, no one's gonna know. Okay, but that's why it's important you heal them though, because if you're always like hunched over because you've got that pain back there, everyone's only seeing you hunched over and they're not seeing the scars back there. That was a really great metaphor. Thank you. High five team up there. I need to channel Aphrodite more. I'm sitting here like, girl. I mean, it is Aphrodite, but all right, so then finally we'll get your last set of cards and then I'm moving forward. I will show you love so bright you'll forget everything else but love. Aww. Yeah, she's looking out for you. She's trying to send you all of these good vibes, girl. Love me dearest, love me true, let my heart always make its home in you. And then life isn't living if you aren't by my side. Yeah. Yeah, this is all about love, right? Like incorporating love into your beauty standard, because it will show up so much differently. Like put on your makeup, put on your outfit because you love the makeup, because you love the outfit, and because you love yourself. Start saying fuck it to the haters, okay? And you don't even have that many haters. That's why I'm like, girl, stop it. Stop it. Don't think about yourself that way. All right, anyways though, thank you so much for stopping by, Miss Intricate. Love your vibe, love that energy. All right, so next up, it's going to be Cutie Cat, then Abatha, and then Dorella. Please post your questions in the chat. I think I saw Cutie Cat's. Abatha, if you're here, please post your question, or you will be skipped. And then Dorella, please post your question. They open their mouths and it's clear the hamster has fallen off its wheel. That's one way to put it. Youngblood, yeah. Yeah, dude, it's so hard for celebrities to stay true. I mean, I can't imagine the pressure, but like it's always so hard to watch a celebrity kind of fall apart. You know, your top is so cute. Thank you so much, Pisces. Yeah, you're wearing glasses for. Oh my god, no, Miss Intricate's gonna show up and it's gonna like, she's gonna like show up to work and she's gonna have the glasses or whatever, and you're just gonna, everyone's gonna hear music in the background, right? Like she's gonna be like showing up to work, and then she has her hair up in a messy bun, and then you'll hear like a narrator, and then like, you know, people are like looking over the cubicle, like who's doing that? And it's just the ambience around Miss Intricate. Everyone is sexier with books. That's true. Try pressing the sub button with your nose. Okay. Alright, cutie. I saw you posted it somewhere. I'm finding. Oh, yeah. How is my weekend going to go? I admit I have a fear of being ostracized and judged. No! Don't be afraid of that, cutie. What are you going to be doing this weekend that you feel like you're going to be ostracized and judged? Are you going to go commit some crimes? Are you going to go out there and be a little whimsical? I drink, okay. Be safe, you know? Be safe. Michael Stevens, will I ever pay homage to Whitney Houston? I don't know, will you? Can you sing? No crimes, just drinking. Alright, let's see. How is Cutie's weekend gonna do? Ostracized and judged story of my life. Say, welcome to the community. You're in the right place. Alright, so we've got, it's the stillness in your heart that sets me on fire. Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be relatively chill. We've got music art. Men have no medium to properly describe and capture your glory. Maybe someone's gonna hit on you. I'm like sitting here like, there's something about music, so maybe you guys are gonna. Okay, this is kind of weird, but I'm kind of seeing like a campfire, like, or like kind of like campfire vibes, where it's like you're just sitting with your friends, you kind of are just chilling. I dunked my head into the fish tank. Oh my gosh. That story's so funny though. Alright, let's see what other cards we got here. We've got the Four of Wands in reverse. Alright, and like this card is like, we got like these weird trees and a gremlin that's like looking at this child. And I feel like there's something about like, you're gonna like avoid disaster. I don't know, like I feel like, I don't know. I feel like your friends are just kind of watching out for you. Hey, Pina. All right, yeah, and we have the Six of Swords. I feel like you're gonna move on from a situation of some kind. It's almost like you're kind of like reluctant to like show your face, which I know you said, but I'm kind of sitting here just like, I'm like seeing the scenario and you're just gonna be kind of like, I just like see you like holding like the bottle and you're just kind of like, and you don't want to speak up, and your friends are kind of like, hey, you know, like you're killing the vibe, you know, like they're kind of just saying like, hey, move past it, you know, everybody's got their stories and whatnot, and true friends watch out for the drunk one. Yeah, and like I'm kind of seeing like, that's why like looking at this card, right? At first I was like, oh no, am I gonna have to warn her about something? And I'm like, no, I feel like these are more of like kind of like inner gremlins, right? It's just hard for you to kind of separate, you know? And it's like, don't be the first person to judge yourself, you know, because like everyone's got a crazy drunk story, which like I was about to say, I'm gonna share my crazy drunk story, and then my spirit guide teens are like, no, you're not. Don't do that. Don't spoil the fun. I've got plenty of live streams available to share some of my shenanigans, right? And then there's also the shenanigans that are not made for the internet. So, you know, but yeah, but it's definitely like I'm seeing like listening to music and just kind of like just vibing. And then I feel like the after hanging out with your friends, I feel like you're gonna have like a really kind of mellow like Sunday. Like Sunday, I feel like you're gonna like either clean your room or there's gonna be like some kind of like a just a chill energy. And also like I see you in like white socks. Like there's something about like, do you really like having like cozy slippers, or there's something with your feet where you're just kind of like, I really need to just like sit and just have like cozy feet. Michael, not Kevin Costner. Costner? Oh my god. What the heck happened to the chat? I've been sitting here channeling and I'm just like, what the heck is going on with you guys? I'm twerking with chat and someone's taking pictures. What? I don't even know. You know what? I'm not paying attention to the chat. I'm gonna keep going with the reading. I trust that you're all being good. But yeah. Yeah, I'm seeing stillness and I see it just kind of being chill. So be safe with your friends, you know, make good choices and all that stuff, but you're gonna have a good time and just, you know, the chat's going up. So don't apologize. I'm okay with the chaos. Just be good. I'm not paying attention right now. But anyways, Cutie, thank you so much for stopping by. That was your reading. All right, Abatha, if you are here, you are up next. Please post your question. Otherwise, I'm going to move on. Dorella, please post your question if you are here. And then Angelus, if you are here, post your question in the chat. Then after that, it's going to be Jen, Olga, and Psyche. Yeah, thank you guys so much for being patient. I know these readings or these lives take a while, but I like making sure you guys get good quality readings. And obviously, we've got an entertaining chat going on here to keep you entertained while you wait. Abatha, Dorella, and Angelus, please post your questions in the chat. Everyone looking busy and pious. I'll behave, maybe. Maybe. Listen, I'm a Scorpio, okay? We don't behave over here. We just give the illusion of normalcy. Okay. Hi Pena. If you're new here, like and subscribe. Absolutely I'll add you to the list. Is Psyche, are you one of Sam's friends? Because if not, maybe you're now a friend. What in... Hey, everyone loves cheese. I don't even... Michael's... you're not just a Scorpio, you're a double Scorpio. Sassy and nasty. I can neither confirm nor deny these things. Yeah, no, well, like I said, double Scorpio, and then, like, my Venus is in Scorpio. I have to bring up my chat. It's been a hot minute. I don't have my whole chart memorized, but I've got a lot of Scorpio. Alright, Abatha, I'm moving forward without you. Same with Chelsea. If you're floating around, you are getting added to the end of the list if you come back. Alright, Dorella. Dorella was here and pretty active earlier, so Dorella, are you hanging around there? Otherwise, Angelus and Jen, please post your questions. Hey, Ari, welcome back. I'm a double Pisces. There we go. No, I've been noticing, like, I've been connecting with a lot of people that have, like, very strong chart placements, kind of like that. Which I love it. I love it. I love people that are embodying that. Hey, Angelus, please post your question. Because you are up. Unless Dorella pops in. But Dorella, Angelus, and Jen, please post your questions. I came in real late. I was sleeping. Ooh, I hope you had a good nap. That's alright. Sam and I are now friends. Good. I think you guys would get along. You've got great energy. Can I get insight on my gifts? Ooh. Yeah, Sam is being the mod today because Hello has not shown up. I'm like, oh no! She's out there saving the world. You get excited. Oh, thank you, Froggy Mist. I'm excited that you're back. I'm not able to receive visions when I'm awake anymore, only when I'm sleeping. Ooh. Okay. Alright. Alright, Dorella, you... Is Ibiza bumping to the back? Yep. them, and I'm gonna give Dorella a little bit more time just because I appreciate her because she's been doing a lot of really great promotionals, but it looks like she kind of had to walk away, so we'll give her a little more time. But all right, so anyways, about Angelus's gifts. Ooh, I'm feeling there's some kind of a blockage, which sounds kind of obvious. Okay, do you want this card? Yeah, no, that's weird because I'm literally like tapping into your energy. I'm literally like, it's almost like a weird apathy feeling, or it's like I'm feeling like stubborn energy. I'm feeling really lethargic and drained. Like it's almost like I'm slowing down. All right, let's see what's kind of going on with you. Ooh. Okay, that's interesting. Oh shoot, I don't remember what this card is in the tarot. Oh, this is death? Oh, that makes a whole heck of a lot more sense. Okay, yeah, because sometimes you can tell what looking at. Yeah, that's death. And this was in reverse, right? So I feel like you're definitely going through like a transformation, but there's kind of resistance. And you know, when you're looking at this image, right? At first I was like, image wise, this is so like telling, right? Because it's like, you know, so your dreams are strong. Yeah, because it's like you see this figure that's like sleeping here dead, and then there's like this very bright figure, and it's almost like this is like your physical body and your spiritual body kind of like merging together, but it's having a hard time. And so that would make sense too with like the death energy. Like some part of you is coming to a conclusion, if that makes any sense. And I think that's why you're being blocked off from stuff, because your spirit guide teams don't want you to be like overwhelmed. I can also tell you too, as an intuitive person that has gone through many spiritual cycles of elevation, every time with fall approaching, depending on when your spiritual awakening happened, fall is always when the veil gets a lot thinner based off of like the placement of the earth and some other scientific reasons. But the point is that fall is always way more psychically charged. And so as you're transitioning and opening up and becoming aware of things and approach that time of the year, you're going to start noticing a lot more downloads, a lot more things coming through. And that's why I think right now, just kind of wait it out. I don't think there's anything that you're doing wrong, but this blockage is kind of like something's coming out or needs to come out. And that's why it's almost like, I feel like some of it's a little bit trauma energy, and some of it's also like it will trigger you if you were like fully tapped in and honed in, if that makes any sense. You also have the strength card here. So a lot of it too is you're needing to find strength on your journey and your path right now. And so this is kind of just more reassurance that you kind of need to have some courage right now, because what's going on right now is as your psyche's elevating, you need to have, it's almost like you've been carrying this burden and you need to have strength to be able to finally push it off, right? And so right now it's kind of like, you know, imagine like, you know, I have like this rock here, you're lifting, and eventually it gets over the edge and then it comes out of your energy, right? But right now you're at the stage where you're right here, right? Where you're not even sure what it is you're holding on to. And that's okay. One of the problems also with a lot of like psychic awareness and spirituality, especially if you're still learning about your gifts and as you become aware of more of them, there's going to be a certain phase during your spiritual awakening where there's just shit that is not going to make sense. And if you dwell on it and try to force it, it will be hard. Hey, Dorella, thank you so much for coming back. We'll do you after Angelus. All right. I knew you were going to come back. And IDK, if this is affecting my manager. Yes, it is. But I think it's a good blockage, if any sense, because it's kind of like your spirit guide team's kind of like, wait, hold off. Don't manifest too much right now because there needs to be a inner balance first, right? So like when I was talking about that strength, right? We'll use like my little thing here, right? If I'm supposed to be using two hands in order to lift this burden and drop it, right? If I'm like lifting this and then my other hand goes, wait, it's like, oh, right? because you can carry more after you remove this blockage. But if there's not balance within yourself, like spirit is never going to give you something that you can't handle. And so part of that means sometimes they will put blockages and prevent things from coming through clearly to force you to take a step back to be like, okay, I don't have control over this. I'm going to sit in my own energy and I'm going to wait. And that's why I'm feeling you really need to make sure that you're paying attention to your inner blockages, because there are things that are just clearing out right now. Let's see, we have let me touch the pain away. I want you. This is a romance deck. So I think like what would really help is you being able to get in touch with your body, you know, and sometimes too, if like, for example, if you are, say you normally have like, I see something with like channeled vision, right? Or vision sight, where it's almost like you can kind of like see things that have come to pass, or there's something about you being able to see things or see very well. And so for imagine if you're like, okay, I can't connect to my gift right now, I'm feeling blocked. What I would do is literally take my hands, put my hands on my eyes, and I would feel the energy, and I would use my hands to kind of communicate with my eyes to be like, all right, how are my eyes feeling right now? What is the blockage? And like learning to have better like communication with your body, so that way you'll start getting clearer answers. The next card we have is express gratitude. You're so blessed. Yeah, so that's another thing too, is like some of the blockage is not being able to reflect back to your current situation right now. And the reason why your spirit guide team's saying like come back to gratitude is it's to focus on the muscle, right? So like as you are learning to contain more things, more spiritual gifts, more insights, and more integration and heal, right? Some of that muscle of being able to hold it needs to be built. And so that's why creating that gratitude mindset will really, really be beneficial to you. So that way when you're looking around and everything's chaotic, because you overcame this, that next step, suddenly it's not going to be as crazy anymore. And so you'll be getting like these downloads and you'll be doing all this stuff. And it's like, oh, hey, this drama that's happening over there. I already went through that a couple years ago. I'm fine. I'm so grateful for what I have, because you're able to finally appreciate and see it and count it up. And that's what also gives you more spiritual faith, so you can dive in and do the work that you need to do on a deeper level. I was told I would get into remote viewing soon, like years from now. Yeah, you can do that. And like astral projection and things like that. But yeah, for you, I'm seeing it literally, I just keep hearing it's like vision sight. So, yeah, or you'll visualize visions and things like that. Maybe even doing some timeline hopping. But yeah, anyways, Angelus, that was your reading. I hope that helps. You know, and another thing too, I keep feeling like, you know, also placing your hands over your heart just so that way you can feel it. Because this happens to me sometimes, and I see it with other people too, is when you're really stuck in your gifts and you're really like channeled out and stuff, you kind of lose track of your body. So finding things to touch, to be like, okay, I'm in my body, I can feel myself right now. Doing stuff like that will also help ground you, right? Okay, anyways, thank you so much, Angels. Hope you're doing all right. Okay, Dorella, please post your question in the chat. Then after Dorella, we're going to have Jen and then Olga. Please post your questions in the chat, please. Mercury put his slippers on the wrong feet again and is spazzing around the cosmos. Uh-huh. Having power surges, huh? All right, thank you for being patient, Olga. All right, is Tony L depressed? Oh, I hope not. All right, is Tony depressed? Spirit, is he depressed? What's going on with Tony? Okay, there's something, like, I feel like Tony feels like he's being used by somebody. Alright, Tony S. Or Tony. Okay, yeah, so Dorella, so you've got Mask here. The next card you got was with love comes acceptance. I was always accept you as you are. We've got the 10 of Pentacles. And then we've got the 3 of Pentacles. So there's something about he's having a hard time like reconciling with you, or there's some kind of like a reconciliation process that he's doing where he's very uncertain. I'm hearing like there's something about like she's so wise, or like he's kind of like, yeah, I definitely feel like there's depression because it's kind of like I'll like it's like that energy of like I'm thinking about something and then my mind just kind of drifts. And it's like almost like a really like sleepy, like being like stuck on a boat and not being able to fully think. Yeah, and then like with this like the way this 10 of Pentacles is portrayed, it's almost like his head's kind of in the clouds. With this acceptance energy, I feel like in terms of his relationship to you, I feel like you always accept him for who he is, but I feel like sometimes he's kind of like he doesn't understand why. And I think that's just part of his, like... I feel like that's, like, just part of his mental illness or whatever's kind of going on with them. Okay, thank you so much, Aniket. I appreciate it. I'm glad you liked your reading. But yeah, in terms of, like, the 3 of Pentacles, right? You know, that's usually about, like, community and bonding, and I feel like he's like having a hard time connecting with others in general. I don't think it's like just you though, Dorilla. I feel like he's resistant to like going out and talking to people. Like I feel like maybe, I don't know with whatever happened in your recent circumstances, but I feel like it's been a more recent occurrence where he's not going out and talking to people. I feel like he kind of used to at some point. But right now I'm literally seeing him just be kind of like, I'm like stuck. You know what I mean? There's kind of like a stuck inside energy. Same with like this mask. I feel like he kind of like, so with like the masks going back and forth, right? There's kind of like a hot and cold energy. So like to some people he shows a happy mask, to other people he shows a sad mask. I feel like because you're more authentic and he feels more comfortable living his truth around you, I think you see a more depressed version of him because he's not hiding for you, which kind of sucks. What is he depressed about? I feel like he's depressed about his job. I feel like he's depressed about finances, and I feel like, for example, like that acceptance card, he's like, I feel like he's just not accepting himself, and I think he's really having a hard time accepting his circumstances. Which, I mean, like, we're going through a post-pandemic crazy time around the world, regardless of where you live, right? And, yeah, and I feel like he also, it's like, this heaviness I'm feeling, it's like, I mean, like, I can see, like, maybe he drinks alcohol sometimes, but this heaviness is almost like, I can't talk about it. Like I have such a hard time speaking my truth and like just kind of going whatever. It's like nobody cares, and it's like, you know what I mean? It's almost literally like being kind of like so drunk you can't talk, or you're like out of it. So yeah, I say just keep an eye on him. You know, obviously, you know it's not your responsibility to regulate his emotions, or whatever. But checking in on him would be completely appropriate, and you know, sending him some good, loving energy because that's hard. I know what this energy feels like, and I'm just like shit. Like now that I'm like years out of this headspace, I'm like, thank God I was able to get out. But like, yeah, and I think he feels like you're very nice too. And I think that really helps brighten his day. You know, you do have really great energy, Dorella, so, you know, keep it up. You're helping everybody around you. Alright, so let's see. We've got Jen, Olga, and Psyche. You guys are next. Let me check the list to see how it's going, because right now I have Jen, Olga, Psyche, Sarah S, Froggy Mist, Pisces Ed, Miss Bay, Liam K. Let me get back to what Samuel has. Alright, so after Liam, we've got Chelsea, Pena, Aerie, and then Abatha. Okay, cool. Alright, so that is the list. Jen, Olga, and Psyche. Jen, Olga, and Psyche, please post your question. Oh, I found Olga's question. So, Olga, you're good. How was your day, Mania? Yours was a mess. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Aerie. My day was pretty good. I got some fake lashes done. So, my friend, she's studying to be a lash technician, and so she did, she worked on my face, and it made me feel really pretty, and that's why I decided to like look a little sparkly today and put some makeup on and whatever. Anakit, sure, we can add you to the list. Anakit. I may see if I have ancestry connection to Marie Laveau. Ooh! Listen, Marie Laveau, she has such wonderful energy. I actually, one time, me and my friend channeled her, and I left her an offering at her museum in New Orleans. It was pretty funny. The offering, I'm not gonna say what it was, but, it was removed when I went back later. But, she requested it, so we got it for her. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, hit that like and subscribe. Alright, Jen. Okay, let's see. I keep seeing this guy's name. Okay, wait. Okay, I'm gonna see the note. I keep seeing this guy's name, Jared, that I ran into for literally a few minutes several years ago. Why and what the hell does it mean? Okay. The voodoo priestess, yeah. Marie Laveau, she's so sassy, but she's so, like, Her energy, you don't mess with her energy, but she's so nice. My mind is all kerfuffled. That's okay. Alright, so let's see, what are the messages from Spirit about Jared? I'm seeing some kind of a tank. What? What is this energy? Girl, have you been up to some spiritual woo-woo things? Here, if you don't mind, can I, like, untangle this knot that's going on? There's, like, a psychic knot that you're, like, entangled with this person. I don't want to pull any more cards until I unpop this. Is that okay? I have to have your permission first, because I don't want to do any work on anybody that you're not consenting to. Grubhub is sending me more beer. I'm ready for tonight. Yes! Yes! I love it. Listen, I always encourage, well, back when I did Drunk Tarot, I used to encourage drinking along, because I would be drinking and doing readings, whatever, but I'm like, I don't do that. Please, okay. So part of it's also your throat chakra's a little bit blocked, Jen, but, okay, let me see this with you and, okay, wait, let me, sorry, excuse me, I'm gonna look really weird right now. Yeah, I'm just seeing a lot of psychic entanglement, and there's kind of like, clearing that energy out. Okay, are you feeling a little bit better? Yeah, it was kind of a soul tie, but it kind of felt more of like a timeline knot, or some kind of like a weird, like, things being ingrained in each other. Alright, now we can get some more truthful information about what was going on with him. Because it wasn't just you, but I feel like there was some kind of, like, entanglement that wasn't supposed to be there. That's why it's, like, be careful sometimes with the I don't know if you've been doing, like, magic or doing, like, setting certain intentions or doing things, but there was, like, kind of, like, an overlap or some kind of a thing where it was, like, stuff was showing up that was not supposed to show up, if that makes sense. I don't know. This is, like, I don't know how to explain it in English. It's just more so I just energetically be like, oh, I know what's going on, but I can't, like, articulate it because I don't know enough about what I know how to do it. But as long as you feel better, I just cleared that out. Alright, so we've got, you're the only home I want to be in. And then, it's the way you see life that keeps me wondering. Yeah, which I think that's kind of more your energy, where it's kind of like just wondering what the heck is going on. Maybe this person brought something out of you. I feel like there was kind of, like, I think that's where, like, some of the knot came from. Here, we gotta, like, pop that open out there, too. Yeah, I feel like there's just a lot of, like, clearing energy. That's what it really feels like, why this person's coming up. Because, like, I don't know about what happened when you guys met and interacted, but something kind of came loose in both of your energy, right? And for you, I feel it was more like something, like, came out, and it's kind of like a loose tooth, and it was just kind of, like, floating there, and it was supposed to be something that you were supposed to, like, maybe a trauma or some kind of, like, an energy that you needed to really release, but because the tooth was kind of stuck in there, you gotta, like, kind of, like, and then just, and throw it out. Versus this other person, like, I think it was kind of like calling your energy back, but because of that entanglement, it's like maybe you didn't experience anything with him, but I feel like he was definitely more affected by your exchange than you were, and so it was almost like he was, like, subconsciously trying to draw your energy back in, and so then it was, like, kind of hitting you, but it was just kind of, like, disrupting things because you weren't consenting to it, but something was going on energetically. We've got the dragonfly, be lighthearted, finding out, things coming to light. And then we've got sunglasses, watching, looking, stalking, gaslighting, perception, focusing out. Yeah, there's something about you were energetically blind to whatever he was doing. Yeah, there was, like, some kind of, like, I'm seeing, like, fates entangled. Something to do with maybe timelines, too, because, like, maybe he's not significant in this timeline, but I feel like there's, like, a different chapter of what was going on between you two. Yeah, because it definitely feels, it's almost like your spirit guide team, like, blocked him out. Like, there was, like, he had certain kinds of intentions. He was, like, going down his own storyline and path, and you kind of stopped his manifestation because you're like, that's not my story. Like, who is that person? No. And then there was kind of, like, a little, like, mess, because in a different timeline, you might be connected to him. But in this timeline, you are not. And so that's why it's kind of, like, weird, where it's like, and it keeps going back into that weird, okay, so the energy keeps going back into that spiraling, right? And there's something you're not focusing on. And so you kind of either have to choose to, like, not let this energy spiral, but there's something about your choosing that keeps redirecting you back into this energetic loop, right? Because it's like, I literally keep seeing the spiraling energy where you're like, okay, I'm walking down this path, I don't care. And then it's like, and it's something about, like, you're not coming clean with yourself about what went on with somebody. And, like, this person is a manifestation of you not processing that old trauma wound. And so then now it's going back into a cycle. And that's where that spinning energy is. It's not necessarily about him, it's about the energy and that spiral. And so because that spiral's occurring, you're getting the energy all tangled up, right? So it's kind of like, yeah, it's like a timeline tangle. Sure, we'll use this, right? So it's kind of sitting there being like, you're supposed to move forward like this, right? We've got, like, the line. And then what's happening is every time the energy goes like this, and then suddenly, because you can't pull out of it, because you get caught in the loop, then suddenly it turns into this, right? And it's all tangled up. And so because you need to continually keep pulling yourself back out, instead of just, like, holding steady on your manifestations and doing this, your energy keeps looping back, and then you spiral, and it keeps getting pulled because this other person wants your energy back, but then you're kind of fighting, and then you're kind of like, whatever, instead of just going like, that's your energy, this is my energy, and I'm going to hold steady. There's something about you're not focused, and so that obstruction is preventing you from moving towards a better relationship. And it just feels like it's like a weird spiritual trip. Like, it's not anything you're doing intentionally. It's just, It just so happens to be that person. So how do I stop it? Basically what you do is you, one, cut cords, try to energetically also follow the spiral, right? And literally like go sit in the spiral energy. You're gonna go, whoa, time out, what's going on here? And then start feeling that energy out. Like, I don't know how in tune you are, but literally sit with the energy and just kind of look around and be like, what happened here? Because I feel like the reason why you're drawn to this energy is there's some kind of a gap between the two of you timeline-wise where something needs resolved, and that's why you keep entangling each other. And just because he's subconsciously wanting you doesn't mean he's consciously doing this. Because this feels more of like, I would be highly careful about focusing on 3D manifestations as opposed to this being 5D stuff. Because a lot of what I'm talking about is higher vibrational energy entanglement as opposed to like what's going on in the 3D. Because 3D, the worst he might be having is like a dream or two about you, right? And maybe having a desire or feelings towards you. But what's happening with that energy spiraling, that's the 5D version of all of your manifestations getting tangled up and warped and whatnot because there's some kind of a looping spiral here and cycle. And so once you heal that, like I said, sit with the energy, feel it, ask it what's going on, and then eventually it's going to dissipate and clear itself out once you resolve that one thing. Yeah, and I highly recommend too, like I know that was like a lot, come back 2 days later, and I'm saying specifically 2 days later, rewatch this reading, and like timestamp it right now, and then, so like right now, it's 220107. I don't know, write that down or something like that. You'll see it on the screen, but basically come back, rewatch this reading after you've sat with the energy, kind of do like a little exercise, pause the video and do that whole thing, and then you'll be able to kind of feel it out. Again, assuming you can do that energy work. I could maybe walk you through it at some point, but that's kind of the gist of what I got. So, sorry, that was like really, I didn't know 5D manifestation, oh god. I feel like half of my life the last 3 years have been me just living a shell of myself as I've been floating around in the 5D space. My cats are literally gobbling down lasagna like Garfield, right? Nice. Okay, Olga, you are up. Then it's going to be Psyche, then Sarah S. I know Sarah S had posted her question a while back. But yeah, I hope I never see him again. Oh god. Yep, I know that, but I feel like once you figure out this energetic entanglement, then it's going to get a whole hell of a lot easier. Yeah, and like and here's the thing too, I will tell you about like the focusing though. You can try to focus with your mind, it's not going to work until you resolve the issue. So you have to like sit in it and like actually feel it out. Yeah, and here's the thing, I will say this to all of y'all about the people that deal with psychic spiritual loops and things like that. Like, for example, if like you can't get away from a person or something like that, the only way out of that is through. You can cut the cords as many times as you want. You can do all this. If an issue is not being resolved, it will continue to come back and beat you in the face. All right, and that's why I get frustrated with a lot of people that be like, "Oh, you can't sage major lessons away." Right? It's kind of like sitting there being like, okay, if I have an addiction to something and I'm continuing to run away from the same thing, I can try to run as fast as far as I can. If I'm not facing what put me in that situation, then I'm never going to get out of it, right? And so that's why I really don't like a lot of the advice that's going on. Now, again, certain types of things, yes, you can cut cords and remove energy. And cutting cords is like a great way to like disconnect and get started with it. But you have to be in the space to be able to face it and actually figure out what the heck is going on. Okay. Did we meet at the wrong time? Yeah, I think so, but I think there's also no such thing as a wrong time, if that makes any sense. But he definitely was affected. Is one of your cats Garfield? Hey, can I get a rating? Yes, Lizette. I will add you to the list if you're still here. Ooh, we got that Desi girl. Have I completed my twin flame journey yet or not? Girl, nobody gets off the twin flame journey unless you're dead. That is the only way you get off this crazy train. I don't want to even talk about the twin flame journey, dude. Sam, I was really tempted to message you the other day, or this morning, because my dreams, I was just like, are you kidding me? I was like, are you kidding me for real? Like, I woke up mad, literally, like, the last words that were spoken in my dream, I woke up and I was like, it's like, literally, I'm at a point now where I don't know if it's literally me, like, lucid dreaming to a point where if that one thing comes up one more goddamn time in my dreams, I just wake up and I'm just like, no, like, literally, I lucid dream myself out of slumber because I'm that annoyed at this point where it's like, oh, I'll be having a normal dream, and then that one thing comes up every single time. Twin lame dream. Yeah. All right, let me see. What did Olga say? What can is up and coming for me, please? All right, what is up and coming for me? I'm not answering that question, Ari. I didn't say there were those kind of dreams. God. But you know what? You know what, Ari? That particular message. You know what? I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. I'm just staring at the universe. I've got some spirit guides that are laughing at me right now. I gotta focus on Olga's reading, okay? Gosh. Hey, Divine Preacher Tarot. Hello. Welcome. You came in at a very interesting time in the live stream. You lost your spot yesterday. Aw. Well, that's what happens. That's how the cookie crumbles. Okay, Olga, what's up and coming for you? I feel like there's going to be, like, a new person coming into your life. Like, there's some kind of, like... This feels like a friendship of some kind. And I don't know if it's going to be, like... I'm hearing, like, 2 years, so maybe this relationship will last 2 years or something like that. But I definitely feel like there's kind of, like, a friendship or somebody that you've been kind of, like, holding out for. I don't know if it's, like, someone... Okay, it doesn't feel like someone from your past, but I definitely feel like it's somebody who you're gonna be, like, able to show up for. Hey, Dark Dragon! Hello. Yeah. Oh, well, that was interesting, because I'm sitting here, like, you know, I want to put this, like, blanket on me, because I was like, oh, I was feeling cold, and I was here like, no, don't close yourself off. And I feel like your spirit guide team is literally, like, trying to warn you to say, like, stop closing off good connections for you. Like, literally, it's kind of like, see how I have this, like, sparkly, sexy-ass outfit right now? And I look really cute? And I'm like, yeah! And everybody at the beginning of this live stream, everyone's like, go, Chris, go! It's so cute, right? And then, like, me putting the shawl on, somebody's like, there's no sparkles. Because I'm chilly. And I'm closed off. And even though I look beautiful in this blanket, you don't see the sparkles. And I know you're cold and it's a little chilly up there, but guess what? Go have a whiskey shot. Do something to make yourself, like, feel fun, right? Like, I feel like your spirit guide team is, like, they're trying to introduce new experiences to you, but you're kind of like, you're kind of doing this. Like, look, I look like some weird combination of, like, a mom. Like, I was supposed to go out to the club, but then my children, you know, like, broke the TV at home, so I had to come home early, and now I'm sitting here like, right? I just need a sparkle blanket. But yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like, your spirit guide teams, like, they're trying to send you new experiences, and so this is just trying to, like, make you aware to be like, hey, it's okay to have fun, it's okay to have a good time, right? And, like, even if you're not, like, going out there and wearing a sparkly outfit, because I feel like you really don't like getting noticed, Olga, but, like, you have to admit to yourself, like, sometimes you just gotta have fun. Like, go have fun. Like, I don't care if you're at the grocery store. You know what I mean? I feel like there's, like, a little bit of, like, life feels very mundane for you, and you've been, like, asking for something for a little bit, and your spirit guide's trying to give it to you, but you gotta, like, kind of, like, let's have a little fun. You know what I mean? Like, okay, get some fun earrings, right? Like, do something that's out of the normal. I feel like sometimes you can be a little, like, stubbornly traditional in a way that's, like, it's not authentic to you, or you just kind of, like, It's not even that. I just feel like you kind of shut yourself down because you're tired, life happened, and you're just kind of like, all right, I'm just a mom. Yeah. I'm like, well, still, you're a sexy mama, okay? And, like, just because you're a mom doesn't mean you can't sparkle. Haha! See? Go out there and have your night, and then you can come home, and then it's all back to business, right? Let's get into some of these cards. So we've got you. Your love sends me to the moon and back. Yeah, so I feel like this friendship is really gonna like bring out this other alternative version of you that's gonna kind of make you like feel a little bit more excited again, right? Because it's like, so the image I'm getting in my head, right? So since you're a mom of 3 kids, bless you, that's a lot. I have a friend who's in the same boat, and that's just so much to take care of. But like I'm thinking back to like when I was growing up, I had a babysitter who did these really cool things called quests, where she took all of like my stuffed animals and all my toys, and we went on quests together, and we set up the whole house, or not the whole house, but like the whole room, and we'd have like my favorite stuffed animal, and he'd have to overcome an obstacle course, and we'd go through the whole house or the whole whatever, and then like have like a great time. And it was a quest, and it was something that like really stood out to me because other babysitters, it's like, all right, let the kid watch TV or sit there and go outside and do whatever. Meanwhile, she was very engaged with me. It was very creative and spontaneous. I was able to come up with whatever, and it was so much fun, right? And so this is kind of like just like your spirit guide team saying like, hey, like whatever it is you're doing, you can make it fun and creative, so that way it's not such a drain on you too, right? You know what I mean? It's like allowing you to be able to express yourself and have fun and get creative with it too, because then you'll have fun, because if it's just like I gotta like come up with something else for dinner or whatever, like trying to like get some like, cute ideas, like the internet's full of that sort of stuff, and it's meant for you too, because motherhood can get so tedious, overwhelming, draining, all of the above. And allowing yourself to have fun with it too is half of the reason why all the kids do the fun shit too. Because think about it, if we had kids that were just stuck inside all day, there was no color on the walls, there was no drawings, there was no whatever. I mean, like, we saw what that did to children back in the day, working in coal mines and factories and stuff like that. Those children look like mini adults, right? That's why we include that stuff so that way they can enjoy life. And like, you're included in that. Like, if your children are seeing you enjoying things, that's also going to set it up. And, like, all that stuff that's coming towards you, right? You have to have a little bit more, like, okay, I want to start enjoying life again. I want to start receiving it. And even if it's, like, again, like right now, I'm just feeling you're so worn out and exhausted. Like, you have to be open to receiving in order to get all these great things, right? Because, like, maybe you're out there searching for something for your kids, and maybe you go to, like, Five Below or some place to be like, all right, you know what? We're going to do that weird, crazy, fun, silly hat night, so we're going to go make hats. And so then you go to Five Below to go find something at the craft store, and then you meet your best friend there because you're like, oh my gosh, I really like your outfit, or I really like your idea. And then you talk about your silly craft night. And then the other girl's like, oh my gosh, we do silly, fun craft night at my place too. Let's have our kids hang out and let's help each other out. You know what I mean? It's like things like that where it's like when you start like radiating that energy again, or have a little bit more life in you, you're going to attract other people that can evoke that in you, right? And I feel like you've just been asking for so much and you're not letting yourself to sit back and receive it, right? All right, we're having silly hats night chat, right? Yeah, let's do it. A lifetime with you will simply never be enough. Yeah. You know what I mean? See what else we got here. We've got the 9 of Wands in reverse. And then, what is that? Okay, I'm sorry, like, I don't use this deck that often, so I'm still kind of, like, learning what the... Oh, that's Justice? What the heck? Yeah, Justice in reverse as well. Yeah, I just have a feeling like, you gotta, like, kind of relax and kind of let the past go as well. So, don't give in. It's coming. You have the fortitude and strength to kind of get through to get the things you desire. It's just lighting that spark. Focus on figuring out like what's going to give me that spark back so that way I can still be open to the things coming your way, right? Because I feel bad, like, for example, if you've been sitting there trying to, like, manifest more money or manifest a job, and it's like you've tried all the manifestation things and they didn't work. So you're like, well, why do I watch tarot readings? Well, at some point they just make me feel better, right? But there is a science to it, right? It's just not subconsciously seeking out what it is you want to find and be open to what may be that I don't know yet, right? You know, keep your energy up. You can do it, Olga. Thank you so much for stopping by. All right, Psyche, you are up. Then it's going to be Sarah S. and then Froggy Mist. I saw a gooch in there. Hello. You meet your people while you're out doing stuff you truly like and letting the weird out for others to find. Right? Look at how I started this YouTube channel. It's been such a positive experience for me. I mean, I started this as a joke. This whole YouTube channel started as a joke. And now here I am, becoming a professional tarot reader and having done it at events and stuff like that. So, like, you never know, right? Do stuff for fun and say screw it, and then you never know what sticks. Can someone watch the list? I'll make a cup. Yep. All right, Psyche, please post your question. Sarah S., I think you posted your question earlier. I'll have to go back and find it. And then Froggy Mist, what is your question? Oh. Silly Hats Night. Yeah, I vote we do that. That is a great shirt. Thank you, Divine. Okay, let's see here. Divine, yeah, I think... Yeah, I gotta see where you were at on the list. It's like, I'm keeping a list, and then Sam has been also patiently updating the list. I feel like there was somebody else. I think we're good. Okay, whatever. We'll figure it out. All right. Okay. Thank you guys so much for posting your questions. Nope, you're not too much, Froggy. You got this. Okay, Psyche. Weird people with weird comments around me sometimes. Okay. I don't know why, because I was looking at your, like, profile picture, and I was like, is that a biblically accurate angel? And I just had this image of you, like, walking around like that with, like, all the eyeballs taped to you, and I was like, I could see that. I could see why. Alright, weird people around me saying weird things. Any insight? Do you mind getting a little more specific on what you're asking? Like, why are there weird people around you? Or, like, what kind of, like, weird energy? It's Cupid and Psyche. Ah, okay, that's cute. What's about these, like, weird people around you? So some of these people are sending you a sign or signal that you need to get out of the way of something that you're manifesting. So it's almost like... Okay, so some of these people, they're kind of like... Let's see, there's a guy I like in YouTube chats, but he gets weird on me. Yeah, I don't know. It's something about that person's energy you might want to step away, take a step back from. So it's like, but some of this, like, weird energy, like, some of it is literally manifestations and you not paying attention to what's going on around you. So some of it's, like, boundaries, and some of it's also they're just weird people, and it just they might not be jiving with you. It seems to be kind of a mixed bag, because you, like... You go to some very interesting places on the internet, Psyche. I'm just kind of like... I'm peering over your energy and like where you're all looking online, and I'm just kind of like, do you psychically pay attention to some of these rooms? Because some people are fine, they're interesting, and then there's other people where you're like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't talk to them. I just kind of sit there like, because like, you're not doing anything bad, you're not going anywhere that's, like I said, like, nothing that's wrong. It's just kind of like one of those things where you're like, hey, it's okay if we like to share memes with each other every once in a while, but like, I would never meet you in real life, right? Friends with Satan's ex-wife. Right? Okay, so you've got. Oh, yep, you got the devil in reverse, right? And like, check out this card, right? I feel like this is you. You're like playing roulette with weird people. Where I think to you it's kind of a game, but your spirit guide team are trying to like allude to the fact like what could you be better doing with your time and energy, right? Where it's like it's like it's not a no offense, but your spirit guide team's just saying like, hey, you're starting to linger in places where you're saying you want to manifest that over there, but you keep like sitting over here talking to this kind of person that doesn't bring you the manifestations that you desire. And so then, but you're like, but I like dancing with the devil because it's silly and it's fun and da 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 da. And it's like, this kind of reminds me of like people who fuck with Loki's energy and don't understand what they're doing, right? So, as everybody kind of knows, Loki is the god of mischief, right? And I used to work with his energy back in the day, or at least he picked me. he chose me, and he taught me a lot of things, right? But what people don't understand with trickster energy, right? You can't control, define, or limit, and specifically control trickster energy, right? And every single time you do that roulette, sometimes you get whimsical things, sometimes you get weird things, sometimes you get whatever, right? And depending on what you put into that energy is what you get out. But that doesn't guarantee that you're not going to get a devil energy that is way disproportionate from what you put in there. Because it's just like, you know, I was seeing like the Riddler, right? It's kind of like, you know, playing one of those random roulettes. You don't know what you're going to find out. And I think your spirit guide team's alluding to the fact that like, okay, you know, you kind of had your fun or whatever, but you're trying to go down this pathway and we're just kind of, we're sending you some signs and signals that this sort of pattern is no longer suitable to you as you're elevating your energy. We've also got the Knight of Cups here. So somebody's moving towards you too, and I feel like there's also kind of like some people having inappropriate romantic boundaries. I don't know if like either you're like attractive or there's something about your energy field that is attractive to people. And at first you were kind of like, yeah, it doesn't really mean anything. It's blah, 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 blah. But then you get like the one person that ruins your experience with the internet forever. I feel like that kind of person is like attracted to your field. And right now, because you're kind of like, yeah, I know how to handle those people. I know what to do. This isn't like that though. And I think your spirit guide team's trying to just say, hey, those people are out there. And we're kind of just reminding you that, you know, boundaries are necessary and sometimes energetic boundaries as well. And I feel like there's something you're not doing, or there's like specifically a signal that like, or a sign that it's kind of like, oh, that happened, closing the chat right now. Like you're not getting that social cue to leave the chat. And there's something like, there's like a button you're supposed to be pressing that like, you don't press the abort button. You're not like leaving the chat. You're kind of sitting there like entertaining with it. Or like what I see you doing, Psyche, is it's almost like you're trying to rationalize with the devil while the devil's just laughing at you as you waste your time and energy. It's like, yeah, what they're doing isn't bad, but it's like, I see you like in hours long conversation with the same kind of person trying to either convince them to change, that trying to convince them, oh, you're a good person and blah, blah, blah. These people are just draining you. That is all they do. They just sit and drain your energy because they just want your attention. They don't give a shit about what you're saying. I'm like, no offense. You are very insightful. You're very polite. You're very nice. You're wasting your time. And that's why your spirit guide team is just saying, hey, we're going to start sending you weirder and weirder people until you get the memo. You've got passion, right? And so that's specifically why these weird people are attracted to you, is because you're passionate, right? And anybody who's passionate and shiny and sparkly, like if I walk into a room and in a crowded bar and I'm like, hey everybody, right? Like I'm sparkly and shiny, but like I will have a very different reaction if I come in and I sashay my way in with the sparkles and I'm classy about, as opposed to like me sitting here flapping my boobs around and acting crazy, right? You know? Two different energies. Both sparkly, both have attention, right? And I'm not saying you're out there flashing your boobies or doing whatever, but there's something about like the energy you put out, that passion, you have to like curate it in a way that does not attract certain kinds of energy. I'm not saying like dull your sparkle and to not shine. It's just, as I said, there's a way you present shiny things to protect it from people that are going to sabotage the shiny thing, if that makes any sense. It's like walking into a crystal shop and then having people come in that like to just knock things off the walls. You don't want to do that, because then it's like, wow, they don't appreciate the crystals and they're wasting time and money because they're a bunch of jerks, as opposed to people that come in and like, just because they're quirky and weird, they know not to knock things off the shelves in a crystal shop, right? Because they're respectful. Love will never be a word worthy enough to describe how I feel for you. Yeah, there's something about like, some of these people are also emotionally immature and a little imbalanced, and I feel like you sympathize and pity them, and when it's really just kind of like, listen, maybe you should just say like, I smell my cookies burning in the oven, I gotta go walk away. You know what I mean? Like, it's totally okay to do that. You're not being rude, you're not being whatever. It's just like, if it's not your vibe, it's not your vibe. And as I said, it's specifically tied to the fact that you were trying to manifest a different pathway, so your guides are trying to just hurry it up. You know, I would be lying if I said that my spirit guides have not sent strange people into my life to remind me it's time to get out. Because otherwise I would have stayed in certain situations just because I was like, oh, I'm going to see what happens next. And they're like, no, Chris, you know you don't want to spend time with those kinds of people. So either you can leave quietly and consensually, or we're going to send something in to make you change and you're not going to like it. I sent jellyfish, nothing bad. Oh, you mean like an emoji? Oh, you're fine. I don't know. Sometimes this is restream, so I don't know how they respond to things. That Desi girl, your twin flame journey does not end ever. You are always perpetually in your twin flame journey. So I'll just answer your question like that right now. I'm probably doing the equivalent of Girls Gone Wild. Oh God, what are you doing, Psyche? Okay, that's not what I'm trying to say. I don't like to be triggered. Well, when you mess with that devil energy, yeah, that's what they're gonna do. I have Cupid's energy. I like to bring love everywhere. Yeah, but like, here's the thing: is like, not all of that is love, or people are not able to like look at that energy and to get, because like Cupid has his own kind of vibe, and I don't know. There's just something about that energy that's like interesting. But anyways, though, moving on. Thank you so much for stopping by, Psyche. Interesting question. All right, Sarah S, Froggy Mist, and then Pisces Ed. If you guys are here, I will get to your readings. Let me go back and find Sarah S's question. Okay, what is the best step for me to take in the upcoming month, and what does the month ahead hold for me? All right. Month up ahead. What does it hold for you? Okay, so I'm feeling for you, Sarah S. You also have somebody coming towards you, but like, this is someone you don't want to see. And this person you don't want to see, again, this may not fully manifest depending on what choices you make. This feels like it's kind of like a work situation where it's like someone who's going to like either challenge your authority, or someone who comes in just to like, they do things out of spite. And I don't know, do you have a habit of like attracting those kind of people, Sarah? Because I feel like people like will sometimes come into your life and just be really, really nasty to you. Like, do you work customer service or some kind of, like, a job where, like, people kind of come in and just randomly dump crap on you and then just leave? Because this feels like that kind of person where you might have, like, just a bad day at work. And it's gonna, like, kind of set the tone of some kind. You've got keys on a ring, many options, decisions. I do feel like there's, like, a couple decisions you're gonna have to make upcoming with this next couple of months. Maybe I'm seeing something with, like, utilities. Maybe you either overspent money on something in the past, and so you're trying to like either save money, or I'm seeing like you like collecting things. But there's kind of like this energy of you need to kind of let go of your expectations a little bit because you're trying to like control too many things at once. And those, like that problem solving decision making is getting caught up because you're literally trying to like manifest too many things, or you're trapped in this cycle of being like, I have to control every little small detail or else it's not going to work. And then everything like falls apart. We've also got addiction here, codependent, obsession, possession. Yeah, so there's something about like, you know, for the decisions you need to make about like manifesting a better month, because like I feel like this person coming through is going to happen to you regardless. I mean, okay, I shouldn't say regardless, but it's kind of like, you know, just trying to like keep your energy up into a more positive mindset that may protect you a little bit, because like I said, you kind of get like really down because of being repeatedly exposed to these people. But with addiction, I think that's like your spirit guides are trying to make you aware of an addiction pattern between that happy and sad cycle, where it's almost like you get addicted to sadness or you get addicted to happiness. But then it's also kind of like when you're in the happiness stage, you want to get addicted back to the sadness. And so it's kind of like a looping cycle where it's like, I'm addicted to this, I'm addicted to this, I'm addicted to this, I'm addicted to this. And it's like you sit there and you like really take in all this energy when really you're supposed to just kind of like, so like in psychology, right, there's like the flow of your emotions, right? And you're supposed to be kind of just doing a wave like this, right? This is what normal human emotion fluctuation looks like. Well, whenever you start introducing trauma or introducing emotional dysregulation, you do this. Same with like addiction patterns, anything to do with like trying to get that higher high, right? And so suddenly when you start doing this, things become a lot less stable. And so I think your spirit guide team is trying to allude that there's maybe a couple different addiction patterns in your lifestyle that you may not be aware of. And because when we talk about addiction, we typically associate it with like drugs, alcohol, smoking, you know, maybe a shopping addiction or money or something like that. But in your case, I do feel like that addiction cycle is present within, and it's almost like kind of either tied to emotions or tied into your decision making. There's some kind of a pattern where you really hone in and you get so enwrapped into something that it's literally like you can't break free, and that's causing a lot of this. So like with the upcoming month, for example, they're saying like, okay, pause and pay attention to what's going on around you, right? Because what's going to start happening is as you start like month to month looking at the cycle, watching your own cycle, watching how things change throughout each lunar period, you'll begin to start noticing patterns in frequencies and states of being in your month to month basis. And that's going to be super important going forward, because with this upcoming month, like right now, financials seems to be playing a role this month. Again, something about utilities. So there might be coming up where you might get an unexpected utility bill or something may come through. Or there's just like some bills that you're kind of worried about, right? And your spirit guide team is saying like kind of relax about it, but you do have to pay attention to how you're going through the motions with it. I know it's complicated and hard. I still want you anyway. Yeah, so like there's a little bit of like reassurance that, you know, stuff is not going to change overnight. Okay, and I definitely feel like you're kind of frustrated with the complexities of both, like, so I feel like because you're on the spiritual journey, you're getting a little frustrated with like how do I do this manifestation things? How do I make this stuff work? How do I integrate all these different pieces, right? And it's still kind of like foreign and like complicated to you. And on top of it, you're trying to live like a normal day-to-day life while being spiritual at the same time. And your spirit guide team's just like saying like, hey, tackle one project at a time. That is spiritual work in its own, is literally clearing out all of this, you know, mind over mania, you know, learning to get through this. I don't want to see you with anyone else. I know you need them, but it's not as much as I need you. Yeah, right now, you really need you right now. That is also part of what's coming this month, is you're going to be put in a headspace of, in order to get through to the rest of the month, and also the something about you're going to overcome something from the prior month, but it's like you have to stop self-sabotaging and really hone in and focusing on taking care of yourself. You need to be there for you. Stop focusing about manifesting a person. Don't listen to all of this other stuff that's being fed in. I don't know if like there's some YouTube channel or there's somebody that you're kind of like paying attention to and like really like honing in, and you're taking every word for word, and there's something not going through that it's not going to apply to you. And that's very, very dangerous. And that's why it's like kind of hard when you're going to these different spiritual groups and trying to like gain insights. That's why you got to really, like, when people say take what resonates, if you at any point in time, if you're receiving, and this is for all of y'all, right? Anytime you're listening to a tarot reader, a spiritual person, guru, anybody, right? If you're listening to a message and if you're not resonating with it, and when I say resonate, you got to like feel it, right? You got to sit there and be like, okay, I know this is for me. And it's okay to like kind of doubt yourself, but like specifically with collective message energy, collective is for lots of different types of energies, right? If a message is not meant for you, then it's not going to connect with you. And that's okay, right? But what happens is it gets very dangerous, especially like with talks of money, jobs, all that stuff. Like, you don't want to be basing really important decisions without some grounded energy, without having like a confirmation. Like, for example, you can sit there and say, okay, so I worked with my spirit guide teams, I know what I'm manifesting, I want job, like say I want a job as a public speaker, right? And I'm really looking for that sign to confirm that I'm going to get that job next week, right? And so you're like, all right, I'm watching this live stream and I'm looking for confirmation. And so you made an agreement with your spirit guide team to be like, all right, if this person talks about butterflies, then if I hear about butterflies during this reading, that is a confirmation for me. Or if I'm listening to it and I'm like, yeah, I really feel that applies to me, then that's a good sign. But if you're kind of lukewarm or it's kind of whatever, then pay attention to that, because you need to be so in tune with yourself and trusting with yourself that you know what's coming. If you just listen to everything and regurgitate it just because it comes up and it's your favorite person, that is not good enough. And that's why I even tell people, like with my own readings, right? Like, if you're listening to it and if it's not jiving with you, that is okay. Do not feel bad. That is not like my goal here, right? Because heck, I could be doing a reading for Sarah S. and Sam could be listening to me and he'd be like, that's my reading. Oh my gosh, that's what I need. I don't dictate this stuff. I just talk and then y'all like it, right? And like, I have no ability to know how it's going to be received because I'm not using my brain when I'm saying it. I'm channeling through. Like, heck, not yesterday, but the last live stream, there was somebody, I was doing a reading and like there was a card that came out and I was trying to like remember the name of the card and I said Angry Johnny because there was like a card that says Dreaming Johnny, but this one I was sitting there going like, I don't know why, but I was like, Angry Johnny? And apparently that specific phrase was the name of his favorite song. His name was John and blah, blah, blah. You can go watch the old live stream. But it was literally like a very specific message that there's no way in hell I would know that that had any significance to him. But it did, right? So anyways, long story short, pay attention to that sort of stuff, y'all, because it's like, it can get very convoluted and I don't want you guys driving yourself insane. And that's why, like, for example, when people come in and they're like, all right, I know you're good and I know you want these very specific things. That's just simply not how it works all the time. And that's why, like, I really want to emphasize you guys, like, learning your modality so that way you can take what works for you and you can apply it all the time. Because it's tricky and everybody's different. And I know for myself, like, my spiritual connections with things don't always work the same ways as what I see other people do. It works for me channeling you guys. I can channel you guys fine, but for myself, I have to learn a whole new way of operating. And it's frustrating, but that's like why you work together with a reader and why you work together with the universe, so you can pay attention to that. Bah, fuck you, just saying that, Angry Johnny, holy fuck. It can resonate at any freaking... What's your deal, Danielle? Like, is that supposed to be... Alright, well, I'm glad it's confirming to you. I had an awakening and had a beautiful experience reaching for it again. Yeah, and that's good you're relying on that energy, Sarah, because it's like, it's kind of like, it's a beautiful dance to work with, and staying confident is important. But anyways, I hope that message resonated for you, Sarah. Okay, moving on. We've got Froggy Miss, which I saw your question, so I'm going to go back and read it. So Froggy Miss, then Pisces Ed, thank you so much for being patient. And then Miss Bay. Miss Bay, I know you were being out there. I'm a fully operational Englishman. Yeah, no problem, Sarah. Okay. It says, I'm pretty sure that I didn't just find you just because. I'm going to latch on like one of those invasive muscles that shouldn't be there. You have nailed it to the fucking... appreciate you, Danielle. Yeah, no, I've kind of, what I've learned after working as a professional tarot reader, it's kind of crazy how people find you. Like, so dude, when I used to work at a crystal shop, yeah, I can add you to the list, our Lopez. It was crazy. So when I was working at a crystal shop, right, and I was doing professional tarot readings, I literally have people that they put something into their GPS and they were supposed to go somewhere else, and then they ended up at the crystal shop that I worked at and came in and got a reading from me. Like, when I'm saying, like, I've done some readings for people that I was like, there is no way in hell I would normally connect with this person. But because I was there, they happened to show. That's why that experience alone really taught me how powerful this stuff is. Because I'd literally just show up and things would happen. Hey, thank you for the subscribe. Hey. Has anyone told you before that you're very good looking? Oh, thank you, Zinda. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I came into the live today doing my whole sparkly thing. And, yeah, no, I'm feeling really good today. So thank you so much for that compliment. Yeah. All right. Anyways, though, keep it up. Thank you. And you keep it up too, my good person, because I don't know your gender, but thank you. You have good vibes, and I hope you keep it up too. We need on this list. Yeah, Danielle, I gotta get you on there. A Sparkle Scorpio. Yes. All right. All right. Somebody pay attention to the people in the chat. So that way I can focus on Froggy. Oh, Vladimir, hello. Or Vladimir, why did I say that? Didn't Pisces and Frog? Yeah, no, I haven't done Froggy or Pisces yet, but Miss Bay, you will be after them. Sorry, I've just been kind of talking and going on my little tangent. How do I pronounce that? Valard Dinar. I'm gonna sound like an idiot pronouncing your name. Wait, Valarndir. Valarndir? Is that Scandinavian? Yeah, Valarndir. Actually, this is Samuel. I figure you could throw up a fall. Oh, okay. Okay. I was gonna say, I was like, listen, y'all. I try my best because I want to be as respectful. Valarndir. Okay. I want to be as respectful to people's names as possible. I'm super big on that. The problem is I am bad at pronouncing things. So, yes, I try. But you will watch me fail. I tell everybody that right off the bat. I'm a craving Cancer. Oh, your outfit is so classy and sparkly. Thank you, that Desi girl. Thank you. All right. Anyways, sorry, Froggy. You've been all patient and nervous all night, and I'm gonna go ahead and get your reading now. I'm gonna focus. All right. Is the fact that I can't remember anything about me and talk to myself a lot out of boredom, or is it more than just boredom and anxiety? Like, it gets to the point where I feel like I'm living two lives. Are you familiar with the term disassociation or depersonalization? Because I am feeling a bit of a checked out energy, which that could be why. So, for example, depersonalization. I used to always call it disassociation, and apparently it's depersonalization. But it's literally like you're living life like this, where it's actually, let me use this, right? Where this is you, or this is the self, this is the person that's looking through the lens, and then this is where your body's at, right? And you're always kind of living life like this, where it's like, okay, I'm just kind of like we'll do it with the camera, right? Where it's like this is a lens, I'm sitting back here, but I'm always through this. Okay? So that's kind of like depersonalization, because you're not fully in your body, right? And so that's usually that's considered, a trauma response usually. So you can check that out on the internet, but that is something I recommend, interacting with a therapist on that, because I am not, the one to diagnose anything, like, again, I am not a therapist, I'm not a trained professional, these are not meant to be official psyche recommendations or anything like that. However, being as someone who has experienced that, I can tell you that's how I've experienced such things. And it's something worth checking out if you think you may be experiencing, and bringing up to a mental health professional. All right, let's see. What else? Because, like, also, too, like, memory loss, that is also, you know, that can be a sign of trauma. It could be a sign of maybe a diet issue. There could be all kinds of things. But let's go ahead and see what the cards say. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna give you a choice. Would you like the interactive cards, which this is stuff that goes about into your psyche, or would you like the Beach Time Soul? Because I can't pull too many cards, but which messages do you kind of prefer? Because I was kind of drawn to this one, but I'd already pulled these cards. Do you care? Because I'm going to tell you right now, that is definitely not a boredom thing. It sounds like burnout. The blue? Okay, cool. All right. Which... Yeah, so, yeah, the cards that you pulled, they were all about, like, self-worth and about, like, epiphanies and working through your psyche, which wouldn't have really helped you anyway. Yeah, there's something about, like, you needing to let go of something. Let's see what this deck says. I want to see you fly. I'll support you as you soar. And then we've got, I want to give... Yeah, so this has to do with your body. Yeah, and just not being attached to your body. And, like, so, like, talking to yourself, you know, that can be, like, a sign of self-soothing. I mean, like, I communicate with myself all the time, but I mean, I'm also communicating with my spirit guides and my spirit team and all that. But talking to yourself, that is a self-soothing method that people, all kinds of people use, right? It's like, that's not necessarily even like a sign of trauma, but that's often like where it's like, hey, if you maybe don't have somebody to talk to right now, talking to yourself is something that we do to help alleviate stress. It allows us to be able to, like, work through scenarios and things. It helps us understand us better. And also, too, you should talk to yourself. I'm personally of the belief system that if you have a healthy relationship with yourself, you should be having conversations all the time, so that way you can kind of check in. I usually use self-talk to be able to help work through either esteem issues or kind of like figuring out what's going on. Something that I do, or I used to do this a lot more back when I was really kind of struggling mentally. I would check in on myself throughout the day. I literally had a timer on my phone that regardless of what was going on at work, I had a notification that came on every day at like noon. So like around when I'd eat lunch, I said, hey, do a check-in. How are you doing mentally right now? And so I'd literally be like, no matter what I was doing, I took 5 minutes. Even if I had to go to the bathroom, I made a commitment to myself. I said, I have to check in on myself because I'm not fully here and I need to be constantly being inside my body. And I literally had to teach myself, and I had like to become the person that I'm at today took a lot of time and energy and practicing being in my body because I was so checked out for a very long time. Like another way to test to see how checked out you are is like how much can your feet feel. There's plenty of different exercises that you can do to help you with like grounding and really getting in touch with the earth. Is literally walking barefoot and specifically like putting your feet in the grass. And there was a lot of times in my life where even that didn't help me. A lot of like specifically, so like for those of you that don't know, I have diagnosed PTSD, and when it was really bad, no amount of meditation helps me. A lot of your traditional like breathing exercises did not work, because if I was in such a devastated state that I couldn't focus on things, there's no way that those methods were going to help me, right? Because I was so checked out of my body, right? And, you know, for me, it took years of coming back into my body. You know, medication helped, you know, exercising helped. You know, there was a lot of stuff that I did to get me to where I'm at now, where now I'm like, yay, like the life is back in my eyes and I can do things. But like, it's important, to pay attention to what your body's telling you, right? Because like if you're noticing yourself like not able to feel things, or you're noticing delayed reaction, that's important information, so that way you can go take care of your mental health, because that could be a sign of something that you're going through. So anyways, getting into these cards, right? So these are interactive cards. These represent pieces of your psyche. So there's not formal explanations for what's going on these cards, because you can use that up to your own interpretation, right? So you've got, this guy with a spyglass, and then a woman with a bunch of strict rules, right? And so I feel like these are versions of yourself that are being impacted right now, that may be causing some of that behavior right now. Where it's almost like you have a very controlling version either of yourself, or something in your environment is really constricting you emotionally and mentally, right? Because you've got this list of all the stuff, like maybe there's a to-do list, maybe you're very overwhelmed right now. Stress can cause you to really not feel connected to your body, especially if you've got so many tasks, and I think you'd mentioned that you go to school. So whenever you're dealing with a lot of things and you're feeling overwhelmed, yeah, you're gonna feel pretty anxious, or you're gonna feel kind of detached a bit. This, and then also with the spyglass too, I feel like you're kind of like observing things. You're kind of like trying to keep an eye out and ahead of things. That can also be either some kind of a trauma response, or it could be, you just trying to really pay attention and keep an eye out, and that can be sometimes really distracting, right? Because like, so say for example, like, maybe you're like, I really want to make sure I do well in school, and I want to graduate, right? Regardless of what your education level is, right? You're looking ahead and forward because you want to do well. You want to like, see what's going on in the future, right? But that can be very, very exhausting over time. And you have to like kind of check with yourself and say, like, is this actually benefiting me right now to be paying attention that far into the future and having that much of an impact on my day-to-day life? Because like, here's the thing, I can tell you, as a hustler and wanting to be ambitious, right? It's okay to have ambition, but if your ambition is causing you to not allow you to relax on a day-to-day basis, or if you're not able to ever like step out of that headspace for a little bit to relax, then that's a sign that there's more going on than maybe what you're giving yourself credit for. And you got to be able to teach yourself how to like pat yourself on the back and say, hey, especially if you've got a big long to-do list, it's okay to take breaks, right? You can't, like, you are not a machine. No amount of self-criticism is going to get these tasks done. If anything, it's really going to hurt yourself more long-term. And I'm saying that as someone who had a very, very long battle with having an inner self-critic that just cut me down so much. And when you finally break free from that, it will give you so much time back in your routine. So anyways, so that was your reading, Froggy Mist. I hope that helps you. Says there's a subreddit for both depersonalization and derealization. Might be a helpful resource. Yeah, because like that's one of the problems too. Like I said, like with my readings, I'm not trying to give you professional mental health advice. I'm only giving references from my own personal experience that have helped me. Because everybody's different, and you also have to be very, very careful with online like mental health advice, because there's a lot of stuff in the mental health community that I'm sorry, like it's like I have my issues with the mental health industry, but there's a huge problem right now with misinformation getting spread out on the internet and people trying to like heal themselves through the internet, and that's just not a good idea to do. I highly don't recommend that. And like I said, like what my journey is may be different from yours. So having discernment and educating yourself is important. But like I said, like for example, like depersonalization, and learning about the right terms. For the longest time I was saying disassociation, and I didn't realize that that was not the appropriate term. Because I'm not a mental health professional, I want to at least tell you guys what I do know, but you shouldn't be using my word as replacement for mental health advice. So yeah, but even my name's changed in IDK White. So are you talking about like maybe like having different personalities? Yeah, my friend Gray has the same symptoms as me apparently. Also, yeah. Okay. Yeah, because like that's another thing too. Maybe check out internal family systems as well. Because you know we all have sub personalities. According to internal family systems, we all have sub personalities and parts of ourselves that make up our psyche, and interacting with those parts can really help you with learning more about yourself. Um, yeah. And it's actually pretty common, because especially too, like with your subconscious, right? In a healthy brain, everybody's integrated, so you're not aware of your subpersonalities. But as we introduce things that happen over time, or like say for example, like maybe there's like a version of you that is not socially acceptable, right? So that part of you isn't integrated in the system, and then that can manifest issues when it's not healthily integrated in the rest of you. That's where like you get into the shadow self. That's when you get into like, you know, different sorts of experiences and whatnot. So, all right. Anyways, though, enough about the psyche talk. Thank you so much for stopping by, Froggy. You know, and again, I highly recommend talking to a therapist about what you're experiencing, because I think that would be a great next step to help you explore what's going on. All right, Pisces Ed. I think you posted your question, but Miss Bay, you were next, and then Liam K. I haven't seen Liam in a hot minute, but I hope he's out there floating around. Yeah, I feel bad. I was like, these lives just take so long. I'm doing my best. Yeah, Danielle, you should be on the list. Oh, Liam, you're still there. I keep getting distracted. That's okay. I appreciate you. Just like check in every once in a while. I can't focus still. No, I totally understand. We can talk about ADHD stuff too. Okay, Pisces Ed, let me go back and find your question because I know you posted it. Where are you? Okay, because Miss Bay's floating around. Pisces. Sam, we're on Sarah S. Okay. Oh, hey, Cece Love. Hey. I hope you got added to the list. I don't know if you're still floating around out there, Cece. Sorry if I didn't get to say hi. There's just been a lot going on. Whew. Okay, there you go. Sorry, I had to like reset my channel because I was like, oh my gosh, picking up on a lot of different energies here. How does my ex feel about me? We broke up, but we met last month for work, and he was acting weird. He's a Cancer, and I'm a Pisces. Oh, I see you just posted your question. Okay, thank you. Here, let me do Pisces reading, Sam, and then we'll reconcile the list to see where we're at. Alright. What's going on with Pisces X? I feel like he misses you, but he's like really stubborn and he doesn't want to Okay, he doesn't want to mess up, but like specifically, well, what was I even gonna say? That's weird. I was gonna say something completely different than what came out of my mouth, and then I'm like trying to get what I was supposed to say back, and I can't think of it. It's literally like there's something about like he's like I messed up, and like it's weird because he's like he misses you, but he keeps like not wanting to admit that, or there's like some kind of a mistake that he did that he can't own up to, and so he keeps like covering that up, and it's like a really weird, like, yeah, I think that like there's something about like I messed up, I made a mistake, and so I'm not going to, like, he's feeling either guilty or no, it's not guilt. It's literally kind of like he's focusing on the mistake more than how much he misses you. If that makes any sense. And that's why it's kind of like this like unstable, like I don't want to show my true intentions or true feelings right now because it's weird. You know, like I feel like he's really trying to like, is he very like meticulous or very like kind of practical? And I'm seeing him very much like being like, I must hide the fact that I don't want her to know what's going on with me. Like, there's very much like a, he doesn't want you to know what is like authentic to him. You know what I mean? Or there's kind of like, he can tell that you know what he's up to. And so because of that, he doesn't want to know about this person. I don't know if like maybe he's also seeing somebody and like, I don't know. I think you spooked him, Pisces. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I mean, obviously you're watching a tarot reading, right? And you happen to find my channel, but do you have like a good sense of intuition? Because I have a feeling this guy is very much like, oh shit. And I apologize for me cussing. I don't know, because like I feel like you're able to just like hone in and like you know things about people, and there's like maybe something that you said like a while back, maybe like a couple months ago, I don't know when you guys broke up, but it's like I'm literally seeing him being like, you said this thing, he was like, there's no way she knows that about this situation, da 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 da. Then like you just made like an offhanded comment, and then it came true a couple weeks later, or it was like after you broke up, he suddenly was like, it was like literally like that face I just made, like literally like this guy's like looking at the wall, and it's like conspiracy, it's like, you know that meme from like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia with like all the lines drawn and like his hair's all messed up, and he's just like literally he's like, maybe not quite to that extent conspiracy theory, it's almost like he's just like, she was right. Like, I'm literally reading the writing on the wall and going, whoa. And I'm not gonna lie, I think that freaked him out. So the card you got here is, you can't be real, there's no one else who matches your light. Yeah, he's literally like... It's kind of like uncanny, you uncanny valleyed him. And that's kind of funny. I approve of this, because like, you were like, you got upset and you knew what he was doing, and it was almost like he thought like he wasn't gonna get caught with it. And like, again, like there's like this other energy of this girl, I don't know, like I don't think he was cheating on you, but I do feel he was like kind of like looking at other girls, or he was kind of like, you know, he's just kind of putting his feelers out, and I don't think he took you seriously. And you showed up, and he got hit hard by something you said. Like, I don't know what you said, girl, but you just, like, cleared him. And so now he's just kind of like, he's taking you way more seriously. And again, it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, you know, I don't know if like you showed him like your crystal collection. You're like, oh yeah, I do tarot sometimes. Or it's not that you do tarot, but a literal to you being like, yeah, you know, like I like psychic stuff, or like I like astrology and da da da. And like you're sitting there talking and you're like fangirling about it. And he's like this is how he saw you. He saw you being like, nah, 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 like I do all this stuff. And he's like, yeah, I think all that stuff's bullshit, or whatever, you're attractive, like, I wanna do my thing, and I wanna get what I want out of you, and then I wanna move on. And I apologize, I hope that doesn't come across as too insensitive, but, like, that's kind of the game that's what he was trying to pull, right? And you blocked it, your spirit guide team blocked it, and then it just, like, compounded, and it's like, he just went, like, ass over kettle backward. I don't know what you did to this man, but he got... Yeah, so we've got the Three of Cups in reverse. You've got the Knight of Wands in reverse. Like, you slowed down his progress. Ooh, what is this energy? Number 2. I'm like sitting there going, is that the Magician? That's a really weird depiction of the Magician. No, that's the High Priestess. Okay. Yeah, the High Priestess, yeah. So again, it's your intuition that came through and just like, you smacked him so hard upside the head. It wasn't even you. It was Spirit. Spirit literally just came in and said, not this one. And just like took him rolling. Yeah, I don't know why, because it's like, I want to keep like describing what actually happened to him. And all I'm feeling is it was more of like a very strong spiritual reaction to you. Like, it was literally, like, I don't know what it is that was said, but it, like, it blew up his insides, essentially, or it just made him so self-aware or self-conscious around you to a point where now he's kind of just like literally this man's like, is she a witch? Like, is she like doing things? Like, is she like out to get me? Like, you kind of gave him a, like, he's walking different again with whatever happened because something about what you said spooked him because it came true. And it came true in such a hard, devious way. Yeah, and so, like, for example, so, like, this Knight of Wands energy, it's almost like you slowed him down. And because he's, like, very fiery and passionate and kind of egotistical, it's almost like you literally, like, snuffed the light out. Or, like, you didn't do it. Okay, so that's another thing, too, about his energy. I'm literally, like, as I'm talking, I'm like, she didn't do anything. That was her spirit guides, but he's blaming you specifically. So kind of watch out for this ex. Like, I'm not gonna lie, just kind of like clear, like move past his energy and like move forward and keep out of his energy field because he's like spinning in circles trying to understand how you did this when it's like, oh well, it's just like you're channeling and blah 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 blah. And like again, like I hate that because it's almost like making fun of you where it's like it's kind of like I don't know, was he kind of sexist? I'm kind of feeling like this energy of like he's like he intentionally wants to misunderstand you. He intentionally wants to project things onto you, but it's like he has no capability of lying about what you said and did because he's like there's no proof that you could have known or said or done anything. So like you're innocent, but like he's literally like so upset about how you checked him and how you rejected him and how you just shine very bright and like he can't do anything about it. And I think, if anything, what's weird too, I won't lie, Pisces said, I kind of feel like because you're very spiritually protected, I feel like your spirit guide team is intentionally locking his and trapping shit down. Like, literally, he's like, he's like stunned silent, and that is not by choice. I do feel like there is a little bit of a spiritual, like, block that's going on that is protecting you right now because this person is definitely not in a good headspace when it comes to you. I'm not gonna lie, he's kind of getting a little weird. Yeah, and this like Three of Cups, you know, Three of Cups is supposed to be all about like hanging out with friends and like I think like something happened in his friend group as a result of you guys breaking up. Like there was some kind of a karma that really cut his energy in half. Socially, he just boom, he did something, or maybe he like after you guys broke up he said something and then just lost a whole bunch of people surrounding him, or like something came true and it just came to light and he's sitting there going like, how did people know it wasn't my fault, ha na 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 na, and then it's just like, bro, you gotta slow down and hold yourself accountable, man. Anyways though, Pisces Ed, I hope you come back. I like your energy. Thank you so much for standing up for yourself because this guy needed it. Like I'd feel bad if I didn't know what was going on. If I didn't know what was going on, but I do know what's going on and be like, man, mess around and find out. That's why you don't try messing with that kind of energy, you know, because you're one of those protected ones that you say or do the wrong thing, you open the gateway to have your tongue cut out. So, all right. Anyways, Miss Bay, Liam K, and then Chelsea is up. If any of you guys are out there, post your question in the chat if you haven't already. I'll go back and find it. And then after Chelsea, it's Pena, Ari, Abatha, Anikit, That Desi Girl, Lizette, Divine Tarot, R. Lopez, and Danielle. It really helps. Yeah, keep sparkling. Thank you! Thank you! Okay, wait, let me go back in the chat, because I'm seeing Ari posting some things. When are you going live again? I go live every Tuesday and Thursday, starting at 7 p.m. Central. I'm gonna get off the list because I'm not feeling too good. Oh, I'm sorry! Sending you some healing vibes, Ari. Can we fit in that CC person? Who's CC? Oh, CC, yes, yeah, absolutely. Let me get CC on there. CC Love. CC Love, if you're floating out there, we didn't forget about you, I promise. You showed up once, and I hope you don't forget. But yeah, wishing you the best of luck, Ari. Yeah, also, Ari, have you been having a hard time sleeping? Yeah, I'm just feeling like maybe you're also getting some psychic downloads or something, because I'm feeling like, you know, make sure you get some sleep, okay? Where should they go? I just put them after Danielle, since they haven't really interacted much in the chat, because I don't know who's on there. It's saying on my YouTube that there's 10 people watching right now. I don't know how accurate that is. But yeah. Pisces, count your blessings for every day he's got. Right? Right? No, this person, man, that's the one thing. I'm not gonna lie, like, I've really never bared witness to when spirit really kind of bitch slaps somebody hard. But like, I've definitely felt the aftermath witnessing. I've had other people tell me stuff too. Like, I had an ex-boyfriend one time tell me, like, after we broke up, like, you know, he had kind of broken up, or we broke up in a certain kind of way because there was just some energy beef that was going on. And he told me, like, after I left, like, I guess, like, something had caused his, like, music equipment to, like, fall on the ground, and he nearly, like, broke his laptop, which would have been, like, a huge disaster to his career and stuff like that. And he said, like, there was, like, weird things that happened to him afterwards, and I was like, I did not send that after you, man. I didn't do anything. You know, like, I didn't, I mean, like, was I upset? Yeah, but, like, I never, you know, I don't like sending ill energy towards anybody in particular, because, you know, I want everybody to heal, and, you know, and it wasn't, like, worth doing anything like that. But, like, I've heard about, like, you know, not even just, like, myself, but other people where it's like, oh yeah, you break up with somebody and you leave, and, like, the aftermath of just certain types of people leaving, creating just, like, waves of just change. And depending on how that person handled it, like, a normal person would just be like, oh, they broke up, okay, you know, things are fine. You know, like, a healthy person, bad things don't happen to them. It's the people that are intentionally, like, doing all of this crazy stuff and thinking they're gonna get away with it. And it's like, hon, you mess with the wrong person, especially like a very spiritual, like, good person, the karma that can come out of those situations. That's why I'm focused on love and light, guys, because I don't mess with the love and light crowd. Like, and I'm talking about, like, not the fake love and light crowd. I mean, like, the people that are like, oh yeah, we're out here to help people, and, like, you know, because there's people that are really protected. And, like, I've done readings for people too, where, like, for example, like, ancestor readings, some people's ancestors, man, I've done readings and I was like, I meet that one relative that I'm like, I know they were, like, the matriarch that's protecting everyone from death. I'm like, I will not mess with certain people. Like, I'm afraid to even say certain things to people, just because I would be afraid of even evoking something unintentionally from a person, just because I'm like, I know what's protecting them. And, like, I don't know, I'm just, like, afraid because I see it. You know, and it's like, obviously I wouldn't say anything, like, bad, you know, but it's like, even still, I'm like, wow, they've got a powerful ancestor. I would never mess with that person at all. And it's really cool, though, you know, and that's why, like, I'm always telling people, you guys, like, you know, I mean, like, I'm a silly person, and, you know, I make mistakes just like everybody else, but, like, you know, you guys are just so loved, and I always want to remind you guys of that, because it's like seeing how ancestors and people from the past and spirit guides really put out to protect people. It's just really, it's really inspiring, and it's really cool. And I can say it because I've witnessed it, having worked in this profession long enough now. I'm kind of like, you really are, you know. I've seen some amazing things happen. All right. Anyways, though, sorry, I'm kind of, like, detracting a little bit. But okay, so Miss Bay, Liam K, and Chelsea. All right, Miss Bay. I think your question's in here somewhere. I'm trying to go find it. Um. Yeah, Miss Bay, would you be able to post your question again? Oh, wait, no, I found it. I found it. Never mind. You don't need to. All right, how would C feel about me reaching out to him this weekend? We haven't talked in a while. Okay, how would C... I feel like he'd be flattered. Like, it was kind of weird. When I read that, for some reason I was thinking about myself. And I was just kind of like, is his name Chris? Or something? I don't know, there's like just kind of like a weird like energy of like, and I mean like I know you're obviously not reaching out to me. I'm not, it's not like that, but it was kind of just like a feeling of like, oh, me? You're talking to me? Like I felt it in my chest. I don't know, I think he'd be flattered. I don't know. I don't know. I'm kind of getting like this energy of he's just like, oh, you're still thinking about me. Hello. Okay, so I was channeling right. I was sitting there going like, are you gonna be like sliding in my DMs this weekend, Miss Bay? Like, I'm flattered, and then I was just kind of like, bro, she's not talking about you, okay? But like that's how strong that energy is. It's almost like, so something about like C's feelings towards you, I feel like you really know how to get his attention. Like, I mean, like, I don't know like if you've hung out with him in person recently or ever noticed this, but there's something about like when he like when you talk to him, he's like all ears. Like he's like all of my energy and time and attention is focused on you. Okay, which is really attractive. I'm not gonna lie. Like, is he attractive? Because his energy's kind of attractive. I'm like sitting here going like, whoa. Like, if a guy like ever reacted that way to me talking to him, I'd be like, well, you know, it's almost a little intimidating because of literally him being like, hey, okay, what do you want to do this weekend? You want to go get coffee? All right. Yeah, let's do it. It's like, I'm like, bro, like, you're, you know, I feel like, you know, like pulling at the collar. This is like, ooh. I don't know. He's very confident. I don't know. How did you meet this person? I feel like that's kind of significant too. Maybe you haven't, like you said, you haven't talked to him in a while. Okay, yeah. I don't know. I was literally about like, have you not talked to him in a while? Because I feel like he's kind of like, I feel like he's just been kind of sitting there waiting. Oh, he's definitely sexually attracted to you. I'm hoping that this is like a romantic relationship of some kind, but like there's definitely like, I definitely feel, so he feels very, very masculine, right? Like he is so like, he's very like, I don't know, is he kind of a little bit of a, I don't want to say a control freak, but I definitely feel he's very much like a masculine energy that wants to be in control. And like, for example, like I got like this card, Release Beautiful, you know, which that could be interpreted in a lot of ways, but to me, I'm literally seeing it as like he's very much like, he gets the impression from you that you're stubborn, right? Like he kind of like, and this is where I disagree with his energy a little bit, because I do feel like he tries to be like kind of like in control and is a little bit like, oh, well, there's something wrong with Miss Bay for not like folding, which I'm like, well, that's you kind of being a little bit arrogant, right? But his masculine energy does work for some women. So that's where he kind of gets that little bit of an ego, right? But that Release Beautiful, I definitely see it as him trying to like hold space or hold energy for you. That is like, he wants you to be able to sit in his energy and be patient and be able to let you like release and be in your feminine, right? I feel like his masculine energy is really desiring that for you and likes to hold that space. However, I don't think it's just a match for you. And so I think his perception rubs you the wrong way when it's definitely a much more traditional masculine energy frequency that works on, at least in his mind. No, I guess it's not in his mind. It works for a lot of different types of women. And for you, it's just it doesn't do that for you. I saw you posted something. He tries to spark up debates to get me going. He gets on my nerves. Okay, yeah, because he's challenging you. He's flirting with you. And I feel like he tries to, like, he's trying to get you to loosen up, and you get really defensive, right? And there's something like, there's like a weak thing, right? Where he's trying to loosen you up. He's trying to get you in your feminine, right? And, you know, maybe you've got some certain kind of wound, but I wouldn't even project that onto you, because I'm literally just like, but she's just different. And it's just not a match. And so I think that's where it's hard for you to kind of understand that it's irritating to you because you're not attuned to that. Is it? Yep, I will always agree that someone else is right, but I will not agree to something I know is wrong, right? So we've got healthy choices, making healthy choices in love and life. Yeah, so I feel like, you know, if you reach out to him, I think it would be a good experience for you. Because, like, you like his attention, regardless. I mean, like, he is attractive and he is masculine, and being around that energy, I think, supports you. It's just kind of like the way he goes about doing it. I think because you have a little bit stronger masculine energy than what would be compatible with him. And I'm saying that not that you are masculine. It's kind of like there's certain types of frequencies in women that are more independent and more secure and stable. Whenever they encounter that kind of masculine energy, it's like, yeah, like little cats. I know for me, for example, this type of masculine energy, I know what he's going for, but I've been wounded by that type of energy in a certain kind of way, and so I despise it. And my also too, I am more, you know, I mean, I'm non-binary, you know, trans masc or whatever. So like with two dudes, like if a man came up to another man and did that, I'd be like, bro, what are you doing? Like, and it's like, it's kind of like again, for me, that's how I react to it, right? It literally is like rubbing cat hair in the wrong direction, where I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Like, don't Ixnay, like, do you not know the vibe that's getting put down here? Versus for you, it's a little bit more of like, he doesn't understand social cues, when it's like, no, it's not that he doesn't understand social cues, it's just, it's not for you. So we've got, your pain kills me, I suffer along with you. Yeah, like, I feel like he is genuinely trying to, like, heal you, or he feels you're very stubborn and resistant to his masculine charm, when it's like, dude, she's just not a vibe for you. There's nothing wrong with your masculine energy, and there's nothing wrong with your feminine energy. It's just not a match. It's just the fact that he is so used to getting women to open up and heal, he's naturally trying, like, I feel like he feels drawn to you because he can like feel your feminine wounds, but like, it's kind of like what he's throwing down does not heal you and doesn't suit you. So to stubbornly try to pop your feminine energy open, because I feel like you're kind of like a challenge for him, and so it challenges his masculinity, and so he's trying to like fix you, when it's like, no, you don't have boundaries. And you're not understanding that this is a no bueno situation, and it has nothing to do with you not being empowered and in your masculine state. It's just like, not every girl's into that kind of BDSM, not every girl's into that kind of masculine energy, and you just got a little bit of an ego, right? You also have the Four of Cups in reverse. Yeah, and I feel like he's gonna, like, so if you do kind of reach out to him, hang out with him, he's kind of just like fishing for information about you too. Because like I said, I do feel like he's, like, it's not predatory, it's not unhealthy per se. Like I said, I have to keep emphasizing that it's not a match for you, because I just don't want it to seem like I'm criticizing this kind of energy, right? Because to some women, they would be all over this, right? And they'd be frustrated, you know, with what you're going through. And I'm like, well, but also you need to understand that there are different people with different needs, right? Yes. Yeah, no, I understand what you're talking about, Miss Bay. Right, exactly. And so that's what I'm saying is like when you have like you just have a little bit more in your energy field that causes you to not require that kind of a partner, right? And so again, I'm not knocking the women that he's with because I definitely feel like I said it's not a something's wrong. It's more of just like just the key lock combination that needs to happen. It just rubs you the wrong way. Yeah, and again, he's also used to being hot too, and so hot guys, you know, they can sometimes have a stubborn ego, but with you, I don't feel like he's trying to be ego based with you. I think he is just concerned with you, and he's just not understanding. Like, I think he's just kind of used to, oh, I know how to fix this situation, or I know how to make this work. So he just thinks you're playing stubborn instead of lack of compatibility. I think he'll figure it out eventually, but then I think he's just going to dismiss it as you being immature, and like that's not appropriate. But again, that's just how the world works sometimes. He's very physically attractive. I know, that's why I was sitting there, I was like, man, is he like a model or something? Like, again, he has beautiful masculine energy. You know, I really appreciate it. Hey, Kelsey, hello! But, yeah, no, I totally get that too. And I mean, I know for myself, you know, like, I appreciate those sorts of guys out there because I know he's definitely great at what he does. But for me, myself, when I figured out that, oh, I'm queer, that sort of energy doesn't do things to me the way it does to other women. And so I used to get very, like, I used to be very immature about that sort of stuff. And now that I'm like, oh, that's why that rubs me the wrong way. Especially, again, if you've got some trans man in you, you're kind of like, for me, literally, it's like the equivalent of a dude walking up to another dude trying to hit on somebody, but it's like not in the way that it's supposed to happen. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, do you not understand I'm queer? And sometimes straight guys are very oblivious to that and how it kind of rubs you a certain kind of way. And so then you gotta kind of make it obvious, and then it's like, oh, okay. You know, it's like, no, you didn't do anything wrong. It's just, it just does that thing. It does that thing. It's like hard to say. And I don't want to make people feel offended because it's like, yeah, if someone's very attractive, like you can respect other people's stuff. It's just like, if you've never experienced it before, it just does a thing. So anyways, I don't want to project anymore into the situation. All right, Liam K, you are up next. Then we've got Chelsea, then Pina. Then after that, Ari, I know Ari left because she was feeling unwell. So then Abitha, I'm assuming Abitha's just not here. Anakit, I think Anakit left, but I can go ahead and do their reading if I find their question somewhere. I know they posted their question a long time ago. I don't know if I can go back and find it. Liam K. All right, let me find your... So will the call go good? Yeah! Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, no, the call will go good. It's just, again, though, like I said, I feel like he just feels stubborn, and he might, like... There's something about, like, questioning your choices, too. He might do that a little bit. He may just be kind of like, alright, are you sure you're okay? I don't know. I do feel like it's... I feel like he feels like it's being endearing to check on you, meanwhile you're like, no. Like, I know how to take care of myself. Duh. Yeah, that's where it's just kind of like, bro. Okay, Liam, what's your question? Okay, night everyone, much love, and keep on rocking, Chris. Okay, thank you so much for moderating, Sam. I appreciate you. Have a good night. Yeah, Sam said, way to get a woman to open up is to build a sense of safety and comfort, respect her intellect, but be assertive enough to be interesting. all right, I keep getting distracted all the time, and I do take medication for my ADHD, but I can't focus still. I want to know what might be causing this and what I need to do in order to fix this. Okay, I'm not gonna channel anything. I'm just gonna tell you about ADHD and stuff like that, and give you 5 minutes of my discussion with this. Because so first and foremost, you know, all right, I'm being told I'll spare you the spiritual explanations of ADHD and focus on what is practical advice for you. So ADHD in general is something that you'll have to just learn to accept and live with. Now, what's cool about the internets and modern day living is there are way more resources for ADHD living than there have ever been before. And there's communities out there specifically focused on, as an ADHD person, how you can help be productive and stay relatively sane in a society that is not built for you, right? Now, there's a lot of different symptoms and things that could be affecting your ADHD and why it's additionally difficult to focus. Because medication is great and helps. However, also respecting the fact that, one, it's literally your brain is wired a certain way, and you are getting frustrated because, like I said, society is built differently than how your brain works. So you will always constantly be at a disadvantage to the people around you, assuming you don't learn how to work with your gifts and work with what you've got. For me, what happened, for example, so when I developed PTSD later in life, I had a different modality of way of living, right? I was very much so, for female-bodied folks and women with ADHD, you were more likely to be ignored in your diagnosis and have different types of symptoms of ADHD. Mine was hyperfocus. And so I would literally be able to sit at 8 hours at a time and focus on a task. And people don't consider that ADHD when it is, because it's literally a deficit of focus. And then for guys, in general, it's usually the hyperactivity, right? So what happened when I developed PTSD is I went from hyperfocus to lack of focus and not being able to do whatever. And it completely screwed up my ability to do work like a normal person. I had to relearn a lot of basic living because I could not focus. And so, long story short, when it comes to ADHD, what can really agitate your symptoms is underlying stress issues and the way your life is structured. So, for example, within myself, because of my literally rewiring of my brain, I had to learn, in order to be successful, I had to reorient a lot of different things in my life to accommodate the ADHD. And found out that things that were no longer stressful to me were stressful. And when I had anxiety about certain tasks, it caused the focus to get out of whack a lot more. So for example, things that are very distracting like TV, noise, whatever, because of like different fluctuations in my environment, those could directly impact my ADHD. So I had to learn, like, okay, whenever I'd be working, because I would get overstimulated by certain kinds of music, I would literally have to listen to the same song on repeat to stim in the back of my head. So it would literally be a background noise that would cause one part of my brain to be satisfied, so then I could focus on my task, right? Now, so for some ADHD people, you need to have a TV in the background or have different distractions. I've got little fidget toys. You know, it's about like figuring out whatever works best for you and what needs to be stimulated in your brain, because right now what's happening is there's multiple things in your brain being fired right now. And so learning to work with that, rather than fight against it and try to like say you need fixed, like never tell yourself you need fixed, because that will create shame and distort the issue further. That's why I'm saying, like, remind yourself it is just a normal part of how your body works. So let me show you some of my fidget stuff that helps me. Okay. I guess. Okay, well, I guess I lost my two little fidget thing utensils that I normally have around me, probably because I set them somewhere. But essentially, I have like one thing that makes like a bunch of clicky noises, and another is like a physical, like, it's a sensation thing that I touch. that helps me stay grounded whenever I'm interacting with people and doing things. Like, so for example, like an office environment, if it's in general a chill office environment, it's okay. But like if there's like a lot of distracting things going on, I need stuff to help keep me grounded. Otherwise, it's just too much and too distracting. So doing things that like your hands can physically touch and have sensations to ground you helps. And also just kind of like being reflective towards yourself to be like, all right, what am I potentially stressed about right now that could potentially be influencing this? Am I noticing any sounds, any external physical stimulations that have changed since I was at a more productive state at a different point in time? And then also pay attention to your health in general. Are you exercising regularly? Are you drinking water? Are you taking your medications regularly? Are you eating right? Those can all play factors as well. I noticed within myself having an exercise routine. I know it's hard with ADHD because it's like you can't focus on things, but even just working out as much as you can, setting reminders, it will get easier over time. It's just kind of figuring out what is your thing, right? So I definitely recommend, go on TikTok, go find ADHD coaches, go on YouTube, go find ADHD videos. There's a lot of different materials out there. It's just figuring out like what is your specific thing. So for example, one thing that helps me too, especially as like a psychic person, as I said, there's psychic reasons that also impact my ADHD, where because I channel so much, I literally need to create spaces in my brain to clear out noise. And so, for example, I found like brown noise has a profound impact that really helps my brain chill out. But things like white noise and other like background noises don't work for me. So try checking out different like noise frequencies as well to help out, clearing out some of the chaos too. But anyways, though, I hope that was helpful for you, Liam. Wishing you the best, because I know how tricky that can get, and especially when you introduce stress in school and trying to learn things. It's hard. So, and don't be afraid to color code things too. Try to make it fun, because I feel like with ADHD, school in general, you usually have a negative association with it. And so anything you can do to try to cheer yourself up and make school fun and make learning fun. Again, there's nothing wrong with you. It's just figuring out what works best. So, all right. Anyways, though, that was your reading, Liam. Good luck at university. Okay, Chelsea, you're up. Then Pina, then Aniket. If any of you guys are here, please post your question in the chat. And then after Aniket, I don't know how. I'll have to update the chat or the list and double check, but we have after Aniket, it's that Desi girl, Lizette, Divine Tarot, R. Lopez, Danielle, and CC Love. That's kind of like where we're at. And then Kelsey. Let me get Kelsey on here. I saw you. Oh, Chelsea, you have the list. Okay, great. Thank you. I've totally irritated a girl into attraction. That totally works. That's hilarious. Yeah, Chelsea May, are you still here? Let's see, Teresa Horton, hello, can you tell me why I can't sleep? Oh god. I'll add you to the list, Teresa, but I can already at least give you a brief explanation while I'm updating the list. So right now, in particular, there's a lot of, depending on where you live, but specifically if you live in the US, because of all of the things that are going on politically, socially, there's a lot of collective energy that's going on right now. So if you've been noticing you're waking up at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, that is really common and normal around this time when there's this much unrest. And yeah, because also too, like around those times of hours, people may not know this, but like, it's always called the witching hour because it happens a lot to intuitive people, right? But it's literally due to the fact that the earth is tilted in a certain at a certain direction around that time, and that because that's the closest to or I shouldn't say source, but like because of the way it's tilted, there's like something about the psychic field gets more direct contact with spirit around that time, and so that's why that hour matters. You could also be stressed out, but I have a feeling you're like kind of getting psychic downloads and channeling. Oh, look at Chelsea being the moderator. Oh, hey, welcome back, Angelus. All right. Okay, Chelsea May, Pina, and Aniket, please post your question in the chat. In case any of them are not here, we're also going to have that Desi girl and Lizette. If you are floating around, please let me know that you're here, because I want to keep making sure that we move the list along so I can get everybody. I gotta go back and... Yeah, you're welcome, Teresa. Oh, Dark Dragon Gaming. I'm sorry, did you want a reading, Dark Dragon? Because I don't know if you got on the list. I think you said you were just hanging out. Alright, so... See, I did Miss Bay, Liam K. Alright, Pina. Yeah, Aria's not here. Abatha's not there. Aniket is not here. Lizette's. Alright, yeah. Chelsea, Pina, Aniket. I'm gonna give you guys one last shot, and then I'm gonna move on. Because that Desi girl, she kind of comes in and out, depending on what's going on. Lizette, Divine Preacher Tarot, and R. Lopez. That Desi girl, Lizette, Divine Preacher Tarot, and R. Lopez. Poke your head in to let me know if you're still around. Okay. Hey, can Saint Michael reject your help? I worked with him, but I was told he was upset with me. No. He is not upset with you, Angelus. Hi, Lizette. Please post your question in the chat. Yeah, no, I'd be careful. Anytime a reader says... If a reader says an angel is mad at you... No. No. Reject any of that shit. Angels are there. They are divine beings to help you, and they love you unconditionally. Anytime someone says a type of higher being like that... Now, granted, like, a angel can be upset if something bad happens to you. So, like, for example, if you're, like, you know, somebody hurts you, I mean, yeah, they get upset because they're protective of you, but, like, it's not like they're out there to, like, punish you or something. That's dumb human people shit, and that reader and whoever has no business telling you that, Angelus. Absolutely not. Especially Archangel Michael. Like, huh. Hi, R. Lopez. No, you did not, actually. So, what I've got right now for the list is that Desi girl, Lizette, Divine Preacher Tarot, and then you. So, you're pretty close on the list. I'm here for fun. I don't really have a question. Okay! Yeah, she said he wouldn't accept my red apples and won't... What? I was gonna... That is such horseshit. I'm sorry, that's so that is a little offensive to me. Not a little, that's actually very offensive to me. Because it's like, it's Archangel Michael. You can't... No. No. I don't know, that's just silly to me. Actually, I can't get that mad, because I'm just like, that's just people being people. But like, that's so not okay. Yeah, post your questions in the chat, y'all. I don't know, like, I just think, like, as a reader, that's so irresponsible to, like, angels? especially like a powerful one like Archangel Michael, and telling people that like, to me, that is straight up silliness. That is silliness. I've never, like, I don't know, like, even now, like, thinking about it, like, like, as someone who's channeled angels before, their energy is just, like, it is a level of bliss that, like, I would channel angels all day, you know, but, you know, I don't think I'm emotionally ready for that, because it's kind of hard to go from something that amazing to, like, back to Earth. It's okay. I gave him the apple. Okay. But it's just kind of like, you know, like, how could only, I don't know. I just can't imagine that. Hey, Lizette, do you mind posting your question in the chat? Because you were up next, technically. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Uriel. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Uriel's a good one too. Um, Uriel is the archangel of non-binariness too. So that's why I've always worked with Uriel too. Is there anything or anyone blocking you from going out? Every time I want to go out to a party, I end up not going. Well, first of all, whose party are you going to? Because I don't feel like this is like an energy being like, no, don't go out, blah, blah, blah. This feels like more protective. Like, you shouldn't be going to these parties with these people. Because we know what those party people are up to, huh? Hmm? I'm just giving you a little teaser. Okay, yeah, let me do Lizette's reading. But I'm just letting you know, anytime, like, if something like that is happening, y'all, where you're supposed to, like, oh, I want to spend time with these people, and then something pulls you away, that's protection, right? And that's probably a good thing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, right? I was gonna say, I was like, girl, you're being protected, man. You know, and here's the thing, you know what those people are up to as well. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And your guides are going like, not on our watch. Not on our watch. You're protected, you're safe. Nope. Alright, Lizette, let me pull some cards for you. What is next in love for you? Okay, Lizette, I'm sorry. I gotta, like, pause for a second. You are way too hard on yourself, girlfriend. Wait. I'm sorry. I gotta, like, time out, because I'm like, your spirit guides are like, listen, you came here to see me, and you got 5 minutes of my time, so I'm gonna sit here and tell you that none of this ish was your fault. Okay? And, like, I literally want to cry for you, because you have been breaking yourself down over people that were so bad for you, and you have no business being that harsh on yourself for things that you didn't even do. Why did you believe what he said? That jerk who has a long history of hurting other people, and you knew about this person and you still got with them anyway because you thought he was going to change? No. Okay? No. I'm not going to allow you to think that way. Or at least, you know, I'm going to do my best to convince you to think better of yourself. Think more highly of yourself, honey. Because these people's behavior, it was not just one person, there's multiple people in your life that are influencing you right now, making you believe that you're a horrible ass person and all this stuff, when they are projecting their own problems onto you. Okay? And this is inherently a problem within your love cycle, right? It's the way you speak about yourself to others that automatically attracts these people. You're like, oh, well, it's like, no. I was gonna say, it's literally, I don't want to even say that, because, like, you don't even say you're shy. You literally walk into these situations and you talk so poorly to yourself that there's other people that are like, oh, okay, I don't want to talk to this person, and then you're attracting bad people. Okay? Like, specifically, I want to put, like, a protective blanket around you to let you know that you need to start protecting yourself. Stop evoking things. Stop talking to yourself that way. Like, I really hope you don't feel like I'm being harsh on you right now, but I'm saying this because I want to protect your energy so badly because you won't allow protective energy to come in. You're self-sabotaging, hon. Okay? Like, I want you to start believing that you deserve love. You're going around asking all these tarot readers, you want your love, you want answers, right? But you're not receiving the answers. You're going in and you're talking to these people and you're receiving information that only benefits them, right? You gotta let this go. You gotta stop this cycle, because like, if you want a person who loves you and cares about you and cherishes you, and when I say cherish, I mean they remember your birthday. They write down your phone number. They call you twice a day to check in on how you're doing. Your self-esteem right now, girl, is so low that I literally want to kick everybody's ass that's around you right now. I'm not gonna lie, because like, if you were one of my friends and you were living nearby me, I'd be staying with you for a couple days to make sure all these people leave you alone. Okay? Because I want you to understand that I would never allow any of my friends to get treated the way that you allow yourself to be treated. And I'm not punishing you. I'm not doing that to say this is a problem with you. It's because you've been systematically taught that that behavior is okay. All right? And please, please, please start, I'm just seeing it like you're making yourself a target because you're subconsciously believing you deserve that, and you absolutely do not. And I will not allow you to feel like, I will not let you leave this reading without understanding that that's not okay. Okay? I can't give you and tell you what's next in love until you start loving yourself. All right? You need to start creating boundaries with yourself. You need to stop letting these tarot readers tell you what you want to hear. Okay? You go into these lives and you're asking the same question over and over. You don't even care what the answer is. Why are you doing that? Do you want to be here? Do you want to interact with us? Like, we've got like a whole community here that will talk to you and will support you, right? But here's the thing, is like, I don't want you to be a mindless zombie with love anymore. Okay? You're acting like a zombie about this because you're so downtrodden on yourself. And I'm sorry, like, I apologize. Like, I don't want to overstep your boundaries, because I understand I'm just a reader. But literally, like, this kind of energy, I would never let somebody I care about be stuck in this energy. Right? Absolutely not. Okay? And because I'm the kind of person and the kind of reader that, like, if you say you want love, I'm going to tell you what you need to get there. And the first step is you need to start saying, I love you, to yourself in the mirror. 2 times a day, as many times as you need, because you don't even do that, right? And that is so completely sad, because you are so lovable. You are so sweet. People desire you, okay? The people around you and the people you're attracting do not care about you. And you're okay with that. And that's what needs to change, okay? Because right now, there is way too much energy around you that is not good for you. And it's okay to admit that, but I want you to start learning to say that to yourself. If you want to be loved, you have to say, I love you to me first, okay? And start, like, demanding of yourself. And even, you're not even at that stage yet. Just start accepting that right now, you're not okay, okay? And that this behavior is not okay, all right? You towards yourself, all right? I'm saying that as a lovely, friendly neighbor. You know, I know I'm going mama bear on you right now, but I'm like, absolutely not. Nobody should be treating themselves that way. Nobody should be allowing the disrespect that you allow, okay? Like I said, if you were one of my friends, no, absolutely not. I would not allow one of my friends to go through the stuff you're going through, and you deserve to have people in your life that treat you that way too. Okay? Because that's what love does. People who love you do not talk that way to you. Like, they will absolutely support you when you're going through a difficult time. No one's going to abandon you. No one's going to leave you behind. No one's going to come up with some stupid excuse. Like, seriously. Like, people who love you will not put up with the stuff, and they will not leave you in this situation. Okay? Absolutely not. No. Absolutely not. Tell yourself, I love you all the time. Cry it out. do whatever you need to do, but you need to start setting a boundary with yourself where you say, I will not tolerate hate towards myself anymore from anybody, especially myself. Okay? You want love? Start with you. And then the rest is all going to work itself out. And like, again, it's going to be work. I know you're really tired, but you're tired because other people have taken your love away from you, or you believe that, right? That is the only reason you're tired, is because you're around human garbage. And I don't like using that term because I like speaking love out into the world, whatever, but like literally what I'm seeing right now, my guides won't even let me see it because it would make me get so upset on this light I'd have to shut it off, all right? And my spirit guide team blocks things out for my psyche so that way I don't channel things and have a meltdown on a live stream. Point is, though, have some self-respect. Do what it is you need to do to get away from those people. I don't care what you got to do. Get away from them. Love yourself and do better for yourself. You're not a bad person, but you need that firm reminder that this is serious. This is no bullshit. I'm not here to... I'm not selling you anything. I would not allow this treatment for anybody around me, okay? And you shouldn't either. Chrissy, wake up! I don't like this! Chrissy, wake up! Alright, anyways, Lizette, I'm sending you a bunch of love. I hope you like and subscribe. Keep hanging around. I just really hope that you bring some good influences into your life, because you deserve so much better than what you're receiving. I don't think you even know what you're missing out on, which is a good thing, because it's like, hey, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. But like, what you're experiencing is nowhere close to love, and that makes me very upset on your behalf. And that is why I will always speak out against that kind of behavior. And you should not accept it at any point in time. Am I seeing comments that aren't even going through the feed? Well, did you not say Chrissy, wake up? That'd be kind of funny. Okay. Alright, anyways, so that Desi girl, if you're around, yeah, no problem, Lizette, you know, keep speaking love, keep speaking your truth, okay? The more you do it to yourself, the easier it's gonna get. Sending you lots of love. And I'll start with the first by saying, I love you, okay? I love you. Take that in, hold it. And give it to yourself. Alright, Divine Preacher Tarot, you are up. Then R. Lopez, and then Danielle. Now, when I go out around my Belizean people, they say things like, oh, I feel like I am better than them, and I don't think that way towards people. Aw, I'm sorry. Girl, you've got, like R. Lopez, you have really great, powerful energy, and I think people are so jealous of you, it's kind of awesome. Like, you are not someone I would mess with, and that's super cool. I think there's a troll account being auto-moderated out of the feed's chat, but I'm still seeing it there. Is that like on YouTube? Because right now I'm only paying attention to what's on Restream, which is what you should be seeing on the screen. Yes, that's it. I was like, I know what's up with you. I'd be like, uh-huh. R. Lopez, get 3 limes and salt. Doing shots. Hey, can I ask for one last reading if that's okay? Sure, I can add you to the list. I'll put you at the end. Alright, Froggy. Oh my gosh, you know, I saw Froggy and then I was immediately thinking from like Sonic the Hedgehog, be like, Froggy! Yeah, on YouTube, huh? That's weird. Yeah, no problem. Alright, so that's stuff from earlier. Yeah, no problem. Alright, Divine Preacher Tarot. I know you were floating around for the longest time, so I'll have you a little flexibility with you. But otherwise, R. Lopez, do you still want me to do a reading about you going out? Oh, Automod? Oh, so I do have a bot, on Restream that might be moderating. I'm not sure if it works in YouTube, though. Yeah, I don't know. It's saying on my side that there's like 10 people watching. Hi, Mr. Popeye. Hello. Popeye the Sailor Man. Toot toot. Good bot. I like your tattoo. Oh, thank you. It's just like a... Well, I mean, I've got like the wrist tattoos, but I've also got like an armband. I'm new here, first time. Oh, welcome. So if you would like a reading, I can go ahead and add you to the list. Hey, Froggy, do you mind if I put Mr. Popeye before you? Just because he hasn't been here? And since he already had a reading tonight? We'll see how many people pop up next, because R. Lopez, I just want to double check to confirm that that's the same reading you wanted. About asking you about going out, because if you want me to continue to do a reading on that, I can, but if you have a different question, let me know. But we've got Divine Preacher Tarot, R. Lopez, and Danielle. Please post your questions in the chat. I clicked because I can't talk. Wow. I'm so sorry. I clicked because I like the name. New here. Hi, everyone. Hello, Azalea. Nice to meet you. Yeah, so basically I'm just doing free tarot readings, and yeah, we have a good time here. It's very lively. I do live streams every Tuesdays and Thursdays starting at 7 p.m. Central Time. But yeah, I usually start the live stream off with like a collective message for everybody, and then I get into individual readings. They're all 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm pretty sassy. I got a lot of energy. And you just never know what's gonna go on these live streams. Yeah, it's a vibe in here. Can you pick any card for me, please? Yeah, one sec, I'm kinda like, I'm waiting to figure out who is next in line, because right now, because one thing I've kind of noticed too with the chat is there's been like, some people have like a little bit of a delay with their internet, so I don't want to like screw someone out of their reading when they've been patiently waiting. So right now I'm gonna put Divine Preacher Tarot in the I'm not here, but we'll give like another chance to see if they're just floating around. But then R. Lopez, Danielle, and CC Love. I know Danielle was pretty active earlier too, so I figured they might be around. But then after CC Love, there's Kelsey, Teresa Horton, then Mr. Popeye, Froggy, and then Azalea, if you'd like a reading, I can absolutely do your reading, because it's, so basically how I do it, it's first come, first serve, so I have like a list to make sure I get to everybody, but I'm trying to like keep it moving, because I can only last for, I mean, I've been doing this for about 3 hours now, so, yeah. Alright, let's see. You said my name perfectly. Sassy is great, and I can Thank you! Yeah, I was gonna say, no, it gets sassy here. I'm definitely like one of those motivational people where I tell you how it is, alright? Like, and I warn people about that with my readings, where I'm like, you know, I will tell you what you need to hear, you know? And sometimes I'm hyping you up, and then sometimes, you know, I'll be honest with you, because I will tell you, I will go mama bear on my followers, because I was like, I believe you guys deserve great relationships. I believe you shouldn't put up with BS. And sometimes you need that friend. You need that person to come in and be like, what are you doing? I love you. Why did you do this? Why did you make these decisions? huh. That, and I just kind of, whatever. Okay, R. Lopez. All right, I'm going to go back to your original question. I'm going to just do your reading, R. Lopez, and then we'll move on to Danielle, if she's still around, and Cece Love, and then Kelsey. Yeah, Chelsea, I know Divine Preacher Tarot was supposed to go, but they're not popping in. So, I've been kind of being like, if you're not here for your reading, I just kind of leave it a little amalgamous because I want to be flexible for people, but also at the same time, I'm like, I can't keep waiting for people, when they're not there. Straightforward like that. That's what I like about the crowd here. We're all pretty direct. We're all pretty much on the same vibe. Yeah, honesty is business. Yeah, and that's the thing too with like honesty. Like, you know, I try to be like professional with my readings, you know, because like I don't like giving out like super personal information unless like my guides tell me it's okay, because you know this is a public platform and people ask about some really personal stuff here, and you know, at the same time also though, like I'm not gonna be that tarot reader that's gonna pick up on something. Like if someone's not safe, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna be like, hey, I think you should leave your situation. You know, and I feel very strongly about that because there's some people I've done readings for here where I'm like, girl, like please talk to a therapist, please talk to a professional, because this is beyond my pay grade, and this is something that you should be working through someone in a grounded manner. So alright. Anyways, moving on to the readings. We're gonna get our Lopez. Alright, so your question was about... Alright, is there anyone or anything blocking me from going out? Every time I want to go out to a party, I end up not going. Yeah, so previously, to kind of recap, what I was picking up on is this is protective energy, but I want to get a little more information about why you're getting blocked from going out. There's someone in your friend group that's not good for you, and here's why. I feel like you're not being honest with yourself about this person's impact on the situation. It's not so much that you can't protect yourself from this person or protect your energy. It's because the situations that this person puts other people in will then make it unsafe for you. I see there is being some kind of like a backstabby type information being exchanged. There's kind of like an energy of like, you walk in the room and everyone hushes, right? Because they know not to mess with you, right? Other people, on the other hand, they're all getting screwed. And they're getting screwed over. And it's starting to get kind of bad. And like, there's just drama that like I said, I think you kind of have like a protective aura around you. And also they're kind of like, we don't want to mess with our Lopez. Like some people are stupid enough to mess around and find out. And it's not like they're like intimidated that you're like a bad person or anything. It's just more so you pull spiritual weight. And I think everyone kind of quietly knows that they're kind of like when they're on their like if someone's stealing from somebody else, right, in the friend group, right, you will have no idea about it because everybody knows to not talk about it in front of you, because they know that if you find out that someone's in the friend group is stealing, you're gonna come in and cloak. Like you'd be like, absolutely not, and you'd raise hell, and rightfully so, right? Like you're like, I don't want to say like you're the mom, but you're definitely in charge, right? Because you know that you're not going to tolerate anything that will upset the dynamics of the friend group, and you're also very respectful and you have standards. Wow, it's almost like don't steal from your friends. And like a lot of this stuff, it started off as like petty things and it was small, but I feel like it's kind of like adding up, and like I feel like your spirit guide team is like trying to like clear out this energy before you come back into that scene or friend group. Because I have a feeling what's going to happen is I'm seeing like two people. It's like a guy and maybe a girl, or like a girlfriend or something like, but I'm specifically seeing one guy. He's always stirring up drama, right? And I think you probably know who this person is. He's kind of like, it's kind of weird. He does like a leaning thing, or he's kind of lanky, but I see him as kind of just being like, the way his energy moves is he just kind of moves a little different. And I feel like you've always just kind of kept him in check, and you know, he doesn't really try anything with you, but like, he is super mean to his girlfriend, or he's super mean to a certain woman in this friend group, and he's gonna evoke something, like something's gonna go down, and I feel like your spirit guide team's like, we don't want you anywhere near that, because karma needs to be played out the way it needs to, right? Because like, even though like, yes, as much as we send you in to keep people in line, people do have to get their karma on their own without you being able to dole it out, right? Because these people also, because they're scared of you, they need to not blame you when consequences come around, right? Because some people do that behind their back. They're kind of like, well, if our Lopez wasn't constantly giving us like the mom stare, then maybe we could go out and have some fun, right? And so like these parties, like, you know how to have a good time. You're just not out there screwing your friends over. Or screwing your friends. You know? Like, there's like literally, like, you're just sitting, just like, No, I'm too old for this. I'm too not about that. Like, I know, like I don't know, like, it's just kind of funny, because you're just sitting there like, I would never do any of those things with any, no, like, you're my friends, but like, I don't even know how y'all are able to be considered players, because you're just like, I'm here for a good time. Like, you're just sitting there like, listen, you know, like, I can have fun. Just because I'm a badass does not mean I can't have a good time. But like, y'all need to chill. That's how I feel. So we've got the Six of Cups here, which is all about like nostalgia, right? Yeah, and I feel like there's kind of like, you know, also there's something you're missing at home. Maybe there's something you need to do at home that also you've been kind of neglecting. And so I'm kind of channeling, there's like some kind of an old past energy that, you know, your spirit guide team's trying to get you to reflect on, you know? And trying to be like, I feel like sometimes because you like to go out, there's something about like being at home for too long makes you feel trapped. And so your spirit guide team's trying to say, hey, let's find some like positive ways to spend being at home, right? Because you're not always going to want to be out there partying forever, right? Especially because like you're pretty sophisticated, and you know, it's kind of a challenge to maintain your spiritual integrity whenever you go out with certain kinds of people, or even just going out in general. I mean, like, God, like, I mean, like, I like to drink, but like being out in bars and that being like the only place people hang out, as a spiritual person, you take in so much of the energy and it gets so draining. So you just have to watch out. And also just like replenishing your own energy and being like, hey, you know what? You know, I used to laugh at the people that were watching Netflix 24/7, and you know, maybe I'm gonna start watching a little more Netflix just because these people ain't it. You know what I'm talking about. Like, I'm not crapping on your friends, because you have great friends. But it's like, sometimes though, you kind of have to also sit there and be like, you know what? Until this girl breaks up with this man who's throwing off the vibe, I'm just gonna take my time. I'm gonna take my time. We've got the Eight of Wands here. You know, just be careful about what you're attracting to, because I feel like there's some kind of like, I feel like maybe you kind of like you're like upgrading a little bit, and so there's something about like, I don't know, with these witches here, I'm kind of seeing like, you know, you may go through some friendship changes soon, which you'll be fine with, right? I think you might be, some of these people I feel like you're over their BS, but it's not the time yet for that. We've got, if I could find words to express how I feel, I would never stop talking. That's why I can't talk at all. Yeah, more confirmation that people are not saying the truth around you. So that's like kind of a good thing. And I don't deserve you, but I'll learn to love me so I can. Yeah. I don't know. Some of these people in this friend group, or this party group, they really kind of, it's kind of like either they're used to you being around, but there's definitely like you kind of deserve a little bit better. That kind of energy. So, anyways though, R. Lopez, I hope you enjoyed your reading. You know, wishing you the best. Hi, how do I pronounce your name? Is that Siley? Alright, because I'll put you on the list, but I'll make you the last one for the night, because I'm getting a little tired. Alright, Siley. Okay, so next up on the list, Divine Preacher Tarot, if you're there, just let you know, this is your last call. Danielle, this is your last call. CC Love, this is your last call. And Kelsey, if any of you guys are here, please poke your head in the chat and say something. Otherwise, I'm going to move on. Teresa Horton, if you are there, please poke your head in the chat. Have a good night. Otherwise, after Teresa Horton, it's going to be Mr. Popeye, Froggy, and then we need Azealia. I think Azealia, you wanted a reading, right? Ooh, you started a business. There you go. Okay. All right, Azealia. Yeah, I will put you on after Mr. Popeye. Azealia. Okay, Danielle, CC Love, Kelsey, Teresa Horton. If any of you guys are around, please poke your head in the chat. Otherwise, Mr. Popeye, you are up. Yeah, I was gonna say, because I technically answered Teresa's question, but she's gonna have to like show up and ask a question if she wants, if she wants more information. Yeah, but Danielle, CC Love, Kelsey, Teresa Horton, any of you guys, if you're floating around, please poke your head in the chat. Otherwise, Mr. Popeye, please post a question. Yeah, at one point, can someone put the list in order? Yeah, it's... As of right now, if those 4 people don't pop in, it'll be Mr. Popeye, Azealia, Froggy, and then Siley. And after Siley, I am done for the night. Also, thank you so much for helping out, Chelsea. I appreciate you. Rental property management and cleaning business with my brother and mom. There you go. Get your bag, girl. There you go. Listen, people underestimate how much work it takes for rental property management. Yeah, like being able to do all that. Especially depending on the size of the property and what's all going on. So, yeah. I had a friend who did that too. You can do it! I believe in you! Alright. Woohoo, roll credits. Yeah, Mr. Popeye, post your question. What do you want to know? Yeah, you put Froggy in the right spot. Because I just wanted to make sure, because Froggy had already had a reading, so I wanted Mr. Popeye and Azealia to get the reading in. Sorry, I'm playing with one of my little chin hair. Yeah, no, these live streams, like, when I first start the live, like, the first, like, 2.5 hours, it's just bang, 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 people. And usually when it gets around this hour, it's, like, a lot slower. And so then I'm, like, all of the energy that I expelled during the last 2.5 hours is, like... and I'm feeling it now. Oh. Shout out to my patient for being just a good little dude. It makes it easier for me to participate. There you go. Aw. Good little dude. Yeah. The flexibility of your job, Chelsea, is so awesome. I really wish I could have, like, a work remote job or a job that I could basically, you know, work on other things while I work. That'd be very, very convenient for me. I'd like to start a spiritual business down the line, but I'm still nervous about being able to harness my energy. I just practice on family and friends for now until I build up more courage. Aw, what kind of spiritual business? Do you like energy healing? Do you do tarot? Do you do any sort of, you know, Reiki? I would not call it flexible, but sometimes there's downtime that's actually useful. That's fair. That's fair. Mr. Popeye, you were literally just here. What is your question, man? Channeling, tarot, oracle reading. I like helping people, so I do it for free in exchange for feedback for improvement. Ooh, yeah, yeah. So way back when I first started doing tarot readings, I was a part of actually Chelsea of all people. You Chelsea introduced me to a tarot exchange group where it was like everyone was learning to read tarot, and so everybody gave each other free readings and stuff to practice. And I met a really good friend through that experience, and they ended up closing down the Facebook group. Okay, yeah, Mr. Pop Guy, please post your question. Like, what is your question? I need a question in order to do your reading, unless you want just channeled messages. But yeah, because like I can just free channel for you and just give you messages. I just want to know what you want. But yeah, anyways though, but yeah, doing like free readings and doing exchanges. And honestly, like, so for me doing this YouTube channel, like, so how this whole YouTube channel started was it started as a joke. Okay, it was basically I said, hey, I'm gonna get drunk and I'm gonna read tarot cards. I'm gonna sass people about their relationships, and it ended up doing pretty well the first live stream. And then as I started doing more live streams periodically, I ended up creating a whole community. And like the community you see today is not the same as when it first started, because I started doing tarot live streams like years ago. But I had already been doing tarot for like my friends and for myself and whatnot. And yeah, there's like all kinds of opportunities. It's just, you know, finding your right community. And for me, you know, I think when I really started believing in my abilities was doing live streams, because I find that I have an easier time channeling when I don't see people's faces, and whatnot, because it doesn't distract me. Because I feel like when I'm in person, I get way more nervous doing readings, because I feel like, especially if I know them, I'm like, oh, it's gonna be a subconscious bias, you know, and I'm gonna, I don't know, I'm gonna like mess it up, or I'm like making stuff up in my head, versus like with people on the internet, I'm like, I see nothing, I have no idea who you are, so I can just go boom, 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 and get all the information out. So, if that makes you feel any better, you know, which, yeah, which it's like, if you ever want to do a reading for me, I mean, my DMs are open on Instagram. Or like, again, there's other people here, as well, that I'm sure they'd be down for receiving readings as well. But yeah, cool stuff. Okay, Mr. Popeye, I think I saw you ask a question. I'm a lady. Okay, so you are not a Mr., but you are a lady, so you are Miss Popeye. And this is my dog, and his name is Mr. Popeye. Oh, that's so cute. Oh. Oh, it's like, I also want to sell healing tools like crystals, spiritual bath, candles, ritual work, because I work with... Okay, there you go. Yep, well, that's definitely the trend everyone's going towards. Yeah. Ooh, yes, I love the alignment. I love how that works. Okay. You're like, okay, so you want to know about what's going on tomorrow for you. Okay, I'm just feeling you're gonna have another boring day. Are you like... Your energy's kind of confusing. I'm not gonna lie, because at first I was gonna be like, I'm like alleviating pain, and then I was like, no, and then I was like, are you letting something go? And I was like, no. Like, I'm trying to figure out... I just saw that you're getting YouTube logos instead of profiles. So that's actually only on the live stream, or the image that you're seeing, but I have like a separate chat window from OBS that I'm actually seeing it. So I do see the profile pictures. Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, Miss Popeye, yeah. Because it's like, so like, I don't know. I guess it's because like you're having me focus on just tomorrow, but I'm like picking up on the energy of like all the other stuff that's going on in your life. That's why I'm like, I'm picking up on too much energy that's not relevant to your question, if that makes any sense. Because I'm like, there's a lot of other things I'd be reading you for. Let's see. I forgot how much you made me feel. It's too much to feel at once. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling you have like an overall energy of like... I mean, yeah, you're stressed, but you're kind of checked out. I'm definitely feeling like you don't really know what's up from down sometimes. Like, do you have like a hard time focusing? Or it's kind of like some days you're having a good day, but you're like, I just feel like you're very spaced out. And you're not fully like there at times, because it's like you're just... Again, I don't know how spiritual you are, but I kind of see you kind of walking between two worlds, if that makes any sense, because it's a bit easier for you. I don't know if you have like day-to-day just stressful environment. I'm just seeing stress. I'm like, what are you even stressed about? And you're like, I don't even know anymore. Like, you're just really checked out and overwhelmed. Do you do any like somatic therapy? Because this level of stuff, like, obviously, I mean, I highly recommend talking to a professional, like a mental health or a medical professional, because this feels like you might need either some medication or some serious lifestyle changes to help with this. Because this is like not just like in your head. This isn't like, let's do some breathing exercises and get better. Like, no. Like, this is like you've got so much other stuff going on in your life. I just want to hold you forever. I feel like you need like a really big long hug from somebody. So, all right, everybody, group hug. We're giving her a group hug. Hug. Okay. Yeah, I just really feel like you kind of just need like a break. Like a really good, long, hard 7 hour do nothing vegetable state. Okay? Like, I don't know if you like are. I think you're like pushing yourself past the point of exhaustion, and I feel like you keep making excuses and be like, I gotta keep going, or else it's never enough, it's never enough, it's never enough. And it's like, you're just like, you're literally like kind of like a zombie, and it's like at some point your body's gonna give out on you, and I feel like it already has in some ways. And like you want to make sure that like literally, like if I was your doctor, I would literally tell you, I want you to go and sit outside in the woods for a whole day, and I want you to put your phone in your car, I want you to sit there with your dog, and I want you to do nothing and force yourself to do nothing for hours, and you're gonna hate it for the first 6 hour. By the 7th hour, you might even take a nap. Right? Yeah, like that's like, that is like a stress response to continue to go because you're running, you're not able to tell up from down. That's all anxiety based, right? And so, like, I don't know if you've ever experienced trauma or if it may be just genetic anxiety or things like that, but continuing to run in that direction, like, you will burn yourself out, and it's hurting you. And, in order to break that level of anxiety and that kind of frequency, you have to take a little bit more, just like, you have to challenge it. Like, you will literally have to, it's like fighting a dragon. You gotta say, enough is enough. I'm gonna feel uncomfortable, but I need to do this. Alright? Like, this is definitely, like, I definitely need to start saying no to this energy. You have the Queen of Wands, and you have Temperance in reverse. And there's something that, like, you just need to let other people take care of you. For once. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like part of why you keep running away from doing things is because you don't want to give up control. And it's because you have so much anxiety that, like, if I don't stop running, everything's going to go to shit when everything already is in the shit. Right? And this is the sort of frequency where if you don't learn your lesson, your body's going to teach it to you. Okay? And it's like, I know you don't want other people to take care of you, but it's like, it's literally at a point where it's almost like kind of, I don't want to say rude, but it's kind of rude. It's kind of like if someone comes in wanting to do something nice for you and then you get angry at them, that's not benefiting you, right? I just want to make sure that you know that, like, you deserve love. You deserve to, like, take time to relax and be open and receptive to the universe sending you that. Okay? It's like I'm seeing you can be kind of stubborn with that because, like, you want to make sure that you allow time and energy and space into your life for good people to show up for you, right? Because, like, you've gotten screwed, right? Everybody has. But I feel like your anxiety is putting you in this state of resistance and reluctance to accept other people's ability to connect, if that makes any sense, which makes sense because, like, when you're in that constant go mode, I mean, nothing's gonna work, right? And I get it because I can definitely see where this energy's going. And I feel like just also, like, having patience for yourself while you're working through this energy, because, like, this is, like, very, like, resistant energy, right? And, like, the level of anxiety that you're at, it's hard to work with. Okay, it's not just a matter of doing a couple breathing exercises. It's not a matter of, like, doing a chakra cleansing. If you have anybody to help you, have to go and get it done. Yeah, well, but that's the thing, though. That's hyper independence, right? Because like, everybody should have other people that they can rely on. You're not a machine, okay? And I understand that, you've been hurt in ways that are, make it feel like you're the only one that can do it. But here's the thing, don't set your life up for that to be the case. Okay? And I know that's easier said than done, right? But, like, that resistance is going to hurt you, right? Because everybody needs other people at some point. And making sure that you take the time to accept that you deserve to have other people to help you out, it's going to help you slow down because you're not going to feel as scared to let other things go. And that's the other thing too, is like some things you gotta let go, being like, listen, like even if someone doesn't do something perfectly in the way that you want it to, it'll still get done, right? It's better to have some alleviation than none. Because like I'm already seeing right now, I'm just cautioning you, if you don't slow down, it's really gonna hurt your body long term. And it's gonna have some health consequences long term. So sending you some love, Popeye. I mean, I know your name's not Popeye, but you know what I mean? Like, I just want to make sure, you know, reminding you that you do deserve love. And, like, if you won't, like, even if someone doesn't do it the right way that you feel like it, your body deserves rest. Okay? So please, please take that seriously, because you will seriously injure yourself if you continue at the pace you're going. Okay? And I promise, maybe it'll feel like the world's ending at first, but over time you learn to work with it. And I'm saying this like, you know, like if you've ever been like a manager, like, or any sort of like leadership thing, there's a certain level of like, you understand that the world will perpetually have a fire that is going on, you know, and you learn to be like, it's okay. I don't need no medications. All right, that's fine, and you don't have to. You know what I mean? Remember, it's just a free reading. But at the end of the day, I just want to make sure that you look out for yourself, okay? Because that level of anxiety can hurt you, okay? It's not helpful and brought me down more. I'm sorry to hear that. But wishing you the best in your situation, Popeye, okay? All right, so the next person that's up, it's Azealia. You were up. And then Froggy, and then Siley. Am I pronouncing that right, Siley? Yeah, no problem. And again, this is also not a replacement for medical advice. Nope, but it's okay because I know you call me. Okay, sorry, I'm trying. I want to be respectful, you know, and do my best, you know. Um, I did business studies. It helps me in the real world because life is a business and everything is a transaction. Yeah, I will say, like, having a background in business really does help. Okay. How do I pronounce that? Is that Naif? Naif? If we are going to collaborate on music and potentially romance. Ooh, that's spicy. That's spicy. Okay, let's see. Alright. What does she need to know about you and Naif? Okay. Like knife. Okay. Cool. I don't know if you're gonna want to hear this. Okay, again, I'm an honest reader. I feel like you're gonna have to lower your expectations about your relationship with him. He's a bit of a player. I'm just warning you now. And like yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like he doesn't always like if you try collaborating with him, I don't feel like he's always going to listen to you respectfully, and I do feel he might not steal ideas, but take deliberate inspiration. And depending on how you feel about that, that may impact your relationship. Right? So for example, we've got this card here. It says, "Leave me behind. I'll always follow you like your destiny." Yeah, I feel like he definitely has a way with words. And I feel like, first of all, he's very classy. Okay, and I think that's why you're kind of attracted to him, because he's sophisticated. You know, he does know how to say the right things. He knows how to do the right things. But he doesn't want to do the right things, right? Because it's a facade. He's a performer, and a lot of it is kind of bullshit because he knows what he wants. You know? It says, "Dance with me, darling. Your heart is so sweet, tender, and pure." Yeah, like, I feel like he kind of wants to dance with you. He wants to, like, you know, be romantic and be whatever, and then he's gonna just kind of go away, right? Like, that's kind of what he wants to do. He wants to dance, he wants to sing, and he wants to do his thing, and then he wants to leave, right? And I feel like you're a little too attached to him to be able to play that game. I feel like you're going to be like, "Oh no, I can do it. I can do it. Oh yeah, we're just here. We're going to collab. We're going to be fun. I've got a heart of steel. I can protect myself. It's going to be okay." And I don't think it's going to be okay. Like, no offense. I have a feeling, because like you have a pure heart, and I don't get the vibe or the energy that you can handle player energy. Because that's not what you are. You've got more support. Yeah, let's see. You've got the 5 of Wands, which is all about conflict. I mean, like, look at this girl with the wolves, right? I see you being in this tree, and the wolves are all these other things, right? And some of these are your anxieties and fears, right? And you're gonna be up here. He's gonna leave you in that tree. Okay, he's gonna sit there and he's gonna sing you the sweetest songs. He's gonna tell you about how he got hurt. He's gonna tell you all about those feelings. And then when it comes to you, he's gonna conveniently forget. And that's kind of sad, but it's very predictable with his type. I'm just saying. And I'm only saying this because, like, you know, when you befriend musicians and artists and stuff like that, you know, everything's great on paper. Everything's great when we're all hanging out. And then it comes time to actually do real stuff. So definitely, I'd say just protect yourself, have a good time, enjoy the buzz going on between the two of you, but at the same time also, though, keep it to flirting. And if anything, turn the tables on him. All right, you want to play like okay, maybe this is just my evil inner Scorpio. But, like, you gotta turn things on its head and pull things into your favor, right? Like, you need to be pulling him, not the other way around. And I know that you're good at what you do, but you gotta start playing the game. You gotta, like, be like, "I know you're a jerk, and I don't have to play your game. I'm a reel you in." And there's a way to do it, and I think you know how to do it, but that's how that game works, is you have to outplay the players, because that whole industry is filled with dudes with egos and all that other ish and whatever. And like, so for example, you've got the 9 of Swords here, right? This is all anxiety, night terrors, things going on, and like, I think he's gonna stress you out. Like, I know you're really excited for this opportunity with him, but, like, he's gonna stress you out more than alleviate your stress. And I think you gotta be careful, because it's not that you're innocent, like, you know what's going on, but I feel like there's gonna be something about him that's gonna bring out an insecurity in you and make you question yourself. And I'm just saying that you should never let a person like this get you down, you know? And like I said, it's kind of like, this is one of those types of people that it will creep up on you. It's not because you're not strong enough. It's not because you're not the toughest person. It happens to everybody, right? And especially because you are so hardworking. You are so dedicated to your craft and your style. And he is too, at least at first. And then you're going to see all the walls get peeled backwards. And he just wants to dance with you, which is also a compliment, right? It's not like he's a bad person. It's just, it's kind of the way the game is rigged and the way the game works. And you just got to get so much better at the game that he can't touch you, right? You got to let him believe that he's playing you, but don't get played. All right, one sec. I'm going to go back to your questions real fast. He's a platinum producer, and I'm a rapper. he has worked with A-list artists, and he's the one that offered working with me, not the other way around. Who does that? This little asshole literally talked about marriage with me, and I kept shrugging him off. Yeah, exactly, because he's gaslighting you. Or, sorry, not gaslighting. He's love bombing you. Right? Because he wants to dance, and then he wants to leave. Good night. I will come back. I will not come back in here. Okay. Take care, Popeye. Wishing you the best. But yeah, as Azealia, like I said, play him, not the other way around. Play him back. Once you start getting good at that, you're gonna really start shining. I have a Scorpio stellium as well. I've called him out on all his wounds, and he stopped feeding me bullshit. Since then, he's kept his distance from me. So he's gonna want to dance. Well, and like, here's the thing too, though. Like, don't call him out on his bullshit. All right? Because that's gonna scare him off. And here's the thing is, in order to play that game with him, like I said, you have to make him believe he's winning. Right? What do you mean play him? I need to learn. So it's like, basically, like, you work with him, but you gotta start, like, you gotta make him chase you and make him believe he's winning. Make him believe he's winning. And you gotta stay 2 steps ahead of him when you're figuring this stuff out. Right? It's like, basically, you have to wait and watch what his moves are. And then, you know, if something doesn't go in your favor, pull out. I'm too honest for... Yes. And here's the thing is that you have to be careful about being very honest in the music industry, because most people are not honest. That can get you really screwed really, really quickly. Okay? Because a lot of it is smoke and mirrors. A lot of it is behind closed doors, blah, blah, blah. So it's okay. I'm not saying compromise your integrity. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is playing a game. And sometimes that means just stepping in a certain way that says, hey, I see you. I know what you're doing. I'm not going to let this happen. But I'm just going to watch. Right? Because here's the thing. There's a certain point where, first of all, especially how first of all, music industry's got a lot of narcissists in it, right? And they've got all their little flying monkeys. You call out the wrong person, and all their little flying monkeys come after you, right? That's why you have to be careful in that gig, because of the standpoint of the way people have it so rigged, right? Because a lot of what how the music industry strives is a lot on smoke and mirrors. That's how all of these toxic people become famous, because they're all doing it, right? So whenever a honest, truthful person gets introduced into those environments, they're going to kick you out, right? And so the game that you got to play is you can remain honest, but you got to let them F around and find out. And that's the beauty of it, because it's completely covert. You literally just sit back and be like, okay, let them. Watch what happens. And then write a diss track about it, and then go make money. Right? It's literally like, there's a certain flow to it. Now, obviously, like I said, don't be any less than who you are. However, again, in order to be successful in that industry, it's kind of like knowing what are the pitfalls, what are the things you can get away with, what are the things you can't, who's backing you up, what is your brand, right? And then how you navigate that. But there's a certain level of social flow that industry has. And so you just always have to watch your back and be careful. And especially with him, I don't trust him. I did write one last night, and I said I dropped his name. There you go. Listen, okay. Listen. Okay, because, so for me, being an angry person, you know, I mean, like, okay, I'm not like that angry of a person, but I have a lot of rage because I do not like seeing injustice being, you know, not taken care of and whatnot, right? I'm very, like, you know, convicted about my belief system, right? And for me, like, I really wasn't too big into hip hop and rap and stuff like that, really until like probably within the last year, because I befriended a bunch of rappers, and then I was like, oh, I kind of like this thing. I like this whole diss track thing. And so what I've been doing is I've just been writing diss tracks about people, and it is so refreshing. It is literally like, it brings me joy, okay? To diss people. Like, I love creative insults and stuff like that. And I obviously never have to release that music and whatnot, but it is so cathartic. And that is kind of like the best thing too, because if you are, say, an honest person, right? You absolutely have every right to be able to express yourself musically. And everybody will know. I mean, look at freaking Drake and Kendrick Lamar right now. I mean, holy cow. You want to talk about using your voice? Right? The thing is, though, is that you gotta be able to find the way to integrate your voice, your personality, and have that weight behind you. So moving into that industry, it comes forward, right? So like that's why like every time I said like, playing him, I'm not saying lying, and I'm not saying compromising values. What I am saying is, like I said, figure out how you want to do your F around and find out. That's all I'm gonna say. All right. Anyways, though, that was your reading. I hope you enjoyed it. Okay, Froggy, you are up next. Then it is Siley. And then that's it. And then I'm done. I'm done for the night. Is that your question, Froggy? Asking about this dream? Listen, like, diss tracks, man. Because like I always sit there and be like, my personality is like, I really want to prevent love and healing and things like that. And then like I just got this really sassy streak in me where it's like I love to diss people and I love to insult people, right? And so I'd just be constantly sitting there being like, am I going against my values? Am I a fraud? Am I like a horrible person? Like I always do that back and forth because I want to make sure I'm like, healing and promoting good things, but also at the same time, like, gosh darn it, I really want to just completely obliterate a person, right? And so that's why I realized writing diss tracks was the perfect solve to my problems, because I can write it, I can create it, and then I don't have to publish it, and I can feel really good about myself, and then I release it, right? Because I found that like breathing exercises and visualizing, it's like when you're creative and you're artistic, like you can't, that's just a waste. You know what I mean? Like part of like those feelings, like being able to release it is, be creative about it. Like release my rage, release all this other stuff. And then, if I have to say anything further than that, fine. But like, you know what I mean? Thank you so much. I definitely did, and it confirmed what I felt on my end. That was some tea. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and here's the thing too, Azealia. Do not sleep with him. I'm going to tell you that right now. Do not sleep with him. You will very much regret it. He will hold that over your head for a very, very, very long time. I'm just gonna say, do not do that. Absolutely do. Not that I thought you would, but I know when you said romance, I was like, don't do it. He is a love bomber. With his words, with his gifts, with his music offers, I thought it was because we were friends and it was to cheer me up. I dated his business partner, and when I dumped him, he made a move. Nah. He waited around for an opening. Yes, he did. Nope. And here's like, I think what I don't like about his energy is he assumes you're innocent. And I'm sitting there like, honey. Mess around and find out. Ah! I love it. I love it so much. All right. I'm gonna do Froggy's reading. I just love it. I just love all of you that keep coming in, and then I get to do these readings and expose the tea, and I'm just like, yes, the universe is orchestrating and doing its thing, and I absolutely enjoy it. It gives me hope in humanity. Okay, let's get some clarification about Froggy's dream. To work with water and spirit, so have you ever done like spoken into water? So there's like a cleansing technique that you can use, where basically what you do is you get a glass of water and you say words into the water and then you drink it. It's a really great way to cleanse your body. So say for example, you know, I would like to be healthy and I'd like to cleanse my body. You speak that into the water and then you drink it. Another thing is too, like with water in general and spirit, you know, people channel all the time in water. So for example, like if you get a bath and you put salt in the water and you sit in the bath, kind of like if you've ever seen Stranger Things when Eleven sits in the bath, obviously that's an excessive amount of salt, but yeah, it's known to enhance psychic abilities. So, for example, I'm a water sign, so water is very important for me for channeling, and I've done channeling in my own regard where I have my tub, I throw crystals in my bath water, and then I sit and I just channel. And it makes me open, it helps me cleanse my energy, and it clears my body. Spiritual baths are excellent. They will make you feel so much better. They're a really great way to, yeah, they're a great way to cleanse your body as well as cleanse your mind, your spirit, you know? Like, so for example, usually whenever you're trying to clear out your energy, you know, you can use water, and I always do like an imaginary like soap where it's like I literally just kind of like wash my energy for a little bit. And it's kind of weird, but like for day-to-day cleansing, it's really, really useful. But yeah, but water can be significant. Like you can use water in so many different spiritual practices. And so like depending on what your psychic abilities and gifts may be, you might have a connection with water. All right, let's see what the cards say. It says, our fights bring us closer together. I need them honestly. And then, why do we do this? Why don't you love me forever? Aw. So I think, okay, so based off of those two cards, something tells me that, you know, you're channeling something that is as a result of like your anxiety and stress. I feel like, you know, your spirit guide teams are trying, or your spirit guide team is trying to like connect with you to, first of all, not make you feel alone. Again, like with this energy of like fighting and why don't you love me forever? I do feel like there's like kind of like you're having a hard time connecting to the loving energy of source almost, or it's kind of like, I mean, I know what this feels like, where it's like basically like you're aware of spirituality. Like you can sense things, you can do whatever, but it's like you're not actually connected to like the love spiritual end of it, right? Because you're like, well, if there's a higher being or a higher power out there, why am I experiencing all this crap, right? And so this is where your spirit guide team's like starting to like, you know, do that energy work, starting to connect a bit more and trying to like, you know, they're trying to like lead you down a path where you of being able to be solitary and in your own kind of energy for a little bit, and to understand that, you know, you can connect with whatever energy you set, right? Now granted, I always tell people, please always connect to energies of your highest good and the highest good of all living beings. Because those are safe energy frequencies. As someone who I've channeled many different types of things, and I mean, I'm older now, so I know how to navigate those safely. But, you know, people can get taken advantage of by spirits. People can get really, really hurt depending on what you interact with. And so I feel like with this dream in particular, it I just keep feeling it has something to do with your anxiety, and I feel like it's kind of like they're trying to like show you pathways, if that makes any sense, and like ways of connecting to spirit and like different things like that, because like, you know, depending on what your religious belief system is and what you channel, you know, there's all kinds of spiritual things out there. There's all kinds of entities and deities out there. um I know what I tap into, because like, even though, yeah, I can channel Aphrodite, I can channel Loki, I can channel demons, I can channel all that other stuff, right? However, after my experiences, I know what I want to connect to. I know what's safe for me to connect to, and I also know how to protect myself now, because I've gone and learned psychic protection. I've experienced getting tricked by energies and spirits. I mean, like, I learn all the time, even though I've been doing this for years. There's still plenty of stuff I don't know. And that's why I always tell people, like, you know, with whatever you're channeling and whatnot, you know, always set your intention. And I do feel like, you know, this dream, like, nobody's there to hurt you, or it feels very much like, it just feels like you just channeled and tapped into something. Maybe it was also a message from an ancestor. All right, we got the Fool card in reverse. Oh, I guess it wanted to be upright. Yeah, so you have the Fool in reverse. So that tells me, like, you're kind of at the beginning of your spiritual journey at your point in your life, which it's kind of like just like the Fool. You know, you're at the beginning, you're starting off, you have no idea what's going on, and this is just kind of a symptom of it. Because I can tell you right off the bat, I get a lot of psychic dreams. I don't know how to interpret a lot of them. If I'm being perfectly honest. And, you know, some of that's my own fault. But part of it's also, I get very, very obscure images and dreams. Some dreams, I totally get the meaning behind them. A lot of them, I do not. And I've kind of learned to just accept it, because there's a lot of stuff in my dream state that, I mean, I'm astral projecting, it could be a manifestation of stress, it could be whatever. There's so many different scenarios, right? And so as you create relationships with your dreams and what you're trying to channel and connect to, that will ultimately kind of give you the answer, right? You also have the Knight of Pentacles here as well. So Knight of Pentacles energy, it's like it's slow moving energy, but this feels like it's almost like a message of some kind. So it's kind of like, as the dream, like, so the dream is kind of like a representation of, you're going to start receiving like divine messages slowly over time. She told me about the triple goddess, the double goddess, as well as monotheistic. Yeah, so that kind of sounds familiar to me. That's like a pagan belief system with the triple goddess. Because like 3, 2, and 1, I mean, like, doing that, like, that's like secret, like, there's like all kinds of like sacred numbers and numerology that has to do with that. But like the triple goddess, that, for some reason, I'm thinking of like in Wicca. Yeah, what did she look like? This daughter of the goddess. Because like divine goddess and things, like, I don't know, just based off of what you're saying, that to me, it gives me kind of Wicca vibes. Yeah, that's messed up. Who watches someone for years, becomes friends with them, and then tries to get it at them? Yeah, those are people that are not your friend. But people do that. And that's because those people are jerks. And don't deserve your time and energy. She had black hair, tied up, skinny, pale. I think she had freckles and maybe green eyes. Okay, I want to Google this. Yeah, the Maiden Mother and Crone. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Um, so also, yeah, because it could be Hecate, or according to Google, it could also be the Morrigan, who's a Celtic goddess of death and war, known as the Phantom Queen. And then they have like the three sisters who of destiny and prophecy. Because there's like the three fates. You know, again, it really just depends on like what religious background, or not religion, but like whatever kind of background they came from. And then I guess like for the Hindu, it's the Tridevi with the three main energies and stuff like that. Yeah, Hecate is a triple moon goddess, which like um all right. Let's do daughter of Hecate. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Okay, I don't know. I can't find anything. But yeah, I hope that gave you some clarification. Okay, anyways. Siley, you are up. It was almost like she was teaching me. Yeah, well, do you know who Hecate is? She's the Greek goddess of magic. And she's an underworld. She works with the underworld. She showed me my palm too. Do you know if you do understand palm reading? Or do you have like healing hands and whatnot? Siley, do you mind posting your question, please? Yeah, Froggy. It sounds like you just had a vision from a goddess, and you know they're just trying to interact with you and help you learn more about your abilities. That's really cool. I love where cultures and faiths overlap, diverse ideas across. Yeah, right. Well, because like that's something I've noticed too. Like for example, like Loki as a trickster energy, right? I mean, Coyote has a distinct energy that's different from Loki, but they're all the same. Right? Well, okay, I shouldn't say they're all the same. There are deviations I've noticed when I've channeled them. However, at the same time, like there's a lot of overlap between different entities, and they usually like show up in whatever faith is comfortable to the person channeling them. Like for me, for example, like I'm pretty open. Like I said, I don't channel specific things because I just know I'm not in alignment with them, and I know where my borders are. However, at the same time, also though, I still witness them, right? Like for me, like Ganesh, especially since I moved to Austin, Ganesh comes to me, and he's Ganesh is one of my favorite deities to work with. He's so sweet, and really, really great at explaining things. Um, yeah, that's cool. I'm in pagan faith. Cool. I don't know, but I remember she showed me a symbol of water right above my index finger. Hmm. Well, I know, like in the Hindu religion, so your fingers, right? There's like the three main forces of energy in life, and I forget what the names are, but it's basically, you know, creating life, sustaining, and destruction of life, and each finger has a different association. I don't think it's related to that though, but like I know, like your fingers, there's stuff that can, I don't know, maybe look into palm reading. All right, Siley. I'm facing a lot of burnout and overwhelmed this week. I was going to ask school and career, but here's my question. Why did I meet cancer guy no contact? I love you're just like, yeah, I've got all this stuff going on with school, but I want to know about this guy. I'm trying to let go because he reminded me of someone of my past and I got too triggered. Actually, why did he meet me? Aw. I'm sorry. Okay, let's just get information from Spirit for Siley about like what's going on with this guy. Why is he significant? Why did Spirit do this to poor Siley? So I feel like there's a spiritual lesson. I feel like you met him because he was supposed to trigger you into action. There's something about like with the way you handled the wound with that past person, you didn't fully heal all of it, which is pretty normal. I guess I shouldn't say it's pretty normal, but sometimes that does happen where it's kind of like, oh yeah, I mean, this thing was really painful, and so you did the patchwork job that you thought you needed, and then all of a sudden, boom, everything that was supposed to be locked down wasn't, right? But that you also got exposed to a new layer of what was actually happening, what actually wasn't fully healed in the first place, right? Because it's kind of like if you try to heal things from a surface level, right, and anticipate, oh, well, I'm never going to experience that again. Bullshit. I'm going to tell you right now, as a spiritual person, lessons that you absolutely need to learn will continue to get thrown back in your space until you learn them, okay? And like I tell everybody, you can cut cords as many times as you think you need to. Spirit will throw them right back into your energy if you need to learn a lesson. Yeah, take your energy for sure. But I mean, like, he took more than just your energy. He took like a piece of your spirit. Or at least you feel that way. When I was like, no, he didn't do that. There was an allowance of that. There was an exchange of energy, right? Because there needed to be something to hold that piece of you in place inside of you, and it wasn't there. Which meant something in your foundation was not grounded. Hi Princess Shy. So I'm done with readings after this one with Siley, but if you like and subscribe, I do free tarot readings every Tuesday and Thursday evening starting at 7 p.m. Central Time, okay? So you can absolutely come back for a reading. I have regrets meeting him, no lie. Yeah, but I don't think he wasn't meant to be your person, and I think there was a lesson here. So let me get into the cards. I would only let you go so I could make sure you're safe. I love you more than pride. All right? And there's something about the not being able to let go part that is part of the lesson and the journey that's happening, right? Because there's something about your letting go process is not healing you. Okay? I'm going to repeat that because that's important. Your letting go process is not letting you heal. Okay? Because if you fully let go and released and healed and cleansed that energy and then patched up what was inside of you, then this person that came in would not be able to take away that kind of energy from you and have such a deeper impact, right? And he didn't even do that much, right? It's like you're like, man, he was barely in my life compared to this other guy who did all this stuff, right? And it's because it's like a root, right? It goes so deep inside of you that if you pull a weed and there's still roots stuck in the bottom, then guess what? The whole tree's going to grow back stronger, right? And in your case, like, it's not supposed to grow back stronger, but it did because it was agitated the way you let it go. Because it turned into blame, shame, and guilt, and trauma. And it festered, right? Because you were like, I need to cut this person out of my life. I need to did it, and you literally carved your way out of letting him go instead of allowing yourself to grieve it naturally. You're trying to force your healing because you didn't want to feel the pain. And so it hurt you, right? You didn't release any of it. You just buried it. And it's okay to like, it's like, it's trauma energy, right? Because it's connected to some of the other issues that you have going on, but you weren't looking at those things because those were way too painful. But they all tied together, right? And that's why, like, when it comes to like either family trauma or inherited trauma or any of this other stuff, right? It's so much harder to look at your family or your parents or whatever the heck happened to you. So you know how we all take it out and deal with it? With our dating partners. Right? Because half of the issues that you had with that first guy weren't even related to him. They just brought it to your attention because that was stuff that your parents went through when they were younger. But you didn't see any of it because you were a young kid. All right, so then we have, with love comes acceptance. I will always accept you as you are. Yeah, there was no loving acceptance of him as he was. You wanted to play make-believe and see him as a person that was good for you when he wasn't. He showed you exactly who he was, and you accepted it. So when this next guy came around, you didn't accept it. You thought the same exact way as the last person. Because you said it was okay. It's like you saw the red flags, you looked away, and then you got hurt again. And again, this is not your fault. I want you to understand I'm not blaming you, but I want you to understand that that's the responsibility and the response that you had. And because it wasn't healed fully, there was never like a trigger in your head that said, that's a red flag, right? And it's okay, because this is part of the healing process. This is literally what everybody goes through at some point. Like, if you don't go through what this is, you're never going to learn it, right? And so everybody has to, at some point in their journey, go through this stuff. Bob the Builder looked at potential. It's really me. Right? Right? But it wasn't potential. It was a fantasy. Right? Right? Like, how much do you focus on romance novels? How much do you actually pay attention to men's behavior around you that wasn't over some kind of a lens that you had to place on it to look at them, right? Because like when you actually like really start looking at the world without the rose-colored glasses, it gets pretty scary, right? There's a lot of scary people out there. There's a lot of crappy dating advice out there. There's a lot of crappy relationships out there. And we can only learn and adjust to what we can because we're human beings, but there's a lot of risk out there. There's not a lot of fairy tales out there. And that is very hard for a human being to accept, especially in a world where we're like, oh, we've got all these possibilities. We see all these romance novels, blah, 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 blah. Like, it's not good for you. All right, we've got the Empress. And there's something about, like, you need to have more patience. Because this guy he wasn't patient with you, right? And there's something about, like, you risked it because you were rushing. You weren't waiting to see what his moves fully were. You didn't wait to see what his true intentions were. Because here's the thing, this guy, if you would have just taken some time and waited, he could have come forward and shown you exactly who he was. But again, you're kind of stubborn about these relationships because you need it now. And it's like, why do you need it now? Because you needed it now. He came through, and then you know what happened? Boom. All right. We've got the Four of Wands in reverse, which I'm feeling it's supposed to be upright, right? And I feel like, again, so you see like this girl in the forest, right? She's all by herself, and all these trees are looking at her, and there's this dude sitting here kind of looking at her all creepy. And this girl is like, she's in this lonely woods, right? And my question is, why do you think you're a lone girl in the woods? What's going on that's causing that to happen? Like, where is it in your life right now that you are feeling so desperate and alone? What's causing those feelings? Because the only reason a girl's gonna date a literal troll is if she's standing in a forest where there's nobody else around to turn to. This is the safest option because you're in a scary forest, right? Were you even aware you were in a scary forest? What makes the forest scary? Because you've never been in it before? Because you never learned how the scary forest works? Because forests in general are just forests. I mean, yeah, there's creatures in there, but guess what? You learn to survive them. But if it's your first time in the woods, yeah, of course that little troll guy who's looking at you with the bright eyes or whatever, of course he's going to look that way. And then you learn, you heal the right way, and then the next time a troll comes around, you go, oh, that's a troll. We stay away from trolls, right? Because we know what he's going to do. And, like, here's the thing, a troll's a troll, right? Like, you know, they're characters in storybooks. You know, they can hurt you, right? But, like, you just know not to mess with them. They're just another fairy tale creature in the woods, just like everybody else. and I know how they walk and they talk. I just know that I'm not gonna put any body parts together with one, right? Yeah. But with love comes acceptance, right? And I think like part of the healing process, because like, I want to wrap up your reading, but I think the hardest part that you are struggling with, Siley, is the acceptance of yourself from the situation. I think you have a very difficult time accepting your own wounds and your own battles, and not accepting, one, your place and responsibility with it, but also your place in healing, that you have to be by your own side while you heal. I'm going to repeat that. You have to be by your own side while you heal. No one else can do this work for you. And I think you know that on a mental level, but your heart doesn't feel that way because you're still feeling very abandoned. Again, this analogy of the little girl in the woods by herself, this is not you. But emotionally, this is exactly the space and headspace you're at. And you got to figure out why. Once you figure out why, then you're going to know how to go work through the woods. And then suddenly all of the trees aren't going to look evil. They're going to be your friends. Right? And I mean, sometimes there's evil trees in the magical forest, but there's a place for all of the woodland creatures to interact. Right? And when you treat your body and your soul and your spirit and mind like a forest that's full of so many complicated things, you're going to find so much love there. And it's going to be a heck of a lot easier to navigate situations like this, relationships. And again, I'm also seeing, like, to kind of wrap this up too, you got the Empress here. This is about being a mother to yourself right now. Right? Taking care of your inner child and figure out what happened here. Because somebody or something definitely happened. And this person just was a highlight of all of that. Alright, anyways, though, Siley, that was your reading. Appreciate you for stopping by, and I wish you the best on your healing journey. That was a lot. Stephanie! Hi! It's been a hot minute. How are things? Have you found a job? Yeah, no problem, Siley. You're a really great person. I just want to remind you of that. Because we've all been a little girl lost in the woods at some point, right? But it's going to be okay. You're going to learn how to navigate it. Guess where I was today? Ooh, where? Where? Are you over in West Virginia? Are you seeing Missy? Or did you go to California? Texas, PA, New Jersey, and all in the last 20. How did you do that in 24 hours? Were you literally just plane hopping, like, all in a day? Where the heck are you going, girl? What concert are you going to? Hey, Hugo. Hey. No, you're just late. I've been doing tarot for like 4 hours. So I'm done with tarot for tonight. But I'm all sparkly, Hugo. Check me out. Haha. Woohoo. Yep. I got my lashes done. So I wanted to look good. Oh yeah, Stephanie, I was thinking of you the other day because actually it was like literally like yesterday. I found out about the news about Loveless, and I was so upset, and I was just like, dang it, gnarly, you're hot. Thank you. Thank you. You're not too bad looking yourself, sir. See, varsity show in Baltimore tonight, Brooklyn for aviations tomorrow, and then varsity again. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I decided to wrap up in my shawl because I'm just getting cold. Flew to PA. Eric lives in New Jersey. Drove through the other states to get to Baltimore. Okay, gotcha. Still, that's so many states. So many states. Yeah, I hope you have fun. Yeah, my sister, she was supposed to go see I don't know if you've heard of the band called The Midnight, but she was trying to make plans to go see them in like it was going to be in October, and then she found out, like, I guess like when she was trying to buy the tickets she remembered the wrong date, and so then when she went to go buy them she was like, no, we can't go. And like they're like after that time period they're going to be like international on their tour, and she's like, no. And technically they're going to be performing in Austin and San Antonio, but like that's going to be all during her like moving and stuff like that. I'm super bummed about all the loves. Oh my gosh, dude. Dude, I was like, are you kidding me? Like, the fact that like they got dropped from their label and everything. I was just like, are you serious? I mean, like, I get why they did it, but like I don't know, man. I'm just like, can we like not do this kind of shit, people? You know what I mean? It's just like, why can't you just like, I don't know, trash a hotel room, not do that kind of stuff, you know? Like, geez. He's like 30 minutes from Philly. Oh, okay, cool. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, it was funny too because I think I was talking, yeah, I was talking about the hose earlier in the live stream, and I forget why I was talking about it. Oh yeah, because I was telling people about my flamey tights and that whole situation. I was like, guys, I got these flamey tights and they're so cool. Yeah, but also, did it happen? Girls be cray. Well, so it sounds like, so basically from my understanding after watching TikToks about it, it sounds like he was just Snapchatting people on Snapchat, and I guess there was like a couple different girls that were kind of saying, yeah, he's been kind of weird, and then it was the front man for water parks that came out that basically like blew it all out of the water, because there was like a fight on Twitter between the water parks front man and Loveless's front man, and trying to ruin lives because they don't get the attention. Right. And but here's the thing though, the guy, or yeah, the Loveless frontman, apparently he got actual charges, like domestic violence charges in 2018. And I think that's why, like, the combination of the girls with Snapchat, the underage girls with Snapchat, which, like, they don't have any, like, definitive proof that he was chatting to other underage girls and doing anything wrong, but he was talking to fans on Snapchat. And I guess, like, I don't know, it's so hard to say because I've noticed this trend of people to be like, they hop on the hate bandwagon so quickly and they don't let things kind of like figure itself out, you know? But he was like actually like criminally charged, and that all just came out at once, and it's just like, that was before Loveless was even formed, right? Well, and because like that's the thing too, that's why I was like, how is this relevant? I mean, obviously that's still shitty, right? You know what I mean? But at the same time, also, like, there's a lot of bands out there that are running around with plenty of frontmen doing that same shit. Yeah, so it's just kind of like, I just fucking hate even seeing it. You know what I mean? It's just like, God. And like that, like, I think what bothers me the most too is like trying to figure out like what is the truth. Because obviously, I mean, like, I want to hold frontman accountable. You know what I mean? I would much prefer there to be more frontmen out there that are not doing things. And then Snapchat, anyone can say, "Hey, I'm 18," right? Well, and like that's the other problem too, is like a lot of these girls lying about their ages and stuff like that. Like, it's such a tricky modern world, and like, I mean, obviously it's not like it's the adults' responsibility to protect the young girls, right? But it's like all these people that are like lying and trying to do other stuff and whatever. It's, you just have to be so careful, and have really good boundaries to prevent that stuff from happening. And it sounds like he was just kind of doing whatever. um I don't know, it just made me so bummed. But like, again though, I mean, at least with like Nothing More, I mean, their label still kept them on. Obviously they didn't seem to have, they've at least seemed to somewhat recover. I shouldn't say somewhat, they've basically recovered. But with Loveless, I mean, like, watching, like, I guess apparently when the label dropped them, it was like 2 days after the Twitter battle and everything, and I'm like, holy shit. So like, I'm very surprised that Noah hasn't got drug into. You mean Noah from Bad Omens, or Noah from somebody else? Yeah, because like Noah from Bad Omens, I mean, like, oh my gosh, like, the stuff that he's been through. It's like, you got to have really strict boundaries. And then, like, so here's another thing too. So like with TikTok, I don't know if anyone's familiar with like Chapel Rowan, but she's really popular right now. She did like Pink Pony Club and a bunch of these other songs and whatnot, and she's been publicly going out there and talking about how she's tired of these people like literally stalking her and trying to get photographs with her when she's just trying to be out there with her family and all this other stuff. And people have like no boundaries. And like, I'm glad people are starting to talk about it, because it's like, fans are not entitled to a celebrity's personal time. They're not entitled to personal information. And you're right, these women are insane, like, that are doing this stuff, like going and getting Noah's like baby pictures and stuff like that, is like, that's so creepy. And here's the thing, if they were men, like, cops everywhere, right? You know what I mean? It's like, there's no consequences to these people that have no boundaries, and it's just absolutely inappropriate. You know what I mean? Especially like, for example, like with these frontmen having like personal relationships that go backwards and stuff like that. It's like, I'm all about like holding people accountable, but it's also not our personal fucking business. You know what I mean? Like, I can be upset as a fan and want to hold people accountable and say, hey, because of XYZ person's behavior, I want to separate myself from that. But it's definitely not my business or responsibility to go vigilante on somebody and go in and try to like make a situation worse, right? Like that's like not okay, you know? And it's like, hey, regardless of what a person's aware of, it's like, all right, you get to make a call of what you want to do with that information, and you can choose to just walk away. Because guess what? There's a lot of people that are in that boat where it's like, hey, you know what? It's not my place to deal with. And I mean, like, I agree with, like, standing up to abusive behavior and stuff like that. That's something I'm very, big about, where it's like, hey, if something's going on and people aren't aware of it, that's not okay, and people should speak up about it. At the same time, also, though, it's kind of like, pick and choose your battles. Like, if you speak up about this thing, how is that going to impact people? Do you have all the right information? Like, it's so tricky and nuanced, and that's why it's kind of like, you just got to make sure you know your facts. Wait, did you find the move rooms? Yes, I did. So now I have the big room. It's nice and big, and my new roommate moved in. However, he is with my my old roommate helping her move, so now we have all new furniture and stuff like that. So yeah. Yeah, Chapel Rowan, literally, I was like watching videos of her talking about how people literally like found it was like her parents, co-workers, like boyfriend's sister-in-law. It was like some weird chain of people somehow figured out where her parents worked, figured out all this information, and then were like showing up to her house, right, to try to get photos and things like that. And it's like that's so weird. Like that is so creepy, and it's just kind of like, listen, you can like somebody's art, but like that's just wrong. And I don't understand why people don't have boundaries. Yeah. Yeah, it's so weird, you know? And like I know like with like Chapel Rowan, I forget like I think she also too did like a whole like she had to like either step away from social media or she had to step away from something because of like these weird stalker fans. And it's just like, guys, you know what I mean? I don't know. Well, and I think it's like since the pandemic too, people have just gotten like weird. You know, like there's less boundaries. People are like angrier and like anything goes. I don't know. I'm sitting here just like I'm a work on myself. I'm a just I'm really trying to focus on like getting my life together, focusing on bringing peace and balance back into my life, and just being like, you know what, if other people want to go light their own lives on fire, they can go ahead and do that, and I'm going to continue to move on my path and focus on that, because like I can be very upset about what these frontmen do. I can be upset about all kinds of crappy behavior, but you know what, is it actually personally impacting me? Maybe a little, but not enough for me to get involved, so why get worked up about it, you know? At this point it's just kind of like, yeah, I don't know, hold people accountable, but also just be like, it's like it's so rampant and widespread what some of these people get away with, and it's very frustrating. But like at the same time, it's like if I let every single time some person do that get to me, I'd freaking have a nervous breakdown. And like I hate saying that, but it's kind of like you have to just accept that that's a reality, and we take as many steps possible as we can to try to change that culture, but it's not going to happen overnight, and I also don't have to involve my personal life with any of it, you know? Performers literally get on stage, online, put out pictures, songs, and videos, and everything imaginable, and some folks literally want the pictures specifically without consent. Like the stalking harassment is the point. People suck, right? And like again, it's like also if like someone's personal business is out there for the internet to see, like everyone's got an opinion about things, but like don't get involved in it. You know what I mean? Like don't go and talk to people's family members and try to, do whatever. It's like leave them alone. They're already dealing with their own issue, especially like if, like if there's something that's publicly impacting people like a relationship or something like that, and let the person deal with that in their own way. You know what I mean? And like you can be angry and upset, but like keep it to yourself, you know? Or go do whatever you gotta do to deal with your upset over it. But even then, it's kind of like you're not dating them, so who cares? I don't know. I like that's the other thing with frontmen too that drives me crazy is like there's a certain kind of person, and not just frontmen, front women too. Like any person that's like a singer or like a predominant figure, people feel so entitled to them because they want to date them, or they've got like this like fantasy image about who they are and blah blah blah, and like they like dehumanize them, and it's really sad because it's kind of like, you know what I mean, like, or especially like the girlfriends or the boyfriends of those people. It's just like people literally straight up are like for example, like if you're like dating a front man, the amount of vitriol a girlfriend for one of those people have, like, you have to be strong, you have to be a strong woman to date a famous man. Okay, I'm just gonna say that right now, because it's like the amount of like trust you have to have for that person, the amount of women that straight up don't care about cheating. Like, oh my gosh, TikTok has exposed me to a whole side of humanity that I didn't want to know. Like, there's so many people that are just straight up okay with being the other woman and cheating and being like, well, it's her man's fault and blah blah blah. And I'm like, yeah, but like also like, why are you okay with doing this? You know what I mean? I'm like sitting there going like, why are you okay with trying to get this sort of reaction out of people? You're also a problem, right? Like, I mean, yeah, obviously, like, you know, the partner that cheats is obviously in the wrong the most, but like the girl that's also like completely okay with cheating on somebody and being that person, I'm sorry, I lose all respect for you if you're cool with that dynamic. Like, no. Shout out to Dolly Parton for making her stage persona look so different from her real face that nobody recognizes. You know, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, but it's like, how sad is that? Like, that you have to, like, disguise yourself in order to exist out there, right? Like, I saw a video about someone talking about being friends with Jason Momoa, or, like, hanging out with him, because one of his friends was friends with Jason Momoa, and they were talking about, like, how they'd, like, go out to a bar, and then there'd be, like, people, like, lining up to see him, or whatever, to get photos and whatever, and, like, you know, there was a person, like, he was calling his daughter, because he hadn't seen her for months, and I guess like this person like interrupted his phone call, you know, to try to get photos with him, and was like just being rude and having a breakdown and all this stuff, and it's like, it's gross. Yeah, partners of musicians are rough. Yeah, like you gotta have a thick skin, and yeah, power to them, you know, because there's just so much going on there that it's like drama central. I can imagine. And plus also too, like if you're like the partner of a musician, like you only see your partner what, like half of the year? You know, depending on, you know, what kind of level of notoriety your musician partner is. And that's already hard enough as it is. And so then like expecting people to be like faithful and, you know, all that other stuff, I mean, that's just a lot, you know? I get being excited to see them, but also have boundaries. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, hey, guess what? That is a person. A person, a human being. Whoa. Guess what? When they're not on stage, and even when they're not on VIP and hanging out, like, they also have a different persona when they're not in front of crowds and not in front of cameras. And, you might not like who that person is. Or it's like, it's not even just like that they're all jerks, it's also just like, you know, like musicians and artists, they're weird people, man. They're just weird. Okay? That's what we love about them, right? But like, you know, if someone is like, I don't know, like a famous person, the varsity shows were accidents. That's funny. But like, think about it. Like, if you're like a musician, right, and like maybe like as a creative person, you're a dude who likes to like, I don't know, what if he like sucks his thumb or something when he sleeps, when he's like really drunk or something like very obscure. I don't know. Like, what if there's like some weird thing that like everything else about them is perfect, but they've got that one weird thing, and like, I don't know. It's like people don't like accepting that artists have flaws, I guess, because they have to keep up this appearance and image, and like, I don't know, there's just weird things about them, and if you don't like that about them, then don't date them. And like, I also get frustrated too with like talking about like dating famous musicians. I'm sitting here like, you're dating a hella talented, more than likely intelligent person, and you just only care about the fame. Like, that to me drives me, you know what I mean? Like, it's sitting there, like, if you, like, for example, like, you'd think that someone who, like, loves piano would be thrilled to be dating, like, a famous pianist, right? Like, you'd be sitting there going, like, oh my gosh, his talent is so good, and blah, 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 right? And you'd just be like, man, I love the way he plays piano. Like, to me, I'm like, if you loved piano and you had the opportunity to date a famous pianist, that would be amazing. But some people, like, they don't care about that. I don't know. But we're all human beings, so, you know, we don't always work like we're supposed to. You know, because, calling myself out here, thinking back to be like, man, I wish I could like the person I should probably date. You know what I mean? It's kind of like one of those things where you're just like, you know, being a human being is hard. Being in love with people is hard. And I can sit here and talk crap and be like, well, this is how things should be. And then, you know what I do? I turn around and do my own dumb things while dating too. So it's just like, some people watch Stephen King's Misery and they were like, I want to be her. I'm your biggest fan. Oh, God. Oh, God. All right, I tried to get Paul to go with me tomorrow to see Aviations. He got excited and then was like, wait, what's the dates? And then immediately he said, we have a show tonight. Then he said, wait, if you're that close, our last show of the tour is 2 hours away. Come to the show and I'll guess it. Oh my gosh, girl, man, you got the in. That's so amazing, though, dude. You're gonna be so tired. No, I am always impressed by your energy, Stephanie. Oh yeah, Dark Dragon Gaming, you're still here. You're just floating around. Being in love is super hard. Yeah, for sure. Well, and especially like if you're like a I don't want to say important person, but like somebody who has a lot of notoriety, is popular, has a lot of money, right? You have to like a lot of those people, I'm not gonna lie, they don't really care about love, for a lot of times, because it's like it's such a rarity to find people in those positions, to find people that actually give a crap about them for who they are authentically, and it's real, and they get hurt so much. It's like I feel bad because it's like I will never forget like seeing photos of J-Lo one time, and I just remember looking at her eyes and she looked so dead on the inside, right? And I was just sitting there just like, girl, like, I mean, like, yeah, I know she's kind of got a reputation for not being a good person, but like, you know what I mean? Sorry, I kind of hijacked it. No, it's okay. Like, literally, I was just doing tarot readings and I was like, I just wanted to sit and hang out. That's what I've been kind of doing, is like, I do my live stream and then I end it with just chilling with people. I started to like save food for the end of the live stream to sit and eat snacks. Like, I would bring out like fried chicken and do all this other stuff. Like, I don't have any food with me this time. Actually, I do have chocolate. I could eat chocolate live. But yeah, that's what I would kind of do, because I'd be channeling for so long and get tired, and then yeah. But yeah, being in love is super hard. And yeah, I do feel bad for famous people, only to a certain degree. I miss you too. I miss you too. Yeah, I kind of like disappeared off the face of the earth because I've been really trying to like work on my financial situation and my mental health. I've been just kind of like really mentally exhausted and tired, and I'm trying to just like, I don't know, I'm doing like some really deep work on myself, and I'm trying to just be like, you know what, like I actually like deleted, or I didn't delete Instagram on my phone, but I just like started like deleting some of my social media apps. Like, I deleted Facebook. I still like have my accounts and stuff, but I just need to get off of social media because I got on a lot of those apps to help with my business and whatnot, but I started to notice it was like consuming my life. And I started to notice I was having like a social media addiction. Like, I was literally like scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and doing all this stuff, and it had nothing to do with my job. It had nothing to do with like actually helping me. And I said, okay, I need to be catching myself doing that stuff, and I need to stop. You know, I was like, I've been, trying to avoid certain feelings. I've been trying to avoid certain situations, and I'm like, I can't do that anymore. I gotta cut some stuff out. So I'm trying to like really just like hunker down. Plus, also, I've been traveling, so like since like most of August, I went to a wedding, and then I stayed with my parents for a bit, and then my sister graduated, so my sister's officially a doctor. Yay! And like I didn't even make social media posts about it because I wanted to make this big long message for her and whatnot. And yeah, I don't know. I realized that like I think like the last couple of years, like probably since like the pandemic, I think I've had just a very unhealthy relationship with social media just because I've used it as like an outlet because it's like, oh, you can't see people in person. And I never like went back to like getting off of like my phone and getting off of that. So like I want to be like around people in person. I want to start like really focusing on my relationships and figuring out how to like connect with people in healthier ways. And I'm really trying to like take a step back and like really hardcore work on that because I'm like I don't want to be sucked up into the internet. You know, like I love the internet. I love, you know I love being able to connect to you guys whenever, but I got to know what is my like boundary. You don't have her on Facebook? Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's not really posting stuff on Instagram. I see her liking stuff and she scrolls a lot. But she's not like making posts. Hey Suhani, hey. Hello, hello. So proud of you for noticing I'm making a change. Yeah. No, I was just kind of like, there's just like, I mean, like, I'm always working on myself, but I've definitely been trying to be like, okay, no, like, I know what I want to do. I know what I want to focus on. And I know what, like, I don't know. Like, I know what's kind of holding me back now. And so I want to, like, start getting more comfortable being myself. And, like, you know, like, now that I came out and I changed my name and all that other stuff, I've been just kind of, like, socially adjusting to all that stuff. And, yeah. Yeah, there's just also a lot going on, too. You know, and it just kind of, like, stresses me out because it's, like, like, politics has been stressing me out, like, all the changes in the economy and, like, me with all like my spiritual changes and yeah, I need to plan for Logan's. Oh yeah, Logan's wedding. That's right. Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be so much fun. Yeah, that's so exciting, dude. When I saw my cousin get married, that was like such a cool experience. I am so happy for him. I've literally never seen him that happy before. Like, I was watching that man dance barefoot at this wedding. Okay, I was like, I've never seen my cousin do that. And that just made me so freaking happy to see that existing in the world, and I was like, you know what? It'll be okay. You met Jen Okay, Stephanie, you're gonna need to call me. We need to catch up on that stuff because I was like, I want to know how that went. IDK what to wear. Ooh, you gotta wear something like flowy and flowery. You always look good in floral patterns. And then what is your hair color right now? Because you can match it. Meanwhile, like, Dark Dragon Gaming's over here just sitting here, like, listening to this tea, like, when I get home Monday. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for hanging out, y'all. I'm gonna head off because I'm getting tired. I appreciate the support. Like and subscribe, all that good stuff. Yeah, their wedding colors are earthy hues. Ooh, maybe you could do green then, like a nice, pretty green. That'd be good. Like a pretty green, or maybe like a dark red or something. Yeah. All right. Yeah, well, anyways, thank you guys so much for stopping by. I'll see you next time, or see you next week. Goodbye.